Hogwarts, my magical girlfriend Hermione. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 26, Shadow Stealth and the Moon and Stars. Harry's excitement at becoming Gryffindor Seeker had not yet fully subsided when a greater mystery quietly loomed. In a corner of the library, Hermione pushed several open, thick tomes in front of Lynn, her brows furrowed. Look here, and here, her fingertip traced over the yellowed parchment pages, her voice very low. Secrets of Modern Alchemy, a study of the Philosopher's Stone legend, and the appendix of this illustrated guide to medieval magical artifacts, all mention the same legendary alchemist master. He pursued transmuting lead into gold and the elixir of life his entire life, leaving behind countless legends, but the most crucial information, his name, has been deliberately erased from all these reliable documents. Only an abbreviation, NF, remains. Lynn's gaze swept over the passages that had been blackened with ink or torn out. The starstone on his chest emitted a faint, warning warmth. Such widespread, deliberate erasure was highly unusual, and Hagrid, Hermione continued, her small face flushed with excitement. Remember who mentioned it? Fluffy is guarding Hogwarts' most important thing. What kind of thing needs a three-headed giant dog to guard it? Combine that with a lifelong pursuit of this alchemist master whose name was erased, the Philosopher's Stone. Lynn calmly finished her deduction. The word seemed to carry magic, making the surrounding air momentarily still. The ultimate alchemical creation, fabled to transmute lead into gold and produce the elixir of life. Hermione nodded vigorously. Exactly. Only a treasure of this level would require such strict protection. And that NF is very likely the former owner or creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Was his name erased to protect the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone? Or because of some other danger? The clues were like scattered beads, all pointing in the same direction but unable to be strung together. Just as the two fell into thought, Harry and Ron ran over, panting, their faces showing the excitement and tension of a new discovery. You'll never guess, Ron whispered, his eyes wide. We were just on the third-floor restricted corridor. We heard something. It was Snape. He was threatening Professor Quirrell. We heard it clearly. Snape said, "What have you decided? Don't try any tricks." Professor Quirrell was stammering, terrified. What does Snape want from Quirrell? Harry eagerly added. It must be about the Philosopher's Stone. He wants to force Quirrell to tell him how to get past Cerberus. Snape's involvement instantly escalated the already murky situation. Hermione's face grew serious. Snape, he's always coveted the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor position, but Headmaster Dumbledore gave it to Quirrell. If he really wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, we have to stop him, Harry declared, his green eyes burning with determination. Before Snape gets his hands on it, stop him? Easier said than done. Their opponent was the unfathomable potion professor, and what he guarded was a legendary treasure whose name couldn't even be spoken. The quartet fell into a brief, heavy silence. A few evenings later, Harry mysteriously approached Lynn and Hermione, carrying a heavily wrapped large object. Look at this. He unwrapped the package, revealing a fabric that shimmered with a silvery gray, wave-like luster and felt cool and silky to the touch, an invisibility cloak. This was left to me by my dad. Harry's tone was filled with excitement. It was sent anonymously at Christmas. With it, we can quietly investigate the third-floor restricted area. Find out exactly what Snape is up to, and even find the Philosopher's Stone's protective measures. Night exploration of the restricted area. The suggestion was both dangerous and tempting. Ron was eager, while Hermione was worried. Her small face taut, this is too risky. Breaking school rules is secondary. If Snape or Cerberus finds us, we just need to investigate, not get close to Cerberus, Harry insisted. With the invisibility cloak, if we're careful, we won't be discovered. Lynn, what do you think? He looked at the silently observing Lynn. Lynn's fingers unconsciously caressed the cool body of the Pen of the Stars. The Starstone emitted a steady warmth, not a warning, but more like a confirmation. The secret of the Philosopher's Stone, Snape's ambition, and the erased name all pointed to vortex that had to be uncovered. Passively waiting would be even riskier. All right, Lynn's voice broke the silence. "But only investigate, no contact," Harry and Ron cheered. Hermione looked at Lynn's calm eyes, and her unease strangely subsided. She took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, but we must plan thoroughly." And she looked at Lynn, her eyes holding a trace of reliance she didn't even realize. "We go together." As midnight approached, the castle fell into a sleep-like silence. Only the occasional crackle of torches on the walls echoed in the corridors. Filch and his scrawny cat, Madame Norris, could be heard intermittently in the distance. 4 figures huddled under the invisibility cloak, their movements clumsy and slow. Harry led, Ron followed closely, Lynn was at the back, and Hermione was sandwiched in the middle. The invisibility cloak had limited space, so the 4 were pressed tightly together, clearly feeling each other's body heat and breath. Hermione was particularly nervous. She was so close to Lynn that her back was almost against his chest. Lynn's steady heartbeat and the clean, forest after rain scent, mixed with the faint starlight star radiance of the starstone, permeated through the fabric, becoming the only anchor in the darkness, calming her pounding heart slightly. She could feel one of Lynn's hands hovering at her waist, a protective gesture through the invisibility cloak that inexplicably reassured her. The moonstone on her chest emitted a gentle warmth. They carefully avoided the patrolling suits of armor, enchanted to report anomalies, skirted around the gossiping portraits, their eyes covered with cloth, and held their breath as Madame Norris strolled past in the adjacent corridor with elegant steps. Every step was like walking on thin ice. Finally, they reached the end of the strictly forbidden third-floor corridor. A heavy oak door was tightly shut, a faint sliver of light escaping from the crack, and from within came heavy, wet breathing. From more than one source, Harry took a deep breath, signaling everyone to stop. He very slowly and silently pushed open a crack in the door. The sight inside instantly made the 4 under the invisibility cloak hold their breath. The room was large and empty. The only furniture was the mountain-like giant beast in the center of the room. It had 3 enormous, hideous dog heads, drooling slimy saliva. 6 blood-red eyes glowed like burning coals in the darkness, flashing with savage light. Its massive body was covered in tangled black fur, and its thick paws were like stone blocks. At this moment, it seemed a bit drowsy, its 3 heads drooping, emitting thunderous snores and wet breathing from its throats. And between its huge, pillar-like hind legs, a square entrance, covered by a heavy trapdoor, was prominently visible on the floor. A trapdoor. The entrance to the Philosopher's Stone was indeed here. Just as the 4 were stunned by the immense size and ferocity of Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, a sudden change occurred. Cerberus's middle head seemed to catch an unusual scent, perhaps the magic of the invisibility cloak, or the 4's body odor, and it suddenly lifted. Its blood-red eyes instantly locked onto the crack in the doorway. A low, threatening growl rumbled in its throat. Immediately after, the other 2 heads also startled awake, their 6 eyes sweeping towards the doorway like searchlights. A foul, pungent odor assailed them. "Oh no!" Hermione's heart leaped to her throat. Ron was so scared he almost screamed, but Harry clamped his hand over his mouth. Cerberus's massive body began to turn towards the door, its heavy paws scraping the ground, making a teeth-grinding sound. Its 3 gaping maws opened, revealing dagger-like fangs, and a low roar echoed in the room, about to pounce. In the nick of time, Lynn moved. His left hand, hidden under the invisibility cloak, shot out like lightning, not to pull out his wand, but to tightly grasp Hermione's cold, slightly trembling hand in front of him. Their fingers intertwined, the starstone and moonstone, upon contact, simultaneously erupted with an intense warmth that only they could clearly perceive. An invisible, gentle yet powerful energy field instantly spread out from the 2 of them, like ripples on a lake when a stone is thrown in. This energy field was not an attack, it was more like an extremely subtle calming and concealing. It cleverly mimicked the calm aura of the surrounding environment and carried a natural, tranquil power derived from the stars and moonlight. Cerberus, about to erupt in a furious attack, suddenly froze its 3 massive dog heads. The savage glint in its 6 blood-red eyes was replaced by a hint of bewilderment and confusion. Its huge noses twitched vigorously, as if trying to discern the fleeting threat scent, but they were disrupted by the gentle, tranquil energy field. Cerberus let out a few confused, sneeze-like snorts, its massive body restlessly turning twice in place. Finally, under the continuous calming power of the tranquil energy, its 3 heads slowly drooped again, its heavy eyelids began to droop, and the thunderous snores resumed. Crisis averted. Under the invisibility cloak, the 4 sighed in relief as if exhausted, cold sweat almost soaking their inner clothes. Hermione's hand was still tightly held by Lynn's. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm and the undeniable sense of strength, as well as the synchronized post-crisis tremor from the Starstone and Moonstone. She even forgot to be shy, instinctively gripping his hand tighter, as if it were her only anchor. Harry carefully closed the crack in the door, and the four, like startled rabbits, retreated from the restricted corridor with the fastest speed and lightest movements. Only when they had run back to the safe area behind the fat lady's portrait in Gryffindor Tower and pulled off the invisibility cloak did they dare to breathe deeply. Merlin's beard. That scared me to death just now. Ron collapsed onto the common room carpet, his face pale. That monster. It was terrifying. Harry shivered, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Hermione leaned against the cold stone wall, her chest heaving, her small face still pale. She looked at Lynn, her gaze complex, filled with lingering fear, gratitude, and an indescribable tremor. In that moment between life and death, he had tightly held her hand. He had activated that strange power, calming the beast's fury. "Thank you, Lynn." Hermione's voice trembled slightly, her gaze falling on their hands that had just been clasped and were now released, her fingertips seemingly still retaining his warmth. Lynn merely nodded slightly, his breathing also a bit hurried, the warmth of the Starstone not yet fully subsided. Forcibly activating the resonance of the two stones to create a large-scale calming field had consumed a considerable amount of energy. "We found the entrance. The trapdoor." Harry became excited, temporarily suppressing his fear. "It's right under Cerberus's feet. But how do we get past it?" The thought of those three hideous dogheads instantly dampened his enthusiasm. "Music," Hermione suddenly remembered, her eyes lighting up. "Hagrid said it. Cerberus has a fatal weakness. It falls asleep when it hears music. Last time, he used a broken accordion to make it sleep. We just need to play music before we go in." This crucial information was like a ray of light in the darkness. "That's great." Ron jumped up. "I have a Muggle tape recorder. Fred and George modified it. It's loud enough. We can record something." The plan seemed to have a breakthrough. But amidst the excitement, a bigger question surfaced. "But," Harry frowned, "what's under the trapdoor? Snape, or anyone else who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, how are they going to get past Cerberus? Do they also carry musical instruments?" Hermione and Lynn exchanged glances. This question went straight to the core. The Philosopher's Stone's protective measures were certainly not limited to Cerberus. Beneath the trapdoor, more complex and dangerous trials, personally set by the Hogwarts professors, were surely hidden. And the person coveting the treasure had clearly obtained some key information. The thrilling night exploration temporarily ended, but the undercurrents surrounding the Philosopher's Stone were just beginning to stir. Lynn's gaze turned to the deep night outside the tower window. The Starstone steadily emitted warmth on his chest, as if silently responding to the coming storm. And the girl's gaze beside him, filled with reliance and trust, became the clearest guide in this fog. Chapter 27 Undercurrent and Starlight, Part 1. The thrill brought by the invisibility cloak had not completely faded, and Harry and Ron's excitement crackled like the leaping fire in the Gryffindor common room. They huddled on an old sofa by the fireplace, eagerly replaying every detail of what had just happened in hushed whispers, especially Lynn's miraculous way of calming Cerberus, Merlin's old socks. "Lynn, how on earth did you do it?" Ron finally couldn't help but turn to Lynn, who was sitting in an armchair a little further away, his eyes full of pure admiration. "Just like that. Those three heads that could swallow a person whole just fell asleep? More effective than Hagrid's accordion." Harry also looked over eagerly, his green eyes sparkling in the firelight. Tonight's experience gave him a whole new understanding of who his quiet classmate Lynn was. Looking down, caressing the Starstone pendant hanging around his neck, it had returned to its usual gentle glow, as if the power that had erupted moments ago was just an illusion. Hearing Ron's question, he looked up, his face showing no particular expression. Coincidence perhaps. He tapped the Starstone with his fingertip, plus Hermione's moonstone, created some kind of resonance under that tense state. It calmed Cerberus's emotions. He paused, then added, "The principle is unknown, and it may not be effective next time." His tone was calm, carrying an undeniable sense of stating facts. Cleverly avoiding the core, Hermione sat on a low stool beside Lynn, a copy of Analysis of Common Magical Creature Behavior spread on her lap. Though not a single page had been turned, she keenly caught the deliberate reservation in Lynn's words, but she didn't press him the tight grip, the strange and reassuring warmth when the two stones resonated, were more truly imprinted in her heart than any explanation. She just softly hummed, her fingertips subconsciously brushing over the moonstone pendant on her chest, feeling its steady pulse. Well, whatever. We succeeded anyway. Ron's attention was quickly drawn to a more realistic problem. The problem now is, how do we deal with that big dog? Hermione, you said music? Will it really work? Absolutely. Hermione was immediately pulled back to the main topic, leaning slightly forward, her tone returning to its usual certainty. Hagrid said it himself, and he demonstrated it. Cerberus is defenseless against music. Any soothing melody can quickly put him to sleep. Ron, is your modified recorder loud enough? No problem. Ron thumped his chest, assuring them. Fred and George added a sonorous charm and a penetration charm to it. It's loud enough to play rock music on the Quidditch pitch. Should we record a lullaby or, a slow song by the Weird Sisters? A lullaby is safer. Hermione made the final decision. Simple melody, strong hypnotic effect. We'll start preparing tomorrow. She clearly assigned tasks. Harry, you're responsible for finding an opportunity to naturally confirm with Hagrid the details of Cerberus's reaction to music. Ron, the recorder debugging and song selection are up to you. As for after we get through the trapdoor, her delicate brows habitually furrowed again, and she looked at Lynn. We need to figure out what's down there. Since the professors set up protective measures, there certainly won't be just Cerberus as a single hurdle. Lynn nodded. Quirrell and Snape are the breakthroughs. One is responsible for guarding, the other harbors ulterior motives. Both might leave clues. Exactly. Hermione's eyes lit up, especially Professor Quirrell. He's so nervous. Maybe his office will have some oversight, or we can subtly probe. A night visit to Quirrell's office. Lynn calmly continued her thought, using a declarative sentence rather than a question. This overly bold idea made Harry and Ron both gasp. Are you crazy? Ron whispered. That's a professor's office. 10 times more dangerous than the restricted section corridor. Getting caught will definitely lead to expulsion, so we need the invisibility cloak, and even more, a plan. Lynn's tone was unruffled, as if discussing tomorrow's weather. The goal is clear, to find clues related to the Philosopher's Stone's protective measures or Nicholas Flamel. NF, don't take anything, just look. Avoiding Filch and Madame Norris is the top priority, followed by choosing a time when Quirrell is most likely not there. Hermione's heart beat faster due to nervousness and a hint of secret excitement. This was risky, but Lynn's calmness anchored her. She quickly retrieved information in her mind. Professor Quirrell goes to the library restricted section every Wednesday evening from 7 to 9 to organize a batch of ancient runes texts. This is a privileged time he applied for from Madame Pants. His office will be empty then. Tomorrow is Wednesday. The time window was set. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, although still apprehensive. Lynn and Hermione's composure gave them courage. All right, Harry took a deep breath, let's do it. But we must be extremely careful. On Wednesday evening, twilight draped Hogwarts Castle in a thin, gray-blue veil at 6:50. 4 figures once again squeezed under the invisibility cloak, passing silently through the quietening corridors like moving shadows. This time, Hermione and Lynn were closer. Every movement in the narrow space, the friction of fabric, the slight touch of an arm, made Hermione clearly perceive Lynn's presence and his clean scent. The moonstone pressed against her skin, sending waves of steady, reassuring warmth, as if silently echoing the heartbeat of the person beside her. Quirrell's office was located in a secluded corner on the 3rd floor of the castle, with a dried, oddly shaped hornbeast skull hanging above the doorframe, emitting a faint, strange smell of mixed herbs and dust. The corridor was empty, with only the faint snores of figures and distant portraits. Lynn leaned his ear against the heavy wooden door for a moment, confirming there was no sound inside. He took out his wand and softly chanted at the keyhole, Allahumora. With a soft click, the lock sprang open. The 4 held their breath, and Harry gently pushed open a crack inside. It was pitch black, permeated by a stronger, mixed scent, a rich garlic smell, which Quirrell claimed was to ward off vampires he encountered in Romania, old parchment, and some indescribable, moldy herb-like odor. After confirming it was safe, the 4 quickly slipped in, and Harry closed the door behind him. Quirrell's office was narrow and cluttered. The walls were crammed with tall bookshelves, piled high with dusty scrolls, rusty instruments, and glass jars containing suspicious liquids or specimens. A large desk, also cluttered, occupied most of the space. The only light source was a dim oil lamp on the desk. The lamp oil seemed to be running out, and the flame flickered weakly. Split up and search, quickly, Harry urged in a very low, suppressed voice. Be careful not to knock anything over. Ron was immediately drawn to a miniature pyramid model that rotated on its own, placed on a shelf, and cautiously approached it. Harry, meanwhile, quickly flipped through the scattered documents on the desk. mostly student assignments and manuscripts on dark arts defense theory. With messy handwriting and heavy corrections, Hermione's gaze quickly swept over the bookshelves, looking for any titles that might be related to the Philosopher's Stone or alchemy. Her fingertips traced over thick book spines: Atlas of Eastern European Vampire Variants, Basic Defensive Charms Theory, Revised Edition. Common Phobias in the Magical World and Their Cures. No clues. Lynn did not blindly rummage like the others. He stood in the center of the office, his gaze, like the most precise detection spell, calmly scanned the entire environment. Airborne dust motes floated in the dim light, and there was an imperceptible wear mark on the edge of the desk, as if someone often leaned there. His gaze finally settled on a half-open drawer on the left side of the desk. He walked over silently. The drawer was crammed with all sorts of messy things, several used bandages, with a faint, strange medicinal smell, a box of damp matches, a few rusty bronze nuts, and a book with a dark purple hardback cover peeking out from underneath. Lynn carefully pulled it out. Avoiding disturbing other items, the book was thick, its cover made of heavily worn dark purple dragon hide, without any gilded title, only a small, familiar ink mark in the bottom right corner, a raven holding a scroll. His pupils constricted. This was Snape's personal mark. He had seen a similar symbol on the door of the potion professor's office. Turning to the flyleaf, a familiar, ornate and slightly cutting italicized line of text caught his eye: Advanced Potion Making, Extraordinary Art and Forbidden Boundaries, by Severus Snape. Personal annotated edition. This was Snape's personal, heavily annotated potion treatise. It absolutely should not be in Quirrell's drawer. Lynn quickly flipped through the pages. The pages were filled with that cold scent unique to Snape's office, a mixture of potion ingredients and old books. The blank spaces on the pages were covered with dense notes, the handwriting identical to that on the flyleaf, Snape's own hand. The content was extremely profound, involving many advanced and even dangerous potion recipes and theories. However, what alarmed Lynn was not the knowledge itself, but the deep creases left on several pages that had been repeatedly turned, and the shaky, faint pencil marks next to certain paragraphs. Distinctly different from Snape's handwriting, obviously left by Quirrell. He sharply scanned the paragraphs marked by Quirrell. For certain highly parasitic dark arts entities, a mixture of moonstone powder and unicorn blood, combined with specific counter-curse gestures, can temporarily suppress their activity, at the cost of the host enduring intense soul-burning pain. Next to it, Quirrell's shaky handwriting: Tried it, effective but excruciatingly painful, not sustainable. Devil snares. Photophobic characteristic can be reversed by high-intensity light and heat spells, but one must be wary of its wrapping power multiplying when stimulated. Next to it, pencil mark: Needs strong light. Incendio? Lumus. Extremely effective, to deal with magical creatures guarding treasure. Understanding their core weakness is crucial. Music has a powerful calming and hypnotic effect on some species with acute hearing, such as Cerberus, this being a significant biological flaw. The blank space next to this paragraph was heavily circled by Quirrell. Lynn's heart sank. These marks were as clear as signposts on a map. They pointed to the key checkpoints guarding the Philosopher's Stone, suppressing some kind of parasite, most likely the trouble on Quirrell's own back of the head. Passing through Devil Snare, and using music to deal with Cerberus, Quirrell was not only researching but very likely scouting for someone, or the entity on the back of his head. Snape's book was Quirrell's strategy guide. Someone's coming, run. Who was guarding the door and nervously peeking through the crack, suddenly let out a hurried, distorted gasp, like a chicken being choked. Almost simultaneously, footsteps were heard outside the corridor. It wasn't Filch's heavy boots, nor Madame Norris's light cat steps, but a dragging, hesitant, slightly neurotic scuffing of shoes, accompanied by a few suppressed coughs. It was Quirrell. He had returned early. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28: Undercurrent and Starlight, Part 2. The four people under the invisibility cloak froze instantly, their blood seemingly congealed. Hermione subconsciously gripped Lynn's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his skin through the fabric, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her throat. In the darkness, Lynn could clearly feel her body's tension and subtle trembling. He turned his hand and squeezed her wrist firmly, conveying a silent command: calm down. Lynn's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as Ron gave the warning, he had already lightning fast shoved the dark purple potion book back into its original drawer and brushed away any dust traces he might have left. His movements were fluid and silent, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. His other hand quickly and firmly wrapped around Hermione's waist, pulling her away from the desk into a corner completely shrouded by the shadows of tall bookshelves. "Hide," he commanded in a whisper only the three beside him could hear. Harry and Ron also reacted, scrambling towards the same corner. The four of them huddled together under the invisibility cloak, pressed against the cold, rough stone wall and the musty-smelling backs of the bookshelves, desperately shrinking into the deepest shadows, not daring to breathe. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Professor Quirrell's figure appeared in the doorway, wrapped in his signature purple scarf, his face looking particularly pale and haggard in the dim light. He seemed very tired, muttering something about wrong translation. "Madam Pants really is," as he rubbed his temples and shuffled in. He didn't immediately turn on the lights, just fumbled his way towards the desk in the darkness under the invisibility cloak. 4 hearts were squeezed by an invisible hand, rising to their throats. Hermione pressed against Lynn's chest, clearly hearing his steady, strong heartbeat, a sound that miraculously slightly quelled her own panic. Lynn's hand remained firmly on her waist, his warm palm conveying a reassuring strength through the fabric. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing her forehead, bringing a slight tickle and an indescribable flutter. In the darkness, the moonstone and starstone, through the fabric, transmitted a strange, comforting warm resonance and Sync. Quirrell fumbled and lit the dim oil lamp on the desk. The faint yellow glow barely illuminated a small space. He slumped heavily into the chair behind the desk, letting out a long, pained sigh. He irritably tugged at his scarf, his fingers nervously tapping the desktop, his eyes staring blankly at the flickering flame, seemingly anxious about something, continuing to mumble words like master, time, pain. He completely failed to notice the slightly denser shadow in the corner of the office than usual, nor did he detect the almost imperceptible faint breaths behind the bookshelf. He sat there for several minutes, sometimes sighing, sometimes nervously wringing his fingers. For the four under the invisibility cloak, these few minutes stretched into what felt like centuries. Finally, Quirrell seemed to have made some decision and suddenly stood up. He walked to the drawer Lynn had opened and pulled it open. Hermione's heart instantly leaped to her throat. If he discovered the book had been moved. Quirrell's hand fumbled in the drawer, pulling out a small black bottle containing a viscous, dark red liquid. He uncorked the bottle, an expression of extreme disgust and fear on his face, pinched his nose, and tilted his head back, drinking the liquid in one gulp. Immediately, he let out a suppressed, extremely painful groan. His body convulsed violently, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and his face became even more ashen. He leaned on the desk, gasping for breath for a while, before throwing the empty bottle back into the drawer and locking it again. Then, without even glancing at the rest of the office, he stumbled out, seemingly eager to go somewhere to alleviate the pain caused by the potion. It wasn't until Quirrell's footsteps completely disappeared down the corridor, and after a good while, that the four people under the invisibility cloak dared to slowly and silently exhale a long breath they had held for so long. "Merlin." Ron's voice was filled with the exhaustion and trembling of someone who had narrowly escaped death. What in Merlin's beard was he drinking? It looked like blood. Harry's voice was also tight. That scene just now was too bizarre. He mentioned master. Hermione's voice was extremely low, filled with shock and a chill, and that pained expression. "Lynn, that book?" Lynn pulled Hermione, signaling everyone to leave this dangerous place first. The four once again transformed into flowing shadows, returning to Gryffindor Tower with the fastest speed and lightest movements when the fat lady's portrait closed behind them, and they were safely back in the noisy, warm common room. The four tore off the invisibility cloak, their faces pale with lingering fear. "That book belongs to Snape," Lynn said concisely, quickly recounting the key information he had seen, especially Quirrell's markings regarding suppressing parasitic entities, Devil's Snare, and Fluffy's weaknesses. Quirrell is using Snape's research to try and bypass the protections for the Philosopher's Stone. He also has someone behind him, whom he calls Master Parasitic Entity, Pain Potion. Hermione's face was solemn, analyzing quickly, combined with how he drank the potion just now. Professor Quirrell might be controlled by some powerful dark arts creature or a dark wizard? Is he being forced? Is that why he's so afraid? Snape threatened him. That day in the third-floor corridor, Harry suddenly remembered, is Snape forcing him to help Master steal the Philosopher's Stone? Or stopping him? The clues were intertwined and confusing, pointing to an even darker conspiracy. No matter who wants to steal it, Fluffy is just the first hurdle. Lynn's gaze swept over everyone. Devil's Snare is the second hurdle. We need to prepare a strong light source. Hermione, you're good at spells, an extremely powerful version of Loomis, or, precisely controlled incendio. Hermione immediately got into character, her brain working at high speed. I need to practice, and that potion. Ron rubbed his arm, as if he could still feel Quirrell's pain from drinking the potion. He seemed very dependent on that stuff. The immediate priority is to get past Fluffy and Devil's Snare. Lynn made the decision. Ron, your lullaby, it must be recorded by tomorrow. Hermione, the strong light spell is up to you. As for Quirrell and his master behind him, he looked at the deep night outside the common room window, the starstone beneath his clothes giving off a faint, warning warmth. Let's wait and see, gather more information. They're in more of a hurry than we are. The plan progressed tensely and orderly. Ron got the recorder working, capturing an ancient, extremely gentle and soothing lullaby hummed by a house elf in the Hogwarts kitchen, which the twins' modified machine played loudly and clearly. Hermione, meanwhile, threw herself into spell practice, often spending hours in empty classrooms, aiming to boost Loomis Maxima to strength sufficient to illuminate an entire room and make Devil's Snare instantly recoil, or to precisely control incendio to only scorch the vines without causing a fire. During these days of tense preparation, the castle also quietly underwent changes. As January deepened, signs of melting snow became increasingly apparent. The wind blowing through the castle corridors was no longer biting, but carried a hint of damp earth. Students' heavy winter robes gradually gave way to slightly thinner woolen robes. And a more significant change was the restless yet sweet atmosphere that permeated the air. The atmosphere of Valentine's Day, like a creeping vine, quietly spread throughout Hogwarts. Pink and gold ribbons conjured by magic began to appear on the corridor window sills, and enchanted paper cranes clumsily flew around carrying love letters or small gifts, occasionally bumping into armor or portraits, eliciting good-natured laughter. Peeves had been particularly excited lately, scattering blush-inducing bubbles and magical confetti that sang off-key love songs everywhere. I can't stand it, Ron exclaimed on the way to the Great Hall for breakfast, waving away a silver paper crane carrying a heart-shaped candy that almost hid his nose. It's only the end of January. Valentine's Day is still 2 weeks away. It's a Hogwarts tradition. Hermione shrugged, but her gaze was also involuntarily drawn to an elegantly flying blue paper crane carrying a small bouquet of magical roses. Apparently, a notice has been posted on the bulletin board that this year's Valentine's Day special event is a starlight ball. A ball, Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously, with different expressions. Harry was bewildered, while Ron looked a bit terrified. Yes, Hermione nodded, a hint of unnoticeable longing on her face. It's on Valentine's Day evening, in the Great Hall. It's supposedly to help everyone relax after intense studying. The requirement, ahem, you need a partner. A partner. Ron's face instantly flushed crimson, like a boiled lobster, his eyes darting frantically. This is too sudden. Who would? Harry also awkwardly ruffled his messy black hair. Hermione's gaze seemingly unintentionally swept over Lynn beside her. He remained expressionless, walking quietly, as if the noisy Valentine's atmosphere and the word ball had nothing to do with him. Hermione's small hope and nervousness, like a punctured balloon, quietly deflated a little. She pressed her lips together slightly. Over the next few days, the starlight ball became the hottest topic in the castle. Girls gathered excitedly discussing what dresses to wear, while boys awkwardly practiced invitation phrases, or, like Ron, tried to shrink into an invisibility cloak. Even the library was not spared, with hushed discussions and low laughs of successful invitations often heard in the corners. This afternoon, Hermione was practicing Loomis Maxima in an abandoned spell practice room on the 7th floor of the castle. She was completely focused, the tip of her wand repeatedly erupting in dazzling white orbs of light, illuminating the dim classroom as bright as day. Sweat dampened the stray hairs on her forehead. After another spell, the orb of light hovered steadily and brightly in the air, lasting a full 3 seconds longer than last time. She let out a satisfied sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her temple with her sleeve. Great progress. A calm voice came from the doorway. Hermione jumped, almost dropping her wand. Turning around, she saw Lynn standing there, leaning against the doorframe. She didn't know when he had arrived. He held 2 books in his hand, his gaze fixed on the lingering glow at the tip of her wand. Lynn? How did you? Hermione's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. The library was full, Lynn explained concisely, walking in. Heard the commotion on the way. He walked to the center of the classroom, looking up at the lingering magical light traces on the ceiling. The brightness and stability are enough to repel Devil's Snare. What about Incendio? Still practicing control range? Hermione answered honestly, walking to the side to pick up her kettle and take a sip. Precisely controlling the flame not to spread is a bit difficult. Lynn nodded, seemingly unsurprised. He put down the books he was holding, his gaze sweeping over Hermione's flushed cheeks and bright eyes from practice, pausing for a moment. The classroom was very quiet, with only the occasional sounds of students' laughter and paper cranes flapping their wings from outside the window. That sweet, peculiar Valentine's Day atmosphere in the air seemed to have quietly seeped in as well. Hermione felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, lowering her head to organize her wand. She could feel her cheeks getting slightly warm. A brief silence. Lynn's gaze moved past Hermione, landing on a small object hanging from her backpack in the corner of the practice room. It was a small music box, inlaid with tiny sapphires, a Muggle gift her parents had sent at Christmas, which she had enchanted a little to play simple melodies. Starlight Ball. Lynn suddenly spoke, his voice still flat, betraying no emotion. Do you have a partner? Hermione suddenly looked up, meeting Lynn's deep, calm eyes. Her heart felt as if an invisible hand had squeezed it, then began to pound wildly, thumping against her chest like a drum. The temperature of her cheeks instantly soared. He asked that? What did it mean? Was it a simple question? Or? She opened her mouth, feeling her throat dry, her mind blank, her usual pride and logical thinking and quick wit had abandoned her. Those secret expectations that had quietly lingered in her heart, only to be forcibly suppressed, now surged up like a lake into which a stone had been thrown outside the practice room window. A golden magical paper crane happened to fly by, scattering a string of tiny light points and off-key, sweet musical notes. Chapter 29, The Shadow of the Devil's Snare and the Heartbeat Invitation, Part 1. Time crawled for a few agonizing seconds in suffocating silence. Hermione finally found the switch for her voice, but all that came out was a short, faint, Lynn's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly, as if confirming she had heard him. He patiently repeated, his tone steady and unruffled, the ball. Do you have a partner? No, I don't, Hermione blurted out, her voice rising slightly due to nervousness, then immediately regretting it, feeling she had answered too quickly and eagerly, making her seem silly. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust her already neat robe sleeves, trying to hide her flushed cheeks and frantic heartbeat. The moonstone against her skin sent waves of warm throbbing, as if echoing her drumming heart. Lynn got his answer, simply acknowledging it, his gaze still fixed on Hermione's face, as if evaluating something, or perhaps waiting. The air once again fell into delicate stalemate. Hermione felt her brain was about to burst with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. What did he mean by asking that? Pure curiosity, or, no, impossible, how could Lynn? But if he didn't mean that, why would he specifically ask? Could it be? A bold thought that made her heart tremble uncontrollably surfaced. She mustered the greatest courage of her life, suddenly looked up, meeting Lynn's deep, pond-like eyes, her voice carrying a subtle tremor she didn't even notice. You? What are you asking this for? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. It sounded almost like an interrogation. Lynn seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He didn't answer immediately, but instead took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of Hermione. The distance suddenly closed, and Hermione could even smell his familiar, clean and fresh scent, like a forest after rain, mixed with a faint starlight star radiance of the Starstone. Instantly enveloping her, she unconsciously held her breath. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze level with hers, and in those usually calm black eyes, her shy and nervous little face was clearly reflected. Then, in a perfectly natural, matter-of-fact tone, he clearly said, if not, then. He paused, as if stating an established fact. Come with me. It wasn't a request, nor a question, it was a statement. Boom. Hermione felt something explode in her mind. Brilliantly, all the nervousness, speculation, and uncertainty were dispelled by this blunt, almost domineering announcement. A huge, ineffable joy instantly broke through all her defenses, surging from the deepest part of her heart, rapidly spreading through her limbs, making her almost unable to stand steady. The moonstone suddenly became scorching hot, transmitting its owner's uncontrollable excitement. Okay, this time, her answer had no hesitation, clear and bright, with a joy and firmness she didn't even realize. Her bright brown eyes sparkled with pure, unreserved light, fixed on Lynn, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Lynn looked at the girl's instantly brightened expression, and deep within his usually calm eyes, a faint, elusive smile seemed to flit across. He nodded almost imperceptibly, as if merely finalizing a schedule. The air in the practice room, which had been stagnant and tense, instantly became light and sweet outside the window. Another magic paper crane flew by, scattering fine golden dust, like the fireworks blooming in Hermione's heart at this moment. The joy of securing a ball partner was like the sweetest honey, filling Hermione with enthusiasm for her practices over the next few days. She even felt that the Lumis Maxima light orb was a few shades brighter than usual. Finally, the day of the mission arrived late on a Friday night, when the entire castle was asleep, and only moonlight streamed through the high-arched windows. 4 figures once again squeezed under the invisibility cloak, like nocturnal ghosts, silently sneaking towards the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. This time, besides nervousness, Hermione felt a strange sense of calm, because Lynn was by her side. It was still the gloomy, silent corridor. The heavy oak door was tightly closed, with a heavy, heart-pounding breathing sound emanating from the crack. Ron took a deep breath, his trembling hand pressing the play button on the tape recorder. Immediately, an extremely soft, soothing lullaby melody, like a mother's hum, echoed in the silent corridor, its volume amplified by the sonorous charm, clearly penetrating the heavy wooden door. Inside the door, Fluffy's thunderous snores and wet breathing suddenly paused the moment the lullaby began. Immediately after, a strange, bewildered whimper sounded, interspersed with a few snorting sounds like sneezes. Heavy footsteps paced irritably behind the door for a few circles, and then, the unsettling snores resumed, becoming deep and steady at an astonishing speed. As if a real baby had fallen into deep sleep, Harry cautiously pushed open a crack in the door. Fluffy's massive body was curled up in the center of the room, its 3 huge dog heads slumped on the floor, 6 eyes tightly closed, drool dripping from its jowls, forming a small puddle, rising and falling with the rhythm of its enormous snores. The power of music was indeed magical. "Quick," Harry whispered, squeezing through the door first. Ron followed closely, holding the tape recorder, ensuring the music continued to play. Lynn protected Hermione, and the two quickly slipped in. The room was filled with a strong, musky odor emanating from Fluffy as he slept. The 3-headed beast was like a sleeping mountain of flesh, each breath causing a tremor. The 4 held their breath, tiptoeing around Fluffy's massive body, their hearts almost leaping out of their throats. Hermione clutched her wand tightly, her fingertips icy. Lynn's hand remained gently at her back, maintaining a silent protective stance. Finally, they safely reached the entrance covered by a heavy trapdoor between Fluffy's hind legs. Harry crouched down, grasped the cold iron ring, and pulled it up with force. Creak, the heavy trapdoor swung open, revealing the bottomless darkness below, and a damp, cold wind carrying the scent of earth and decaying plants rushed out. "I'll go first," Harry said, jumping down without hesitation. A dull thud echoed in the darkness. "It's okay. Not high. It's very soft down here." Ron jumped down next. Lynn looked at Hermione, his eyes signaling. Hermione took a deep breath and nodded. Lynn jumped down first, then immediately turned, extending his arms steadily. "Jump." In the darkness, Hermione couldn't see below, but Lynn's steady voice and outstretched arms gave her immense courage. She closed her eyes, took a step forward, and leaped down. There was no sensation of falling as she expected. Her feet landed steadily on a somewhat elastic, slightly damp ground, her body tilting slightly forward due to inertia. A pair of strong arms immediately steadied her shoulders, catching her firmly. "Are you all right?" Lynn's voice was close, his warm breath brushing her forehead. Hermione regained her footing, and by the faint moonlight filtering through the trapdoor above, she could barely make out a small, cellar-like space. She was standing on a thick layer of dark green, slimy moss. "No, that's not right. They seem to be wriggling. What in the name of Merlin is this place?" Ron's voice was disgusted. He was trying hard to pull his feet out of the slimy moss. Just then, the trapdoor above slammed shut with a bang. The last sliver of moonlight vanished, plunging the entire space into complete darkness. "Loomis!" Harry and Hermione shouted almost simultaneously, the tips of their wands glowing. However, the moment the light appeared, the ground beneath them suddenly came alive. The dark green, slimy vines, like startled venomous snakes, wrapped around them at an astonishing speed, cold, slick, and carrying a nauseating scent of decay. They instantly coiled around Harry's ankles and Ron's calves. The strength of the vines was astonishing, carrying a malicious intent to drag them deep underground. "Devil's snare!" Hermione shrieked, immediately remembering Quirrell's mark in Snape's book. She desperately tried to shake off the vines wrapped around her ankles, but they tightened like they were alive. Chapter 30, The Shadow of the Devil's Snare and the Heartbeat Invitation, Part 2. "Ah! It's choking me!" Ron shrieked in terror, already entangled up to his waist by the vines, his body aching from the constriction, and his breathing becoming difficult. "Don't struggle," Hermione's mind flashed, and she suddenly recalled the line from a book. Photophobic properties can be reversed by high-intensity light and heat spells. The more you struggle, the tighter it wraps. Relax. Harry. Ron. Relax your bodies. Try not to move. Hearing this, Harry and Ron, suppressing their fear and the feeling of suffocation, tried to relax their tense bodies and stopped struggling forcefully. Sure enough, the coiling vines seemed to pause, and the speed of their tightening slowed. Light. Bright light. Hermione immediately raised her wand, took a deep breath, and focused all her attention. Lumus Maxima. Buzz, an extremely dazzling white orb of light, like a small sun, instantly burst forth from the tip of Hermione's wand. The strong light instantly filled the entire cramped space, illuminating every wriggling, dark green vine in exquisite detail. Hiss! It was as if the painful shrieks of the vines could be heard. The vines wrapped around Harry and Ron recoiled and convulsed violently, as if burned by a hot iron. They writhed frantically, quickly releasing their prey like a receding tide, desperately retreating and coiling into corners away from the light source, into deeper, darker shadows. In just a few seconds, the devil's snare, which had almost swallowed the trio, retreated to the corner under the strong light, shivering and forming a dark green, constantly wriggling shadow, no longer daring to approach the area illuminated by the orb of light. Harry and Ron fell to the ground in disarray, gasping for breath, their faces showing the relief and terror of having narrowly escaped death. Hermione also let out a sigh of relief, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her arm holding the powerful light spell slightly aching. Lynn stood beside her. He had not been entangled by the vines, perhaps due to his landing position. At this moment, he looked at the small sun in Hermione's hand that dispelled darkness and danger, and a flicker of subtle admiration passed through his eyes. The strong light not only repelled the devil's snare but also illuminated the entire room. It was a stone-built room, and apart from the wriggling devil's snare in the corner, there was only a narrow passage ahead, leading to an unknown destination. Well done, Hermione. Harry praised her sincerely. Ron also nodded, panting, "Thank you. You saved us." Hermione pursed her lips a little shyly, maintaining the orb of light. "Let's go. There's still a path ahead." The passage wasn't long, ending in a brightly lit stone chamber. The arched ceiling of the chamber was covered with twinkling star patterns, and bright torches lit the walls. However, what was most striking was the scene in the center of the stone chamber. Thousands of keys, shimmering with various colors of light. They buzzed and flew madly in the vast stone chamber like a disturbed swarm of bees. Some were as large as brooms, others as small as beetles, varying in shape. There were silvery, golden, coppery, iron gray, and even rusty ones. They flapped wings made of feathers, metal flakes, or even magical light, forming a chaotic and dazzling storm of flowing light. At the other end of the room, a heavy oak door was tightly shut, secured by a huge, ancient-looking brass padlock. Clearly, the correct key needed to be found to open this door. Ron stared dumbfounded at the sky full of flying insects. "We have to find the key to that lock from this pile of things? How is that even possible?" Harry also frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the flying keys and the huge padlock. The keyhole of the padlock was oddly shaped, seemingly requiring a key with winged decorations on its handle. "Search," Lynn said concisely, his gaze like the most precise probe, quickly scanning the swarm of keys flying in the air. His sight finally settled on a corner near the ceiling. There, an ancient-looking silver key was trying to hide itself behind several large iron keys. Its handle was distinctly inlaid with a pair of tiny, sapphire-like transparent magic wings. This was exactly the shape of the padlock's keyhole. "Found it!" Harry also saw it and shouted excitedly, the silver one with sapphire wings. But then came the problem. That key was extremely cunning and flew the highest and fastest, like a nimble fish in a vast swarm of keys. It seemed to sense being watched, immediately accelerated, and weaved through the key storm, trying to shake off its pursuers. "We need brooms." Harry immediately reacted and rushed to the corner of the stone chamber. Sure enough, there were several flying brooms there, old-fashioned, like spare school brooms. He grabbed a Nimbus 2000, an older model than his Nimbus 2000, and straddled it. "I'll go after it." "Wait, Harry," Hermione quickly called out, "there are too many keys. It's too chaotic. It'll be hard for you alone." Harry had already pushed off with his feet, and the broom carried him charging into the key storm. He skillfully dodged the haphazardly flying keys, his gaze fixed on the silvery streak, chasing after it. The key swarm was stirred into even greater chaos, like a disturbed hornet's nest, with countless keys trying to collide with Harry. Making clinking sounds, Ron also quickly grabbed the broom. "I'll help him," he clumsily assented, wobbling as he tried to intercept. The key speed was astonishingly fast, and it was extremely cunning, using its companions as cover. Harry almost caught it several times, but it always slipped away by a hair's breadth. Ron's addition only made the scene more chaotic, almost colliding with Harry several times. "No. We can't catch it this way." Hermione watched from below, anxious. Lynn's gaze calmly followed the silver key's flight path, his brain calculating rapidly like a precise instrument. He noticed that each time the key was cornered, it would make a very brief feint, attempting to dash towards the star-patterned ceiling above, then rapidly plummet and change direction. It seemed to be intentionally leading its pursuers to collide with the ceiling. "Directional prediction," Lynn whispered to Hermione, then also grabbed the broom, fluidly straddling it. "Cover me." "Ah. Okay." Although Hermione didn't understand his exact plan, she unhesitatingly raised her wand, aimed at the cunning silver target in the key swarm. Impedimenta. An invisible impedimenta spell accurately shot towards the silver key's flight path ahead. The key, caught off guard, slammed into the invisible barrier, its speed abruptly stalling, and its flight path disrupted. It was at this very moment Lynn moved. He steered his broom not directly at the key, but at an extremely tricky angle, charging diagonally upwards. His target was not the key's current position, but the direction it was most likely to flee after its trajectory was disrupted, based on its habitual movements, precisely its usual upward feint path. Indeed, after escaping the impedimenta spell, the silver key instinctively made that upward feint. And Lynn, like a falcon that had been waiting there, appeared with unparalleled precision directly in front of it. The timing was absolutely perfect. Lynn didn't even reach out to grab it, he simply hovered steadily there. The frantic silver key, carried by its momentum, crashed right into Lynn's already open, waiting palm. "Caught it!" Hermione cried out excitedly from below, her eyes full of surprise and admiration. Lynn firmly held the key, controlling his broom to land lightly. Harry and Ron also landed, panting, their faces filled with admiration. "That was brilliant, Lynn," Harry said sincerely. Lynn said nothing, merely walked to the heavy oak door and precisely inserted the silver key with the sapphire wings into the huge brass padlock. Click. A lock opened beyond the door was the unknown next challenge. But at this moment, all four were filled with the exhilaration of having passed two stages. Lynn pushed open the oak door, a dim light emanated from within, illuminating the new challenge ahead. Hermione looked at Lynn's calm profile, her heart still beating a little fast, not only because of the recent danger but also because of that reassuring strength and unspoken understanding. The moonstone on her chest pulsed with a warm, sweet throb. Chapter 31, Chess Game, Magic Mirror, and Cold Confrontation. The stone chamber was vast and empty, its floor precisely divided into 64 giant black and white squares, resembling a wizard chessboard magnified countless times at both ends of the board. 2 rows of towering chess pieces stood silently, not ordinary stone carvings, but lifelike, gigantic wizard chess statues emanating a cold magical glow. The black pieces were carved from a deep, shiny black stone, while the white pieces were made of warm, milky white marble. Kings, queens, knights, bishops, castles, pawns. They held massive stone weapons, silently guarding their respective positions like sleeping giants. At the far end of the board, a tightly shut stone door was the only exit. "Giant wizard chess," Hermione gasped, her voice unnaturally clear in the silent stone chamber. "Do we need to win this game to pass?" "It seems so." Lynn's gaze quickly swept over the entire board layout. His brain, like the most precise computer, began analyzing the situation. Black moves first? Or white? What are the rules? As if in response to their questions, an ancient, emotionless voice, like grinding stones, echoed through the stone chamber. "Challengers, choose a side. Take the place of a piece, win the game. Losers shall be crushed. Now, begin." No sooner had the voice faded than, in the black encampment, a plump statue wielding a giant axe suddenly let out a dull roar, its heavy stone foot lifting and moving 2 squares forward. The movement was accompanied by a grating, teeth-rattling sound. The rules were cruel and direct. Someone had to become a chess piece, personally entering the fray, and any piece from the losing side would be mercilessly eaten by the opponent, crushed. All 4 of their faces grew solemn. "I'll do it." Ron suddenly stepped forward, his voice filled with a do-or-die determination, his eyes fixed on the white king statue. "I'm good at this. I often play wizard chess with my dad at home. Let me be the king." "I'll command." Ron, Harry and Hermione exclaimed simultaneously, filled with worry. No time to argue. Time's running out, Ron interrupted them, his tone unusually firm. This is the only way. Trust me. He looked at Lynn, seeking support. Lynn's gaze lingered on Ron's face for a moment, then swept over the position of the White King on the board. The king was in the back, relatively safe, but it also meant other pieces would have to charge into battle and take risks. He nodded. All right. You command? Ron took a deep breath and strode to the White King's position, standing firm. The moment he took his place, the giant king statue seemed to merge with him, emitting a faint ripple of magic. Harry, Ron's voice echoed in the empty stone chamber, calm like a commander. You take the castle. Stand in that position. Hermione, you go to the bishop next to the queen. Lynn, he hesitated, looking at Lynn, knight. Highly mobile. Stand in the knight's position. The three immediately followed instructions and stood in their designated chess piece positions. Harry stood in the White Castle position on the left, Hermione stood in the bishop position to the right of the queen, and Lynn stood in the knight's position in front of the king. The moment they took their places, the massive stone bases beneath them also glowed faintly, as if activated. The game officially began. Ron displayed an impressive talent for chess. His gaze was sharp, his mind agile, and he quickly issued commands. Pawn, move 2 squares forward. Bishop, move 3 squares diagonally. Capture the black pawn. Lynn. Knight, h3 to f5. Intercept that black knight. Harry. Castle, move straight forward. Threaten the black queen. The stone chess pieces moved heavily and precisely at his command, each step accompanied by a massive roar and flying stone chips. Each time a black piece was captured, the opponent was mercilessly smashed by a white piece, sending stone fragments flying. The scene was breathtaking. Hermione watched nervously. She fully trusted Ron's judgment, but every time the pieces moved, especially when Lynn, as the knight, had to delve deep into enemy territory, her heart leaped into her throat, and the moonstone pulsed with nervous tremors. Lynn, however, remained calm, like the stone warhorse beneath him, his gaze calmly surveying the entire board, precisely executing Ron's commands, each move perfectly resolving a crisis or creating an opportunity. The black piece's offensive was extremely fierce, each move filled with murderous intent. Soon, the white side also paid a price. Hermione's bishop position was ambushed by a black knight, a giant stone hammer whistling down. Although she dodged in time, the stone bishop base beneath her was smashed to pieces. Shards of stone flew. Hermione cried out in surprise, tumbling awkwardly to a safe area, her arm cut by a shard. Hermione, Harry exclaimed. I'm fine. Hermione gritted her teeth and scrambled up, her wand tightly gripped, her face pale but her eyes still firm. Lynn's gaze swept over the cut on her arm, his eyes darkening slightly, but he didn't lose focus. As the black side's offensive grew even fiercer, the battle on the chessboard grew increasingly brutal. White's pawns were almost completely lost, and Harry's castle position was under immense pressure. Ron's forehead was beaded with sweat, his lips tightly pressed, but his eyes grew even more focused and sharply saw an opportunity. A highly risky, but potentially decisive, opportunity. Lynn, Ron's voice was filled with desperate resolve. Knight, move to e7. Check the black king. This was an extremely dangerous, sacrificial position. After Lynn moved forward, he would be completely exposed to the firepower of the black queen and black castle. Lynn didn't hesitate for a moment. The stone horse beneath him raised its front hooves, letting out a silent whinny, carrying him resolutely towards the designated e7 square. The heavy hooves pounded on the stone slabs, making a resounding thud that struck hard. He landed precisely. The massive stone sword pointed directly at the black king. Check, Ron roared. The black king's enormous body trembled. Its only escape route was to move to the f8 square. However, that was exactly what Ron was waiting for. Harry, Ron's voice was distorted with excitement. Castle. Move to f8. Stalemate. Checkmate. The castle statue where Harry stood erupted in dazzling white light, moving heavily and swiftly in a straight line, crashing into the f8 square. The giant gate-like weapon completely blocked the Black King's last retreat. The Black King's massive body stood frozen in place, as if unable to accept the fact of defeat. A few seconds later, it let out a dull, mountain-collapsing sound of shattering. The entire statue disintegrated from within, turning into a pile of huge rubble, collapsing with a crash. Dust billowed. They won. The other white pieces also stopped moving, like stone carvings that had fulfilled their mission. Returning to silence, Ron, as if exhausted, slid from the king's position to the ground, gasping for breath, but his face was filled with immense excitement and pride. Merlin's beard. We won. Harry also slumped beside the castle's base, a post-survival smile on his face. Hermione, clutching her injured arm, looked at the scarred chessboard and the pile of Black King rubble in the center, a symbol of victory, and let out a long sigh of relief. Lynn jumped down from the knight's position, the stone horse resuming its stillness after he left. He walked directly to Hermione, stopping in front of her, his gaze falling on the bleeding scratch on her arm. "How is the injury?" His voice was low, carrying a hint of imperceptible concern. "It's just a scratch, it's fine." Hermione quickly shook her head, trying to hide her hand behind her back, but Lynn gently grasped her wrist. He naturally took out a small bottle of myrtlap essence he carried with him, dabbed some onto a clean gauze, and carefully applied it to Hermione's wound. The liquid brought a cool sensation and a slight sting, but it was quickly replaced by a warm, comfortable feeling. Lynn's movements were gentle, the touch of his fingers carrying a focused tenderness that made Hermione's heartbeat uncontrollably faster. Her cheeks slightly flushed. The moonstone pulsed with waves of warmth, clearer than the sensation of the wound healing. There, Lynn finished treating the wound, letting go of her hand with clean, decisive movements. Hermione looked at the rapidly clotting and scabbing wound on her arm and whispered, "Thank you, MM." Lynn responded, his gaze already turning to the stone door that had just opened. Passing through the stone door, the next stone chamber was even more bizarre. The air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench of sulfur and blood, making one gag. The ground was slippery, scattered with broken bottles and jars and scorched marks. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently taken place here. At the end of the stone chamber, there was only one thing, an extremely tall mirror. It almost reached the arched stone ceiling. Its ornate golden frame carved with intricate, ancient patterns, but its surface was unusually blurry, as if shrouded in a never-dissipating mist. "The Mirror of Eris," Hermione gasped in surprise, recognizing this legendary object she had seen in an illustrated guide in the library's restricted section. "It reflects one's deepest, most desperate desires. But why is it here? Is it also a test to protect the Philosopher's Stone?" Just then, a cold, pain-filled, gasping voice echoed from the shadows of the stone chamber. Give me the Philosopher's Stone." All four were startled. Following the sound, they saw Professor Quirrell stumble out from behind a giant stone pillar. His face was ashen, his lips bloodless, and his entire body trembled violently, his distinctive purple turban hanging askew around his neck, revealing an unnaturally stiff area beneath. One hand pressed tightly against his temple, the other trembled as he pointed his wand at them, his eyes vacant and mad, filled with extreme pain and a forced hysteria. "Professor Quirrell," Harry looked at him in shock. "What happened to you?" "Shut up. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Quirrell's voice suddenly rose, sharp and shrill, the tip of his wand sparking dangerously. My master needs it. Give it to me quickly. Otherwise, master." Hermione caught the word, connecting it to their previous discovery during their night exploration of the office. "Lord Voldemort. It's Lord Voldemort on the back of your head. He's controlling you," she demanded, her voice sharp. Quirrell's body violently shook, his face contorted in extreme fear, as if the name itself could burn him. "No, don't mention my master's name," he shrieked, his wand suddenly pointing at Hermione. Crucio, a blinding red light instantly shot towards Hermione. "Protego." Lynn's reaction was lightning fast. He stepped forward, completely shielding Hermione behind him, and simultaneously flicked his wand. A translucent silver barrier instantly unfolded in front of them. Bang! The red light of the Crucio slammed into the shield charm barrier, erupting in dazzling sparks and a teeth-grating crackling sound. The barrier violently rippled, although it blocked most of the force. The powerful impact still sent Lynn staggering back a step, his back hitting Hermione hard. "Lynn!" Hermione cried out, quickly steadying him. Just then, an even colder, slicker voice, like a venomous snake hissing in one's ear, filled with soul-freezing malice, echoed in the stone chamber. The source of the voice was unmistakably from the back of Quirrell's head. "Fool, worthless. Give me your body." Quirrell let out a desperate, inhuman shriek. The last shred of his own consciousness on his face was instantly consumed by extreme pain and terror. He violently tore off the purple turban from his head, revealing a horrifying sight. Attached to the back of his head was a twisted, flattened face, like a melted wax figure. That face had no nose, only two thin slits for nostrils, and a pair of long, narrow, snake-like eyes glowing with crimson light, staring at them with venomous hatred and a pathological greed. "Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter," that face hissed, filled with deep-seated hatred and a morbid craving, "and the interesting child of the stars. Give me the Philosopher's Stone." The terrifying sight plunged Harry and Ron into an icy abyss, freezing them in place. Hermione also gasped, her face deathly pale, instinctively clutching Lynn's arm. Lynn's eyes instantly became as cold and sharp as a deep pool. He shielded Hermione behind him, his wand steadily pointed at the horrifying face, his voice low and fearless. "Never, you seek death." Lord Voldemort's voice held cruel delight. "Quirrell. Kill them. Especially that troublesome child of the stars." The completely controlled Quirrell let out a beast-like roar, wildly waving his wand. Avada Kedavra, a blinding, sickly green light, symbolizing death, shot out like a venomous snake, tearing through the air, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, directly at Lynn, who stood in front. Death was at hand. The green light illuminated Lynn's calm profile and Hermione's eyes, wide with sudden, extreme fear. "No!" Hermione let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body erupting with unprecedented strength, actually trying to push Lynn away. However, Lynn's movements were faster than hers. He didn't dodge. Instead, he abruptly turned sideways, using his shoulder and arm to tightly shield Hermione, who was trying to block him, in his embrace. At the same time, the starstone pendant he wore on his chest, at the moment the killing curse was about to strike, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, brilliant starlight star radiance, like a supernova explosion. A thin, yet incredibly solid, silver halo instantly enveloped his entire body. Boom! A deafening blast echoed. The sickly green killing curse slammed into that seemingly thin silver halo. It didn't penetrate. Instead, it was like hitting a wall of bronze and iron, erupting in a violent energy shock. The entire stone chamber trembled. Rubble clattered down. Lynn's body was struck by an invisible giant hammer, flying backward. He held Hermione tightly, and together they slammed heavily into the golden frame of the massive mirror of Ares behind them. The immense impact made the mirror hum. Ugh! Lynn let out a suppressed groan, his face instantly turning deathly pale, a streak of stark red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His arm, which had been protecting Hermione, fell limply, his body sliding down the mirror frame, dropping to one knee on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The starstones light-limbed, becoming as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Forcibly activating the starstone's inherent power to resist the killing curse came at a huge cost. Lynn, Hermione struggled free from his embrace, seeing the blood at his mouth and his instantly weakened aura. Her heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand, aching to the point of breathless terror. Immense fear and heartache instantly overwhelmed her. She frantically rushed to his side, her hands trembling as she supported his swaying body, her voice choked with tears. "Are you all right? Don't scare me." Lynn coughed violently a few times, each cough pulling at the intense pain in his chest. He raised his eyes, seeing the tears in Hermione's eyes and her undisguised fear and heartache, and the blood-stained corner of his mouth pulled up in a very slight, almost imperceptible smile, his voice hoarse but with a strange reassurance. "I'm fine." He laboriously raised his uninjured hand, seemingly wanting to wipe away the tears on her face, but in the end, it just rested weakly on her arm. Just then, the mirror of Ares, which had been humming from the impact, its never-dissipating mist on the surface, suddenly began to violently ripple, as if activated by the recent impact. Chapter 32, The True Meaning in the Mirror and Sparks of Fire, Part 1. Quirrell, or rather, Lord Voldemort's gaze was subconsciously drawn to the sudden turn of events, and his wand's aim faltered for a moment, but the sight reflected in the mirror instantly froze everyone in the stone chamber. The mirror did not reflect the stone chamber, nor did it reflect any of their own images. In the mirror, there was only one figure. It was a tall, distinguished young man. He wore Hogwarts robes, but had a head of black hair like obsidian, extremely rare in the wizarding world. His eyes were calm and deep, as if containing a sea of stars. He looked down slightly, concentrating on his palm, where a warm, white stone, emanating a soft, moon-like glow, lay quietly. His fingertips gently brushed the stone surface, his movements imbued with an inexpressible sense of cherished care and tenderness. The figure in the mirror was none other than Lynn. But the expression on his face in the mirror was one of focus and gentleness Hermione had never seen before, as if what he held in his palm was a treasure more precious than the Philosopher's Stone. "Impossible." Lord Voldemort's slimy voice for the first time carried a sharp tone of surprise and disbelief. "The mirror of Ares only reflects one's deepest desires." What is this?" Hermione was completely stunned, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. The scene in the mirror struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. Lynn, his deepest desire, was that moonstone? Was it the moonstone she always kept with her, symbolizing their connection, A warmth so immense it almost made her dizzy, accompanied by a strong tremor and an unbelievable sweetness, instantly dispelled all fear and sadness. The moonstone on her chest suddenly became scalding hot, as if responding to the scene in the mirror, emitting a soft glow unlike anything before. Just then, the mirror's image changed again. The Lynn in the mirror, who had been gazing at Hermione, raised his head. His eyes seemed to pierce through the mirror, falling directly and incredibly clearly onto the real world, onto Hermione, who was supporting Lynn, her eyes brimming with tears. In his gaze was a soul-piercing, undisguised, deep as the sea tenderness and a resolute determination to protect. Boom! Hermione felt her soul tremble. The soul-reaching gaze in the mirror, and Lynn's weak yet still protective stance in front of her, instantly overlapped. So his deepest desire was her? Or rather, protecting her, who possessed the moonstone. This realization was like the hottest magma, instantly melting all the ice, making her heart pound wildly, almost bursting through her chest. The moonstone's light grew brighter and brighter, even beginning to actively draw out the restless magic within her. Damn mirror! Damn desires! Lord Voldemort roared in fury. He couldn't comprehend such weak desires, feeling only mocked. Quirrell! Destroy that cursed mirror! Then kill them! The controlled Quirrell let out a bestial roar, abruptly turning his wand towards the massive mirror of Ares Reducto. A blinding beam of destructive light shot towards the mirror. Just as the beam was about to hit the mirror's surface, another anomaly occurred. The figure of Lynn reflected in the mirror, who had been gazing at Hermione, suddenly moved. He seemed to come alive, raising his hand abruptly, not to defend, but to point at Quirrell. Possessed by Lord Voldemort, in the real world, a beam of light, purely condensed from silver starlight, like an arrow shot from a cosmic mirror, ignored the distance of space, striking first despite being launched later, accurately hitting Quirrell's wand-holding arm. Quirrell let out a blood-curdling, distorted scream. His entire right arm, along with his wand, upon contact with the silver starlight, rapidly dissolved, disintegrated, and turned to ash from the point of contact, like a wax figure thrown into flames. The speed was so fast that even Lord Voldemort couldn't react in time. No, Lord Voldemort shrieked in terror and rage. Quirrell's body twitched violently from the horrific injury and Lord Voldemort's uncontrolled power. The face on the back of his head contorted in pain. The figure of Lynn in the mirror, after delivering that blow, quickly blurred, eventually disappearing as the mirror surface was once again enveloped in thick fog. It was as if that astonishing scene had never happened, but Quirrell's lost right arm, the broken remains of his wand, and Lord Voldemort's painfully twisted face on the back of his head, all attested to the reality of the scene that had just unfolded. Now, Harry suddenly reacted. Suppressing the shock from the awe-inspiring sight, he saw that Lord Voldemort seemed to be temporarily out of control due to Quirrell's severe injuries and the backlash of power. This was their only chance. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted with all his might, pointing his wand at Quirrell's remaining left hand. A red light shot out, however. Lord Voldemort's final madness erupted from the severely injured, dying Quirrell. An invisible wave of dark magic, carrying an aura of destruction, suddenly burst forth, sweeping through the entire stone chamber like a shockwave. Petrificus totalis, Hermione almost instinctively shrieked, pouring all her strength into casting the binding spell at the center of the shockwave. Her spell was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against Lord Voldemort's dark magic, instantly dispersed, but just as her magic poured out, the moonstone on her chest burst forth with unprecedented light. A soft yet resilient silver barrier instantly unfolded, just barely protecting her and Lynn behind her. Boom! The dark shockwave collided with the silver barrier, erupting into a violent surge of chaotic energy. Rubble flew everywhere. Harry and Ron were directly thrown back, crashing heavily against the wall, temporarily losing consciousness. Hermione was also shaken by the immense impact, her blood churning, but she held on fiercely, not retreating a single step, firmly protecting the unconscious Lynn behind the barrier. The moonstone's light flickered violently on her chest, as if it could extinguish at any moment at the center of the shockwave. Quirrell's body slumped to the ground like a broken doll, the face of Lord Voldemort on the back of his head twisted, letting out a final, unwilling and venomous hiss. "I will return immediately." A thick, ink-like black smoke suddenly rose from Quirrell's body, carrying a bone-chilling coldness and a nauseating dark aura, like a wounded venomous snake, swiftly piercing through the cracks in the stone chamber's wall, disappearing without a trace. The stone chamber instantly returned to deathly silence, leaving only the lingering dust, pungent smell, and the groans of the injured. The barrier Hermione was maintaining dissipated the moment Lord Voldemort's remnant soul escaped. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed beside Lynn, gasping for breath, trembling all over. The moonstone's light dimmed, but still transmitted a warm sensation. Harry, Ron. She forced herself to look at the two who had been thrown back, her voice hoarse. I'm fine. Harry struggled to crawl out of the rubble, dizzy and disoriented. Ron also groaned and sat up, clearly having taken a hard fall, but his consciousness was still clear. Hermione's heart eased slightly, and she immediately turned all her attention back to Lynn in her arms. His eyes were tightly shut, his face ashen, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible, and the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth had dried, like a stark wound. The Starstone pendant's light was as weak as a candle in the wind. A great fear seized Hermione's heart once more. Lynn, wake up. Don't scare me. She gently patted his cheek, her voice trembling with a sob. No response. Hermione forced herself to calm down. With trembling hands, she carefully unbuttoned Lynn's skull robe, wanting to check the injury on his chest. When the lapels were pulled open, revealing the blood-stained shirt underneath, her breathing almost stopped. Beneath the shirt, near his heart, his skin was horribly charred, as if burned by an invisible flame, surrounded by a web of cracks, with faint silver light flickering beneath the cracks, resisting the erosion of dark magic. That was the last remnant of the Starstone's essence protecting its master. Chapter 33, The True Meaning in the Mirror and Sparks of Fire, Part 2. Merlin. Hermione covered her mouth, tears gushing out again. This was the price of directly withstanding the killing curse. If it weren't for the Starstone, she dared not imagine the consequences. Hermione. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry's voice rang out urgently. He struggled to get up, his gaze falling on the base of the mirror of Erased. With Lord Voldemort's departure, the mirror's surface was once again shrouded in thick fog, but at the base of the mirror, a blood-red stone, emitting a soft glow, had appeared out of nowhere at some point. It lay there quietly, like a beating heart. The Philosopher's Stone. The very thing Lord Voldemort had painstakingly sought, yet it remained here. Harry rushed over and carefully picked up the warm stone. The moment it touched his hand, a gentle yet powerful life force surged into his palm, invigorating him. We have to leave quickly. To Madame Pomfrey, Harry ran back with the Philosopher's Stone, his face turning pale when he saw Lynn's terrible injuries. Right. Hurry. Ron also stumbled over to help just as the three of them were about to lift Lynn together. Hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance of the stone chamber. What happened here? A dignified and shocked voice rang out. Headmaster Dumbledore appeared at the doorway. His silver-white beard and the deep blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles were now filled with gravity and disbelief. Behind him followed Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. Professor Snape's gloomy gaze swept over the chaotic stone chamber, the dead Quirrell, the unconscious Lynn, and finally settled on the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's hand, his expression complex and unreadable. Professor, Harry cried out as if he had seen a savior, his voice choked with tears. It was Quirrell. Lord Voldemort was attached to the back of his head. He wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Lynn. Lynn saved us, he choked, unable to continue. Dumbledore quickly walked to Lynn's side and crouched down, his old but strong fingers gently resting on his pulse, then carefully examining the charred burn on his chest. For the first time, his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, showed an extremely grave expression, especially when he saw the faint starlight flickering beneath the charred wound. Star essence source backlash, Dumbledore murmured softly, his brows tightly furrowed, forcibly activated to counter the killing curse, damaging his foundation. He immediately took out a crystal-clear small vial from his robe sleeve, inside which shimmered a liquid like molten gold. Fawkes's tears, hold him steady. Dumbledore's voice carried an undeniable authority. Hermione immediately gripped Lynn's shoulders firmly. Dumbledore carefully uncorked the vial and dripped a few drops of the golden phoenix tears onto the horrifying charred wound on Lynn's chest. Sizzle, like a red-hot iron meeting ice and snow. The moment the charred wound touched the phoenix tears, a puff of silvery gray smoke with speckles rose. The stubborn dark energy with the aura of the killing curse on the wound seemed to meet its nemesis, emitting a faint, hissing sound like a poisonous snake, and began to be neutralized and dispersed. At the same time, the faint starlight beneath the scar seemed to be nourished, and its glow stabilized slightly Lynn's already faint. Almost imperceptible breathing finally became a little more noticeable after the phoenix tears were applied. Although still weak and rapid, it was no longer on the verge of stopping. Hermione stared intently at Lynn's face. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows seem to relax a little, her tense heartstrings finally loosened slightly, and tears blurred her vision again. The moonstone emitted a faint, comforting warmth. "Immediately send Mr. Lynn to the hospital wing," Dumbledore ordered decisively, his voice filled with unprecedented gravity. "Severus, please escort Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley for a checkup as well. Minerva, please immediately seal this area and notify the Ministry of Magic." Snape nodded silently and stepped forward to support Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall began to cast protective magic with a solemn expression. Hermione didn't move. She still held Lynn tightly, her gaze never leaving his pale face. Dumbledore looked at her, his deep blue eyes filled with profound comfort. "Miss Granger, you also need rest. Mr. Lynn requires the most meticulous treatment, and Madame Pomfrey will take good care of him." Hermione then seemed to awaken from a dream, watching the school healer and stretcher bearers arrive in a hurry, carefully lifting Lynn onto the stretcher. She followed the stretcher, distraught, her hand still unconsciously clutching Lynn's cold fingers, as if that was the only link connecting her world. Passing through the gloomy corridor, leaving the deathly underground stone chamber, and returning to the bright and warm corridor of the castle, Hermione felt no warmth at all. Her heart, along with the unconscious figure on the stretcher, sank into the cold depths of the sea. Only the extremely faint pulse beating in his fingertips and the continuous warmth of the moonstone sustained her from collapsing. The pungent smell of disinfectant in the hospital wing assailed her. Madame Pomfrey, like the most capable general, directed the nurses to settle Lynn on a bed by the window, immediately beginning to busily examine, cast spells, and prepare potions. Hermione was stopped outside the white curtain. She could only see Madame Pomfrey's serious face and the flickering healing light from the tip of her wand through the gap. Every time the light shone, her heart tightened. Harry and Ron were arranged on nearby beds. After a brief examination, Madame Pomfrey confirmed that they had only suffered some bumps and fright, nothing serious. After drinking a calming potion, they soon fell into deep sleep. Only Hermione stood stubbornly outside Lynn's bed curtain, like a silent statue. The bloodstains on her school robe, now dark red, were stark and cold. Tear marks still streaked her cheeks, and her brown eyes had lost their usual sparkle, leaving only an unshakable worry and fear, fixed on the blurred figure within the curtain. Time flowed slowly in the dead silence. Madame Pomfrey finally pulled back the curtain and stepped out, her face showing fatigue, but her expression had relaxed slightly. "Miss Granger," Madame Pomfrey's voice was unusually gentle, "Mr. Lynn is temporarily out of danger." This sentence was like a heavenly sound, instantly shattering Hermione's forced composure. Her legs gave way, and she almost collapsed to the ground, luckily catching herself on a nearby bedpost. Really?" Her voice trembled with disbelief and a sob. "Yes," Madame Pomfrey nodded affirmatively. The phoenix tears brought by Principal played a crucial role, dispelling most of the dark erosion remaining from the killing curse. "His chest wound is very severe, and his star essence source is greatly depleted, but his vital signs have stabilized. However," she paused, looking at Hermione's face which instantly tensed up again, "he will need a long period of rest and magical replenishment to recover, and it is highly likely that he will suffer from lingering effects of damaged magic." He overexerted himself too much? Damaged magic? Hermione's heart sank again. For an exceptionally talented wizard, this was almost a devastating blow. But compared to losing him, this was already the best outcome. As long as he was still alive. "Can I see him?" Hermione's voice held a humble plea. Madame Pomfrey looked at the girl's swollen eyes and distraught appearance, sighed, and stepped aside. "Yes, but don't wake him. What he needs most now is deep sleep to recover." Hermione practically rushed to Lynn's bedside. He lay on the pristine white bed, his face still pale to the point of transparency, his long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes. The wound on his chest was covered with thick, ointment-soaked gauze, and the charred edges were still faintly visible. His breathing was faint and uneven, as if he had merely fallen into deep sleep. Hermione carefully reached out, her fingertips trembling as she very gently touched his hand resting outside the covers. His hand was still cold. She carefully wrapped her own hands around his cold fingers, trying to transfer the warmth from her palms. Tears silently fell, dripping onto the pristine white sheet, spreading into small wet marks. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me," she sobbed softly, her voice broken. "You have to get better. Lynn, please." She stayed by his bedside like that, holding his hand, as if to pull him back from the abyss of slumber. The moonlight outside the window streamed through the glass, gently falling on them both, casting embracing shadows on the bed. The moonstone on her chest emitted a faint yet constant warmth, like an undying glimmer in the darkness, stubbornly connecting two closely intertwined hearts. Chapter 34, Morning Light on the Hospital Bed and Unhealed Star Scars. Hermione did not know how long she had held Lynn's hand. Watching over him, the moon outside the window gradually set, and the inky blue sky showed the first hint of gray. The hospital wing was so quiet that only Lynn's faint but steady breathing remained, along with her own rapid heartbeat. Caused by exhaustion and anxiety, she dared not close her eyes, afraid of missing even the slightest change in him when the first true ray of morning light, warm and golden, slanted through the high glass window and fell upon Lynn's pale face. His eyelashes fluttered almost imperceptibly. Hermione's heart gave a sudden leap. She held her breath, leaned forward, and stared at him without blinking. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, the thick eyelashes fluttered again, and then, very slowly, a slit opened his deep, calm black eyes, with a confused of just waking and a persistent weariness, struggled to focus. His gaze first blurred across the unfamiliar white ceiling, then moved downwards, little by little, with some effort, finally settling on the figure by the bed that was almost falling onto him. Hermione's hair was disheveled, there were heavy dark circles under her eyes, tear streaks crisscrossed her cheeks, and her school robes were wrinkled and stained with dark red blood. She looked terrible, like a startled, yet stubbornly protective, small animal. But when her gaze met his open eyes, those brown eyes, originally bloodshot and filled with worry and fear, instantly lit up with immense surprise, like fireworks suddenly exploding in the night sky. Lynn. Her voice was hoarse, tearful, yet filled with the immense joy of having him back, so soft as if she feared disturbing him. You're awake. How do you feel? Does it hurt? Should I call Madame Pomfrey? A string of questions tumbled out like pearls, her hand still tightly gripping his, conveying a burning warmth and an uncontrollable tremor. Lynn's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to speak, but his cracked lips only moved, emitting a very hoarse breath. A dull, sharp pain shot through the area of his chest covered by thick bandages, reminding him of everything that had happened before he lost consciousness. He tried to move his fingers and found them tightly held by Hermione. With astonishing strength his gaze fell on Hermione's haggard face, seeing the tears welling in her eyes and the undisguised concern and lingering fear that almost overflowed. A strange sensation, tinged with a subtle sting, passed through his heart. Clearer than the physical pain, he turned his hand, using all the strength he could muster at that moment, and very subtly, yet incredibly firmly, squeezed her cold fingers back. This subtle movement struck Hermione like an electric current. All her worries, fears, and forced resilience completely broke down at this moment. Hot tears streamed out, and she could no longer hold back. Leaning down and gently resting her forehead beside his uninjured shoulder, sobbing suppressedly, her hot tears soaked his hospital gown. Don't cry. A voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible came from above, carrying a clumsy attempt at comfort. Hermione cried even harder, her shoulders shaking slightly. She wasn't sad, it was a huge release after immense tension, the ecstasy of having him back. Just then, Madame Pomfrey, as if on cue, hurried in, pushing aside the curtain, carrying a steaming tray of potions. Seeing a conscious Lynn and a tearful Hermione, a hint of undetectable softening appeared on her stern face. It's good that you're awake. Her voice was professionally crisp. She put down the tray, picked up her wand, and began a quick examination. Magic fluctuations are extremely weak. The star essence source damage is more severe than expected. The dark erosion in the chest has been suppressed by phoenix tears, but healing will be very slow. Listen, Mr. Lynn. She looked sternly into Lynn's eyes. Your body is now like fragile glass for at least a month. Any form of magic use is forbidden, including the smallest levitation charm. You need absolute rest to allow the star essence source to slowly repair itself. Understand? Lynn looked at her in silence, and after a few seconds, he nodded almost imperceptibly. He knew the condition of his body better than anyone. The backlash from forcibly activating the star stone against a killing curse was far beyond imagination. As for you, Miss Granger, Madame Pomfrey turned to the still sniffling Hermione, her tone a little softer. You've been watching over him here all night now. Immediately, go back to your dormitory, wash up, eat, sleep. Otherwise, I'll give you a bottle of draught of living death and make you sleep for 3 days. Her gaze fell on the bloodstains on Hermione's school robes and her haggard face, leaving no room for argument. Hermione suddenly looked up, tears still on her face, and looked eagerly at Lynn. But, no buts, Madame Pomfrey cut her off decisively. What he needs most now is quiet rest. Your presence here, besides making him worry, is no help at all. Go back immediately. This is a medical order. Hermione was speechless, only able to look at Lynn for help. Lynn met her gaze and again shook his head very slightly, his eyes calm, conveying the meaning of be obedient. All right, Hermione bit her lower lip, reluctantly letting go of Lynn's hand, his faint body warmth still lingering on her fingertips. She walked towards the door, looking back every few steps, her gaze fixed on Lynn, as if to engrave his conscious appearance into her mind. Can I come see you at noon? At the door, she couldn't help but turn back, asking Madame Pomfrey in a low voice, her eyes full of pleading. Madame Pomfrey looked at the girl's swollen eyes and finally sighed. After 3 in the afternoon. Visiting hours are half an hour now. Disappear from my sight immediately. Hermione practically ran back to Gryffindor Tower. She haphazardly washed up, gulped down a few mouthfuls of hot milk and bread that the house elf had brought to the common room, and then collapsed onto her bed. The extreme fatigue of her body instantly overwhelmed her, and before her consciousness sank into darkness, the last image that flashed was the moment Lynn opened his eyes, and the weak pressure of him squeezing her hand back. Her sleep was not peaceful. Her dreams were interwoven with the sickly green light of the killing curse in the chamber, the roar of Fluffy, Lynn's pale, blood-stained face. Each time she woke up, her heart pounded, and only after confirming it was just a dream did she fall back into restless sleep. By 2:30 in the afternoon, Hermione could no longer lie still. She jumped out of bed and quickly tidied herself up to be neat and refreshed, though the dark circles under her eyes couldn't be completely hidden. Changing into a clean school robe, she thought for a moment. Took out a thick book she had recently been studying about the energy stability of ancient runes from her bedside drawer, and then went to the kitchen to ask for a small pot of warm pumpkin juice. When she appeared at the hospital wing door, 15 minutes early, Madame Pomfrey was sternly changing the dressing for a first-year student. Seeing Hermione, she merely raised an eyebrow, gave a hum, which counted as acquiescence. Hermione tiptoed to Lynn's bedside. He was awake, quietly looking out the window. Sunlight fell on his sharply defined profile, his long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes, his complexion still pale, but with a bit more life than in the early morning. His chest bandages had been changed. Beneath the pristine white bandages, the outline of a hideous scar was still faintly visible. Feeling better, Hermione asked softly, carefully placing the pumpkin juice on the bedside table and the book on the chair she had brought. Lynn turned his head, his gaze falling on her face, and nodded. His eyes lingered for a moment on the faint dark circles under her eyes. I brought you some pumpkin juice, and, I thought if you were bored, I could read something to you. Hermione picked up the thick book a little awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She felt her suggestion might be a bit silly. Lynn's gaze swept over the profound runes book, then returned to Hermione's nervous and expectant face, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. This simple response made Hermione's eyes instantly light up. She immediately sat down in the chair by the bed, opened the book, cleared her throat, and began to read aloud, in a clear and gentle tone, about the principles of stable configurations of ancient runes energy circuits. Her voice flowed through the quiet hospital wing, carrying the clear brightness unique to a young girl. In a focused gentleness, sunlight streamed through the window, warmly enveloping both of them. Hermione read very seriously, and when she encountered particularly difficult parts, she would unconsciously slow down her pace, furrow her brow slightly in thought, and then continue. She was completely immersed, as if she wasn't reading a profound magical theory book, but telling a warm story. Lynn listened quietly, his gaze mostly on the pages of the book, occasionally lifting to fall on Hermione's focused profile. The sunlight outlined her fluffy brown curly hair, dancing on her fair cheeks. When she was deeply engrossed in reading, she would unconsciously sway her head slightly, a few unruly strands of hair falling down and brushing her temple. Her fingertips traced the runes on the pages, with a reassuring rhythm. A strange tranquility enveloped the small space around the sickbed. The physical pain still existed, and the weakness from depleted magic was ever present, but listening to her soft and serious voice, and looking at her vibrant face so close by, Lynn felt a sense of peace he had never experienced before, a comfort that settled deep in his heart. The star stone in his chest emitted a very faint but steady warmth, as if also soothed by the atmosphere. As Hermione read, she would occasionally pause and softly ask, "Is this talking about something like a buffer mechanism for magic circuits? What do you think?" She didn't truly need an answer, it was more like an unconscious sharing and confirmation. Lynn would sometimes nod slightly, other times he would just quietly look at her, his eyes serene. This silent communication, however, made Hermione feel more reassured and content than any words. Time quietly slipped away with the turning of pages and the soft reading. The half-hour visiting time seemed to pass in an instant. When Madame Pomfrey walked over with a stern face to remind her, Hermione was startled to realize the time was up. She closed the book, reluctantly stood up, and looked at Lynn. I'll come see you tomorrow." Lynn's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, then he nodded, his voice still hoarse, but a little clearer. "Okay." That single word, "okay," made a small flower bloom instantly in Hermione's heart. She tried to suppress the upward curve of her lips and said softly, "Then you'll rest well, and don't think about anything." She hesitated, then quickly reached out, her fingertips very gently, like a feather brushing, touched the back of his hand that was resting outside the covers, then quickly pulled back like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushing red. I'm leaving." She grabbed her book and practically fled. Lynn watched the girl's retreating figure disappear behind the curtain, then lowered his gaze to the back of his hand that had just been touched. A faint, warm sensation seemed to linger there. He slowly raised that hand, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the thick bandages on his chest, beneath which the charred scar still throbbed faintly. The weakness caused by the depletion of star essence source was like heavy shackles, clearly reminding him of the price of power. He slowly closed his eyes, sunlight falling on his face, but unable to dispel the deep, dark shadow in his eyes. The path ahead was far from clear. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Stubbornness and Tenderness Under the Star Marks. In the following days, Hermione's life seemed to revolve around the hospital wing. She strictly adhered to Madame Pomfrey's visiting schedule, appearing unfailingly at 3 in the afternoon, bringing warm pumpkin juice, cut fruit, or books she thought Lynn might be interested in, sometimes abstruse ancient ruins theories, sometimes issues of Transfiguration Today journal, and once she even brought a Muggle book, Principles of Basic Physics, tentatively asking if he wanted a change of pace. Most of the time, Lynn just listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly at key points, or expressing his views in extremely brief words. His spirit was slowly recovering, and his pale face gradually regained some color, but the injury to his chest was healing extremely slowly. Beneath the thick bandages, the charred skin and spiderweb-like cracks were still shocking. More worrying was the condition of his magic. Madame Pomfrey strictly forbade him from using even a trace of magic, warning that damage to the star essence source was the most troublesome, with a long and uncertain recovery period, and a slight carelessness could leave permanent hidden injuries. Hermione keenly noticed the subtle melancholy deep in his eyes. For someone as proud as Lynn, the sudden loss of power and being confined to a sickbed was probably more unbearable than physical pain. She could only try harder to find topics, attempting to distract him, or just quietly stay by his side, making the silence less difficult to bear. This afternoon, Hermione arrived at the hospital wing as usual. Madame Pomfrey was in the inner room concocting a pungent-smelling ointment. Hermione tiptoed to Lynn's bedside, only to find him with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Sunlight fell on his tranquil sleeping face, his long eyelashes casting faint, fan-shaped shadows beneath his eyes. His breathing was steady, but his brow was slightly furrowed, as if troubled by something heavy even in his sleep. Hermione's heart softened, and she didn't wake him. She put down the things she had brought and was about to sit in a nearby chair when her gaze inadvertently swept over his hand resting outside the covers. His fingers were outlining something on the white bed sheet. With an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible movement, Hermione held her breath and focused. The trajectory of his fingertip was not an unconscious scratch, but had a specific, familiar rhythm. It was the silent casting gesture for Loomis. He was trying to mobilize his magic. A chill instantly shot from Hermione's feet to the top of her head. Madame Pomfrey's warning was still ringing in her ears. Was he crazy? Almost the next second after Hermione realized what he was doing, Lynn's body trembled violently. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of pain and extreme weakness instantly appeared in his calm black eyes. He pressed his lips tightly, and fine beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on his temples. His hand on the bedsheet clenched abruptly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Beneath the bandages covering his chest, something seemed to be forcibly suppressed, causing a violent heaving. Lynn! Hermione gasped, rushing to the bedside, her heart pounding. What are you doing? You can't use magic. Madame Pomfrey said. Lynn panted a few times, forcibly suppressing the severe pain and dizziness caused by the magical backlash. He looked up at Hermione, his eyes showing a trace of embarrassment at being caught, but more as stubbornness and unwillingness that bordered on obsession. He didn't speak, just averted his gaze, his jawline tense looking at his pale face and the cold sweat on his temples. Hermione was anxious and angry, but mostly heartbroken. Don't you know how dangerous this is? Her voice was tearful, yet she dared not speak too loudly to alarm Madame Pomfrey. Source damage is no joke. Forcibly mobilizing magic now will only worsen the injury. Do you want to never recover? Lynn's lips were a pale, straight line. He remained silent. But his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his inner struggle. The loss of power, like a beast stripped of its claws, this feeling of powerlessness almost consumed him. He just wanted to confirm, even if it was just the faintest trace. Hermione looked at his stubborn profile, all her reproaches stuck in her throat, turning into deeper heartache. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and softened her voice, with an unprecedented gentleness and firmness. Lynn, look at me. Lynn's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and he slowly turned his head. Hermione looked directly into his bottomless black eyes and said, word by word, clearly and earnestly, I know this is hard. I know how important power is to you. But now is not the time to be strong. You need time, you need patience. Trust me, and trust Madame Pomfrey, okay? Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable strength. I will be here until you are completely well. Anything you need, anything I can do, I will do. So, please don't take risks. Her gaze was clear and firm, filled with undisguised concern and a stubbornness that was almost protective. Lynn looked at his reflection in the girl's eyes, at her slightly reddened eyes from tension and worry, and the taut string of unwillingness and anxiety in his heart seemed to be gently plucked by a gentle yet strong hand. A crack appeared in his stubborn wall. His tightly clenched fist slowly, very slowly, loosened. His tense jawline also relaxed slightly. He did not speak, but the deep melancholy and ferocity in his eyes seemed to dissipate somewhat, replaced by a complex, weary expression tinged with a hint of compromise. He nodded almost imperceptibly, very slightly. This small gesture finally allowed Hermione's suspended heart to settle. She let out a long sigh, feeling a layer of cold sweat on her back. She quickly picked up the warm towel nearby and gently wiped the cold sweat from his temples. Drink some water? She picked up the water cup and carefully offered it to his lips. Lynn silently took a few sips of warm water from her hand. The warm water slid down his dry throat, seemingly soothing the restless magical backlash within him. The atmosphere finally eased. Hermione sat back in the chair, not immediately picking up a book as usual, but just quietly staying with him. The warm sunlight fell on both of them, and the air was filled with the smell of herbs and disinfectant, yet it was strangely no longer so pungent after a long while. Lynn's low, hoarse voice sounded, with a hint of awkwardness that was hard to detect. That book, Hermione didn't react for a moment. The Muggle, he paused. Physics. Hermione's eyes lit up instantly. He had actively asked about the Muggle physics book she thought was least likely to interest him. This was a huge step forward. She quickly took out Principles of Basic Physics from her bag and presented it to him like a treasure. This one. It talks about force and motion, energy conversion, and, well, some basic laws of the universe. Although the manifestations are different from magic, I think some principles might be similar. She excitedly opened the book, pointing to the table of contents and beginning to explain, her voice regaining its usual vitality. Lynn listened quietly, his gaze falling on the unfamiliar formulas and concepts, not interrupting her. Sunlight fell on the pages of the book, and also on his focused profile, dispelling some of the gloom brought by his illness. Time quietly slipped by with Hermione's gentle explanations and Lynn's occasional nods. When the chime signaling the end of visiting hours sounded, Hermione still felt a little reluctant to leave. Shall I continue explaining Newton's laws to you tomorrow? She closed the book, looking at Lynn expectantly. Lynn's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, then he nodded. Hermione couldn't help but smile, gathering her things to leave. As she reached the door, she couldn't resist looking back and saw Lynn's gaze still on her. She mustered her courage and quickly said, "Take your medicine on time and get plenty of rest." Then, like a startled deer, she turned and ran out. Lynn looked at the retreating figure disappearing through the doorway, then lowered his gaze to his own hand. His fingertips seemed to still retain the warm touch of the towel from when she wiped his cold sweat earlier. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the thick bandages on his chest. The pain was still there, the weakness of depleted magic was ever present, but the anxious wasteland in his heart, frozen by the loss of his power, seemed to have been touched by a faint yet continuous ray of warm sunshine. The Hogwarts school year, after a tumultuous period, finally sailed into calm conclusion. As exam week ended, The castle was filled with a relaxed and pleasant sense of farewell. The sun grew hotter, and the black lake shimmered under its rays, as if sprinkled with crushed diamonds. After staying in the hospital wing for a full 3 weeks, Lynn was finally graciously permitted by Madame Pomfrey to return to the tower to recuperate. However, he was still strictly restricted in his range of activities and forbidden from using any magic. The scorched scar on his chest had scabbed over, and the cracks at the edges had faded considerably, no longer shimmering with silver light, but leaving a permanent, gruesome scar as if struck by lightning. Most critically, his star essence source, like a dry, cracked riverbed, was recovering extremely slowly. Madame Pomfrey frankly stated that it would require years of patient nurturing, and in the short term, he could only be a normal person with magic so weak he was almost indistinguishable from a squib. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the proud Lynn. On the day he was discharged, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were already waiting at the hospital wing entrance. When Lynn walked out in his neat school robes, his figure seemed a bit thinner than before, his face still pale from illness, but his eyes were calm, showing little emotion. Only Hermione noticed his fingers, hanging at his side, imperceptibly curling in the sunlight. "Hey, mate. You're finally out." Ron clapped Lynn on the shoulder boisterously, carefully avoiding his chest. "How do you feel? Madame Pomfrey's potions didn't pickle you, did they?" Harry also stepped forward with a smile. "Welcome back to the team. We saved a lot of chocolate frogs for you." Lynn nodded at them in response. His gaze swept past them and landed on Hermione, who was a step behind. She had intentionally styled her hair neatly today, and her eyes sparkled with undisguised joy. "Let's go." Hermione stepped forward, her voice light, trying to dispel the invisible heaviness. "Back to the tower. There's a farewell party in the common room today. Fred and George made a lot of improved better beer." She didn't mention the magic, as if it were just a trivial issue. The four walked together down the sunlit corridor. Lynn's steps were much slower than usual, and he was slightly out of breath. Hermione naturally slowed her pace, walking slightly behind him at his side, her gaze constantly monitoring his condition. Harry and Ron excitedly discussed their holiday plans and rumors of the Quidditch World Cup ahead of them, their chatter echoing in the corridor. Just as they were about to reach the spiral staircase leading to Gryffindor Tower, a gentle voice called out to them, "Mr. Lynn, Miss Granger. Please wait a moment." Headmaster Dumbledore had appeared at the corner of the corridor at some point. His silver white beard gleamed in the sunlight, and his deep blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles held an all-knowing wisdom and a hint of unnoticeable solemnity. "Principal." The four stopped. "Harry, Ron, please wait a moment," Dumbledore said with a smile, his gaze falling on Lynn and Hermione. "I have a few words I'd like to discuss privately with these two young heroes." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Though curious, they obediently walked a short distance away to wait. Dumbledore led the two to a sunny bay window nearby. Outside was the expanse of Quidditch pitch and distant rolling green hills. "Firstly, allow me to once again express my deepest respect and gratitude." Dumbledore's voice was gentle and solemn. His gaze swept over Lynn's still pale face and the faint outline of bandages under his school robes, then rested on Hermione. "The courage, wisdom, and spirit of sacrifice you displayed in the matter of the Philosopher's Stone far exceeded your years. Hogwarts is proud of you." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Lynn beside her. Lynn simply stood calmly, with little expression on his face. "The Philosopher's Stone has already been personally retrieved and safely destroyed by Mr. Nicholas Flamel," Dumbledore continued. "Although Lord Voldemort's remnant soul escaped, this severe blow will prevent him from causing trouble again for a short time. This brief peace was bought with your blood and courage." He paused, his deep blue eyes becoming exceptionally profound, as if they could pierce through appearances and look directly into the essence of the soul. Regarding Mr. Lynn's injuries, his voice deepened slightly. "The damage to the star essence source. I have consulted ancient texts of the Starry School. This innate power, originating from the bloodline, cannot be restored by external potions. It can only rely on slow self-nurturing and strong mental guidance. Patience and time are the best medicine. Forcing it will only be counterproductive and cause irreversible damage." His gaze pointedly fell on Lynn's face. Lynn's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Dumbledore knew. He even knew about the Starry School. "As for you, Miss Granger," Dumbledore's gaze turned to Hermione, with a deep gentleness, "the power of the Moonstone is equally ancient and mysterious. Its resonance with the Starstone may become an unexpected aid in Mr. Lynn's recovery process. The will to protect can sometimes create miracles, Hermione's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively clutched the moonstone pendant at her chest. It was emitting a steady warmth. She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with determination. Finally, Dumbledore's tone took on a hint of seriousness. The Ministry of Magic is highly concerned about this incident. Minister Fudge, well, he may wish to send a specialist to speak with both of you during the summer holidays to understand the detailed events. Please be prepared, he winked suggestively. Of course, how you choose to recount it is your freedom. This news made Hermione frown slightly. The Ministry of Magic's involvement? This was not good news. All right, that's all. Dumbledore resumed his relaxed tone. Enjoy your holidays, children. Especially you, Mr. Lynn. Take good care of yourself. Your power will eventually return. In a more resilient way, he gave Lynn a meaningful look and turned to leave. Sunlight streamed through the bay window, warmly bathing the two of them. In the distance on the Quidditch pitch, a few younger students clumsily chased a model snitch on their brooms, their laughter faintly audible. Lynn silently gazed out the window, the sunlight falling on his sharply defined profile, his long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes. The scar on his chest throbbed faintly beneath his clothes, and the depleted magic within him was like a desolate desert. Dumbledore's words, the Ministry of Magic's attention, felt like invisible shackles. The path ahead was still shrouded in mist just then. A cool yet soft hand carefully, tentatively, gently took his hand, which was hanging at his side. Lynn's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and he slowly turned his head. Hermione was looking up at him, the sunlight dancing in her brown eyes, sparkling with pure and resolute light. She didn't speak, just looked at him, squeezing his hand slightly, as if to transfer her own strength. Between their clasped hands, through their clothes, the moonstone transmitted a clear and warm throb. That warmth, like a tiny electric current, slowly flowed through their clasped hands into Lynn's cold and weary body. He looked at the unwavering trust and protective determination in the girl's eyes, and the heavy desert in his heart seemed to be infused with a faint but incredibly resilient spring. He remained silent, not pulling his hand away, but instead, very subtly, squeezed back. Power might be temporarily lost, but some things, after the storm, were quietly growing in another way, more enduring than the stars. Chapter 36. New home in orange cake starlight. The bell marking the end of the term finally rang, and the Hogwarts Express, puffing white steam, carried students eager to return home away from the platform. Lynn did not follow the crowd to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He carried a simple suitcase, containing only his school robes, textbooks, and a few changes of clothes, and walked in a completely different direction with Hermione and her parents, Wendell and Aunt Monica Granger. The taxi weaved through the bustling streets of London and finally stopped in front of a terraced house with a small garden. Green ivy climbed the red brick walls, the white window frames were polished bright, revealing warm yellow light. The air carried the scent of freshly mown grass and the sweet aroma of baking bread from next door, a stark contrast to the smell of disinfectant mixed with old dust that permeated Chestnut House, implied former residents' orphanage. Welcome home, Lynn. Dr. Aunt Monica Granger smiled warmly, taking the light suitcase from Lynn's hand as if it were something fragile. She had brown curly hair similar to Hermione's, and her eyes were gentle yet capable. Your room is on the second floor, right next to Hermione's. Dentist Wendell Granger patted Lynn's shoulder, his strength just right to avoid his chest, his voice cheerful. We tidied it up a bit, hope you like it. If you need anything, just tell us. Don't be shy. His gaze swept over Lynn's still pale face and overly quiet demeanor, filled with kind concern. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Lynn's voice was still low, but his usual aloofness was replaced by raw gentleness. Stepping into the entryway, warm, dry air enveloped him, mixed with a scent of old books, coffee, and baked goods, unfamiliar yet strangely comforting. The living room sofa was soft and comfortable, covered with a beige long pile carpet, and outside the French windows was a meticulously maintained small garden. All of this formed too stark a contrast to the cold, empty common room, creaking bunk beds, and the ever-present smell of disinfectant and faint mildew in Chestnut House, implied former residents' orphanage. That he remembered. Don't call us Mr. and Mrs., it's too formal. Aunt Monica feigned a scolding. Just call us Uncle Wendell and Aunt Monica. Go check out your room, then come down and try the orange cake I just baked. Hermione said it was the only dessert you ever rated as acceptable. She winked mischievously at her daughter. Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed, and she pushed Lynn towards the stairs. Mom, go check out the room. Lynn was pushed by her onto the carpeted stairs, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards almost imperceptibly. The room wasn't large, but it was bright and tidy. A window faced the lush apple tree in the backyard. The walls were painted a soft light blue, and a single bed with a dark blue star and moon patterned sheet was placed against the wall, next to a desk and wardrobe, both made of natural wood, simple and practical. On the desk, there were even several brand new notebooks and a set of drawing tools neatly arranged, clearly Hermione's doing. This is good. Lynn's gaze swept over every corner of the room, finally resting on the swaying tree shadows outside the window. He said softly, the subtle feeling of suspension in his chest, caused by leaving his familiar environment, seemed to be gently supported by the warmth of this room and the vibrant greenery outside the window. Of course, Hermione lifted her chin, with a hint of pride. I picked the curtains, with a star and moon pattern. Doesn't it look like the glow of your starstone? I also chose the position of the desk, where the light is best, and these notebooks. She picked up a dark blue covered notebook. There for you to record, your potion recovery progress. Scientific observation is very important. She tried to make her tone sound righteous, hiding her careful thoughtfulness. Lynn turned to look at her. The golden glow of the setting sun filtered through the window, outlining her fluffy curly hair. The blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, and her brown eyes sparkled, full of pure anticipation and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. A strange, warm emotion, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, rippled in the depths of his silent heart. The dinner atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Aunt Monica's roasted chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the meat lasagna was rich and creamy. Uncle Wendell told amusing anecdotes from his dental clinic. Hermione excitedly shared interesting stories from Hogwarts, deliberately avoiding all the dangerous parts, focusing on Peeves' pranks and Neville's disaster in potion class. Lynn ate quietly, occasionally nodding when Aunt Monica asked with concern, "Would you like some more?" Or a faint smile would flicker in his eyes, amused by Uncle Wendell's jokes. The clinking of dishes, the gentle conversations, and the aroma of food created a real and warm picture of home, gradually filling a long-standing void in his life. After dinner, Hermione eagerly pulled Lynn to the living room sofa. On the coffee table lay her thick book, Advanced Algebra Explained, next to a plate of sliced orange cake, emitting a fresh fruity aroma, our agreed-upon strategic energy reserve. She picked up a piece of cake and put it in Lynn's hand, then sat cross-legged on the carpet, opened her book. Last time we talked about how the application model of calculus inspired the stability of magical circuits. I think this idea is particularly brilliant. Look here. She immediately got into the zone, her fingertips tracing the complex formulas on the page, explaining rapidly, her eyes focused and bright. Lynn leaned back against the soft sofa cushion, the warm cake in his hand emitting a sweet aroma. He didn't eat it immediately, just quietly watched the girl on the carpet next to him, immersed in her own world. Her fluffy brown curly hair swayed slightly with her explanations, the warm yellow light from the floor lamp danced on her serious profile, and her long eyelashes cast small, fan-like shadows beneath her eyes. When she was deeply engrossed in explaining, she would unconsciously shake her head, and a few strands of hair would fall, brushing her fair forehead. That lingering, sweet scent of her orange cake, mixed with the fresh smell of sun-drenched grass, wafted subtly around his nostrils. The starstone under his clothes emitted an extremely faint yet steady warmth, as if also soothed by this peaceful and serene atmosphere. The heavy weakness from the depletion of his potion still existed, and the wound on his chest was still throbbing, but an unprecedented sense of peace, like warm water, slowly permeated his taut nerves and frozen anxiety. So, the rate of change of this function can actually be likened to the collapse threshold of a potion node when overloaded. Lynn. Hermione finally looked up from the formulas, only to find that Lynn wasn't looking at the book, but was quietly looking at her, his eyes, soft, like a calm deep pool under moonlight. Lynn responded, his voice low, not moving his gaze. Hermione's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and her cheeks started to feel hot again. She quickly picked up a piece of cake and bit into it to cover her embarrassment, asking vaguely, Did you understand? Did I explain too fast?" "No." Lynn's gaze finally returned to the spot on the page her finger was pointing to, and he picked up his own untouched cake, taking a small bite. The sweet orange fruitiness and soft cake melted on his tongue, carrying the taste of sunshine. "You explained it very well," he added, his tone calm, like stating a fact. A simple very well instantly made Hermione's heart blossom. Sweeter than eating 10 orange cakes. She tried hard to suppress the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up, and refocused her attention on the book. Only her voice, in her explanation, unconsciously carried a hint of light cheerfulness. Outside the window, the night grew deeper, and the apple tree in the garden rustled in the evening breeze. In the living room, there were only the sounds of turning pages, Hermione's soft and earnest explanations, and the subtle sounds when the two occasionally shared a piece of orange cake. Wendell and Aunt Monica quietly tidied the dishes in the kitchen, occasionally glancing over, looking at the thin boy quietly reading on the sofa and their spirited daughter on the carpet, exchanging a knowing, warm smile when Hermione closed her book, declaring the end of tonight's academic seminar. The moonstone pendant on Lynn's chest, Aunt Monica had carefully helped him put on a stronger silver chain, transmitted a clear and warm throb through his thin pajamas. He looked down at it, then at Hermione, who was yawning and stretching. The faint dark circles under her eyes were more noticeable in the lamplight. A sign of the fatigue accumulated during her time in the hospital and on the journey. Hermione, Lynn's voice sounded in the quiet living room. Hermione rubbed her eyes and looked at him. Thank you. He looked into her eyes, clearly uttering two words, not just for tonight's explanation, for this room, for the cake, but even more so for this unreserved acceptance and protection that pulled him from cold solitude into warm humanity. Hermione froze. The warm yellow light fell into her brown eyes, like a sprinkle of tiny stars. She looked at the rare, genuine gentleness on Lynn's calm face, looked at the moonstone on his chest resonating with her own, and a tremendous sense of satisfaction and an ineffable sweetness instantly overwhelmed all fatigue. She pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed, and finally just curved her eyes, revealing a smile sweeter than orange cake. You idiot, she murmured softly, her voice as light as a feather. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll continue with 48 transforms. With that, she scurried upstairs like a startled bunny, clutching her books. Lynn sat alone on the living room sofa, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the warm moonstone on his chest. Outside the window, on the deep blue night sky, the real stars began to twinkle. The memories of Chestnut House, implied former residence orphanage, had not faded. The shackles of potion were still heavy, and the shadow of Lord Voldemort was far from gone. But at this moment, in this house filled with the sweet scent of orange cake, the aroma of book pages, and warm yellow light, accompanied by the steady breathing of the girl in the next room, he could almost imagine her sleeping face buried in her pillow. Those coldness and heaviness seemed, for the first time, to be pierced by a more enduring, warmer light. New roots were quietly taking hold in this soil called home, drawing in the sunshine called Hermione. Chapter 37, Garden. Morning dew and the aroma of magic potion. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled spots on the dark blue star and moon-patterned bedspread. Lynn opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, the rustling of an apple tree outside the window, and the warm, sun-kissed scent of the bedding, all reminding him that this wasn't the cold dormitory of Chestnut House, nor the familiar four-poster bed at Hogwarts. This was Hermione's home. Lynn quietly got out of bed, careful not to disturb Hermione, who might still be sleeping soundly next door. He pulled back the curtains, and the morning sun instantly streamed in, illuminating the entire room. Outside, the Granger family home's backyard was enveloped in a thin morning mist, with glistening dewdrops on the apple tree leaves, sparkling in the sunlight. A robin perched on a branch, tilting its head to curiously observe the stranger inside the window. He took a deep breath. The scabbed wound on his chest throbbed with a dull ache, but it was a little lighter than yesterday. The starstone glowed with a faint silver blue light in the morning sun, a little brighter than it had been in the hospital. Lynn gently held it, feeling its steady, warm pulse, a resonance from Hermione's moonstone in the next room. Faint sounds and the aroma of coffee drifted up from downstairs. Lynn changed into the light gray t-shirt and dark casual trousers Aunt Monica had prepared for him, much softer and more comfortable than the old clothes uniformly issued at the orphanage, and quietly went downstairs. In the kitchen, Aunt Monica was preparing breakfast, the scent of toast filling the entire space. She saw Lynn, and her eyes lit up. Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well? Coffee or tea? Good morning, Aunt Monica. Tea, please. Lynn's voice was still deep, but it lacked its usual aloofness. He stood at the kitchen doorway, unsure how he could help. Aunt Monica seemed to read his thoughts and smiled, handing him a basket. Could you help me pick some fresh mint from the garden? It's in the small flower bed next to the back door. Hermione loves my mint honey tea. Lynn nodded, took the basket, and walked towards the backyard. The morning air, cool and fresh with dew and grass, brushed against his cheeks. He knelt by the flower bed, carefully selecting the tenderest mint leaves. His fingertips touched the icy dew on the leaves, and a strange sense of calm spread from his fingertips to his heart. You're up early. A familiar voice came from behind him. Lynn turned to see Hermione in a pale yellow nightgown, barefoot on the dewy grass, her fluffy curls glowing golden in the morning light. She rubbed her eyes, her cheeks still bearing the red marks from her pillow, looking incredibly soft. You too. Lynn stood up, Handing her the basket full of mint, Hermione took the basket, her fingertips brushing his hand inadvertently, the touch like a feather. She looked down at the neatly arranged mint leaves in the basket, a slight smile playing on her lips. You picked all the tenderest shoots, how thoughtful. The two walked back into the house side by side, the sun stretching their shadows long, merging on the grass. Aunt Monica watched the children enter the kitchen together, a gentle smile flashing in her eyes at the breakfast table. Uncle Wendell was reading the Days the Times, looking up to wink at them. Any plans today, you two brainiacs? You're not going to bury yourselves in calculus all day again, are you? Hermione poured Lynn a cup of mint tea with 2 spoons of honey, and said with faint seriousness, today's topic is an analogical study of the foundations of quantum mechanics and the configuration of magic spells. Seeing her father's exaggerated look of horror, she couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. The weather is so nice today, I plan to take Lynn to the nearby park. He needs moderate exercise to aid his recovery. Madame Pomfrey said so. Lynn sipped the sweet mint tea, listening to the Hermione family's relaxed conversation, a strange warmth rising in his chest. This feeling of being included in daily life, of having his plans considered, was entirely new to him after breakfast. Hermione pulled Lynn upstairs, mysteriously closing the bedroom door. She took out an exquisite tin box from her desk drawer. For you. I stayed up late last night preparing it. Lynn opened the box, revealing more than 20 small glass test tubes neatly arranged inside, each labeled and containing powders or liquids of different colors. Magic nourishment auxiliary potions, Hermione explained excitedly, her eyes sparkling. I consulted all the information I could find on starlight magic, and adapted it using Muggle herbal principles. This blue bottle is evening primrose essence, which can soothe magic circuit spasms. The green one is gecko extract, to promote magic circulation. The red one is. Lynn listened quietly to her detailed explanation, his gaze shifting from the test tubes to her radiant face. Morning light filtered through a gap in the curtains, casting a thin golden line across her nose, and her eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath her eyes. When she got excited, she would unconsciously twirl a strand of hair with her finger, and her cheeks would flush a faint pink. I know they're not as good as real potions. Hermione's voice suddenly lowered, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the tin box. You can't use magic now, and I'm not Professor Snape. But these are at least safe, and, thank you, Lynn interrupted her, his voice very soft but exceptionally clear. He picked up a test tube containing a pale blue liquid, labeled with Hermione's neat handwriting, Starlight Herb Extract, calming. In the sunlight, the liquid refracted tiny silver glints, just like the star stone on his chest. I will take them on time. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, like kindled stars. She bit her lower lip, then suddenly stepped forward and gave Lynn a brief, cautious hug, so quick it was as if she feared rejection. It will definitely work. She released him, her cheeks flushed, and quickly turned to grab her coat. I'm going to change, we'll leave for the park in 10 minutes. Lynn stood still holding the test tube, a strange warmth emanating from the spot on his chest where he had been hugged, more vivid than the warmth of the star stone. He looked down at the swirling blue liquid in the test tube, vaguely feeling that its color was very similar to the luster of Hermione's pale yellow nightgown. Reflected in the sunlight, the park was only 2 blocks from the Granger family home, shaded by green trees, with a small lake in the center. On Sunday mornings, many families picnicked and strolled there. The laughter of children chasing and playing echoed in the air. Hermione led Lynn slowly along the lakeside path, occasionally pointing out plants and explaining their medicinal value. Lynn listened quietly, occasionally nodding or responding briefly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. Look over there, Hermione suddenly whispered, pointing to a large willow tree by the lake. A young man was pretending to read a newspaper, but was actually secretly using his wand to make a pen write in a notebook. The Ministry of Magic's trace only monitors underage wizard magic fluctuations. Adults can cast spells freely in the Muggle world. It's so unfair. She pouted. Lynn's gaze, however, fell on the woman and 2 children next to the man. The woman was smiling as she combed a little girl's hair, while the boy was squatting by the lake, throwing breadcrumbs to feed the ducks. That natural intimacy stirred a strange pang of bitterness in his chest. Hermione keenly sensed his change in mood. She hesitated, then gently touched his arm. Shall we go feed the swans? They sell breadcrumbs over there. The swans on the lake lighted gracefully, their white feathers shimmering in the sunlight. Hermione divided the breadcrumbs with Lynn, demonstrating how to scatter them. Gently, like this, the breadcrumbs fell on the water, creating ripples. The largest swan swam over elegantly, lowering its head to peck at them. Lynn imitated Hermione, throwing breadcrumbs onto the water. His movements were a bit stiff, but the swan still accepted his offering, even allowing him to stroke its curved neck. "It likes you," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Swans are usually very proud, unless they sense a particularly pure magic fluctuation. She suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing and bit her lip in annoyance, but Lynn just shook his head, continuing to stroke the swan's smooth feathers. In the sunlight, the lines of his profile had softened considerably, and a barely perceptible curve even touched his lips. "It's okay," he said, "the magic will come back." This sentence was like a promise, and also like self-comfort. Hermione gazed at his profile, suddenly feeling a warmth in her eyes. She quietly moved a step closer, her shoulder gently touching his arm, and together they watched the swan peck at the breadcrumbs on the water. The sunlight, the lake, the reflection of the swan, and the steady breathing of the person beside him, formed a tranquil scene. On the way home, Hermione stopped in front of a bakery at the street corner. "Wait for me." She hurried into the shop, and a few minutes later emerged with a paper bag, smiling mysteriously. "Guess what it is?" A rich chocolate aroma wafted from the paper bag. Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Chocolate croissants, not just ordinary croissants." Hermione excitedly opened the paper bag, revealing golden, crispy pastries inside. "This is a branch of London's best magic bakery. The owner is a retired house elf from Hogwarts, and the bread has a tiny bit of cheer-up charm in it, the completely legal kind. Eating it makes you feel good." She broke off a small piece of the still warm croissant and held it to Lynn's mouth. "Try it." Lynn hesitated for a second, then lowered his head and took the bread from her fingertips. The crispy crust, soft interior, rich chocolate, and a faint, subtle magic fluctuation blooming on his tongue indeed sent a warm current spreading from his stomach throughout his body. "Is it good?" Hermione looked at him expectantly, breadcrumbs still clinging to her fingertips. Lynn nodded, reaching out to gently brush away a tiny bit of chocolate that had accidentally gotten on her lips. Very sweet." This natural gesture made both of them freeze. Hermione's face instantly turned as red as the candied cherries on her favorite orange cake, and a suspicious pink also tinged Lynn's ear-tips. They tacitly turned and continued walking at the same time, but the distance between their shoulders was a little closer than before. The afternoon sun cast their shadows on the flagstone path, one tall and one short, yet strangely harmonious. Hermione secretly glanced at the boy beside her, finding him looking up at the clear blue sky, a barely perceptible soft curve at a corner of his mouth. Her heart felt like chocolate melting in that ray of sunshine. Utterly soft back home, Aunt Monica was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Hermione pulled Lynn to the apple tree in the backyard and spread out a picnic blanket. "Let's eat here." Picnics under the trees are the best in summer. A cool breeze rustled under the tree, and dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the blanket. Hermione neatly arranged sandwiches, fruit, and the bag of magic croissants, then, as if by magic, pulled 2 small bottles from her pocket. "Look. My improved magic nourishment potion number 1. It includes today's inspiration, moonlight grass from the Swan Lake." Lynn took the small bottle, where a pale purple liquid swirled, sparkling with tiny glints in the sunlight. He uncorked it, and a fresh aroma wafted out, like a mixture of rain-soaked grass and some floral scent. "Cheers." Hermione raised her bottle, her eyes bright. Lynn gently clinked his bottle against hers, then tilted his head back and drank it all. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a cool, comfortable sensation, then transformed into a warm trickle, slowly flowing through his limbs. The dull ache of the scar on his chest seemed to lessen a little, and the starstone also warmed slightly. "How is it?" Hermione anxiously watched his expression. "Effective." Lynn's assessment was brief, but the certainty in his eyes made Hermione overjoyed. She happily bit into a sandwich, saying indistinctly, "I knew it. Moonlight grass resonates with starlight magic. Tomorrow we'll try formula number 2. I added a tiny bit of unicorn hair. Don't worry, it's legally purchased from Gringotts." Lynn watched her excitedly gesticulating, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Sunlight danced through the gaps in the leaves in her hair, like scattered gold dust. He suddenly reached out and gently plucked an apple tree leaf that had fallen on her hair. Hermione froze, looking up at his backlit silhouette. The sunlight edged him in gold, and his eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath his eyes. He looked down at her, his gaze softer than it had ever been. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the rustling of leaves and their intertwined breaths. "Children, fruit salad is ready." Aunt Monica's voice came from the kitchen window, breaking the spell of the moment. Hermione, as if waking from a dream, scrambled to her feet. See coming, she reached out and pulled Lynn up, their fingertips touching, then quickly separating, as if burned. But that tiny electric current lingered long in the memory of their skin. The afternoon sun was still warm, and the apple tree's shadow quietly shifted, covering the two figures sitting side by side on the picnic blanket. The robin on the tree tilted its head, curiously watching the human boy below quietly place his hand over the girl's, while the girl, blushing, did not pull her hand away. The wind blew, and the leaves rustled, as if singing a soft lullaby for this tranquil summer afternoon. Chapter 38 The Shadow of the Owl and the Starlight of the Orange Cake. The apple tree's shadow moved quietly across the picnic blanket, covering the two figures sitting side by side. Lynn's palm rested on Hermione's cool hand, his fingertips conveying the warmth of the sun. Hermione didn't pull her hand away. Instead, a blush spread from her cheeks to her earlobes, like ripe strawberries. The leaves rustled, as if murmuring a gentle prelude to the tranquil afternoon. Aunt Monica appeared at the kitchen door with a fruit salad, her smile faltering slightly when she saw the two nestled under the tree, then deepening into a wider grin. "Fruit's here. If I don't hurry, the birds will be drawn in by my singing," she teased, walking closer and breaking the thin, cicada wing-like layer of ambiguity. Hermione snatched her hand back as if burned, her cheeks so red they looked ready to drip blood. She fumbled to take the fruit bowl. "Thank you, Mom." Lynn also naturally withdrew his hand. The soft touch lingering on his fingertips felt like a tiny electric current, spreading all the way to his heart. He silently accepted the fork Hermione offered, spearing a piece of cantaloupe glistening with syrup. The sweet juice melted on his tongue, diluting the momentary flutter and the ensuing hint of awkwardness. The afternoon hours flowed slowly under the shade of the tree. Hermione tried to refocus her attention on her magic nourishment plan, excitedly discussing the potential synergistic effects of adding unicorn hair, minute, legal amounts, to the potion. Lynn listened quietly, occasionally nodding, but his gaze always unconsciously fell on her slightly flushed cheeks, red from excitement, and her curly hair that gently swayed as she explained. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, dancing in her hair like shattered gold. It wasn't until the setting sun painted the sky orange-pink and the tree shadows stretched long that they gathered their things and returned inside. The enticing aroma of stew drifted from the kitchen, and Uncle Wendell sat on the sofa watching the evening news. The dinner atmosphere remained warm and harmonious. Lynn even proactively took a second helping of Aunt Monica's beef stew. After the meal, he offered to help with the dishes, his movements a bit clumsy but exceptionally earnest. Hermione stood beside him, wiping plates, and their occasional light brushes of arms filled the air with a subtle, unspoken current. "Lynn, could you help me put this in the attic storage room? It's right above your room." Uncle Wendell handed him a cardboard box filled with old photo albums. "Okay." Lynn took the box. The narrow stairs to the attic were at the end of the hallway. Lynn carried the box and ascended the creaking wooden steps. The attic was dimly lit, piled high with dusty old furniture, suitcases, and some holiday decorations. He found the spot Uncle Wendell mentioned and carefully placed the box. Just as he was about to leave, an inconspicuous old wooden box in the corner caught his attention. Its lid was half open, revealing some yellowed papers and a book with a dark purple hardcover, bearing a raven with a scroll emblem on the bottom right corner. Professor Snape's private potion notes. Lynn's heart gave a sudden leap. How did it end up here? Was it overlooked when Dumbledore had Quirrell's office cleaned after that incident? Or did someone deliberately place it here? He held his breath and gently pulled out the book. The familiar, crisp scent of potion ingredients mixed with the smell of old paper wafted towards him. He quickly flipped through the pages, his sharp gaze scanning the dense notes. Soon, he found several key pages marked by Quirrell with a trembling pencil, passages about suppressing parasitic entities, Devil's Snare, and Fluffy's weaknesses. But beyond that, on the last few pages of the book, Professor Snape had recorded some entirely different content in a more hurried, more secretive handwriting. Starlight magic, originating from bloodline, connecting the cosmos. Its star essence source damage is not curable by external medicine. It requires inducing starlight star radiance resonance, supplemented by pure intentional guidance, to reshape the circuit. Moonstone, a symbiotic marvel, resonating with Starstone, may serve as a medium to induce starlight star radiance. Forcing its activation will inevitably lead to backlash, like draining a pond to catch fish. Lynn's pupils suddenly constricted. Professor Snape had actually researched starlight magic, and his conclusions aligned perfectly with what Dumbledore had said and what Hermione was doing. He even mentioned the possibility of Moonstone as a medium. The value of this book far exceeded imagination. Not only could it partially validate Hermione's potion direction, but it might also hold the key to accelerating recovery. Lynn's heart pounded. He quickly tucked the book into the bottom of his loose t-shirt, closed the wooden box, and walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened. Back in his room, Lynn locked the door, sat down at his desk, and began to study the book carefully under the light of the desk lamp. Professor Snape's notes were profound and obscure, filled with old conjectures about the essence of starlight magic and dangerous experimental deductions. Some of the extreme methods for inducing starlight star radiance resonance made Lynn frown deeply. But the core idea was clear: the self-healing of the star essence source required a combination of internal and external factors. Pure intent, protection, longing, and the resonance of Moonstone were crucial catalysts. External forces could only assist in nourishment and must never forcefully interfere as he was engrossed in it. A soft knock came from the door. "Lynn? Are you asleep?" It was Hermione. Lynn quickly closed the book, shoved it into the bottom drawer of his desk, and got up to open the door. Hermione stood at the door, hugging her pillow, wearing cat print pajamas, with a hint of hesitation and worry on her face. I can't really sleep. I heard you go upstairs just now. Are you alright?" Her gaze unconsciously swept over Lynn's slightly solemn expression. "I'm fine." Lynn stepped aside to let her in. "Just reading something." Hermione entered the room and naturally sat cross-legged on his dark blue star and moon bedspread, hugging her pillow. "Is it about magic recovery?" she asked softly, her eyes full of concern. "Was I too eager this afternoon? The unicorn hair idea might be a bit risky." Lynn sat beside her, the mattress sinking slightly. "Your direction is correct," he said calmly, relaying the core conclusions from Professor Snape's notes about Moonstone resonance and intentional guidance in the most concise language. Professor Snape's notes mentioned similar points. External nourishment is fundamental. The core lies in the star essence source's self-healing and intentional guidance. He omitted the source of the notes and the dangerous methods mentioned. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, like stars ignited in the night sky. "Really?" Professor Snape said that too. A surge of immense joy washed away her previous apprehension. "Then my potion idea isn't wrong. It just needs to be gentler, more focused on guidance." She excitedly grabbed Lynn's arm. "Intentional guidance? The will to protect, or a strong desire?" Just as Headmaster Dumbledore hinted. Her brown eyes sparkled with pure light under the lamp, full of investigative passion. Lynn looked at her flushed cheeks, so close to him and red with excitement, feeling the warmth from her fingertips and her unreserved concern and trust. A strong impulse surged within him. He wanted to tell her the book was in the drawer, wanted to study those profound theories with her. But reason immediately suppressed the thought. The source of Professor Snape's notes couldn't be explained, and the dangerous deductions involved couldn't be revealed to her. He could only nod, avoiding her overly bright, inquisitive gaze. It will take time. It's okay," Hermione said immediately, her tone exceptionally firm. "We have plenty of time. I'll be with you. Starting tomorrow, we'll adjust the potion formula, remove the unicorn hair, and add more ingredients to stabilize the mind, like lavender and chamomile." As for intentional guidance, she bit her lower lip, thinking, maybe we can try meditation? Or, think about particularly happy things. "Like what?" Lynn's voice held a subtle hint of guidance. "Like," Hermione's cheeks reddened again, her voice softening, "like orange cake." She quickly looked up at Lynn, then looked down again, unconsciously twisting the corner of her pillow. Or the swans in the park? Or the sunlight under the apple tree?" Her voice grew softer and softer, each like a small pebble dropped into Lynn's quiet heart, spreading warm ripples. Lynn said nothing, just watched her quietly. The warm yellow lamplight outlined her soft silhouette, her fluffy curly hair falling on her shoulders, and a small section of her fair neck visible above her pajama collar. The air was filled with her faint, fresh scent, like sun-drenched grass. An unprecedented sense of peace and contentment, like a warm tide, slowly enveloped him. He finally murmured after a long time. That contained so much: acknowledgement of her suggestion, appreciation for her companionship, and a hint of deep tenderness he hadn't even noticed himself. Hermione quietly breathed a sigh of relief at his response, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Hugging her pillow, she relaxed against the headboard, and sleepiness seemed to wash over her in this comforting atmosphere. She let out a tiny yawn, her eyelids beginning to droop. "You should go back to sleep," Lynn reminded her. "Just a little longer." Hermione's voice was thick with sleep, like a cooing kitten. Just a little, until you've had your bedtime potion today." She struggled to stay awake. Pointing to the blue test tube labeled calming on the desk, Lynn picked up the test tube, pulled out the cork, and drank it all. The cool, slightly sweet liquid slid down his throat, bringing a soothing sense of relaxation. He put down the test tube, turned his head, and found Hermione already asleep, hugging her pillow and leaning against his headboard, her breathing even and deep under the warm yellow light. Her sleeping face was unguarded, long eyelashes casting deep shadows beneath her eyes, her cheeks still faintly flushed, and her lips slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. A few strands of brown curly hair playfully clung to her smooth forehead. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. He didn't wake her, but gently got up, carefully pulling his blanket over her. His fingertips brushed against the strands of her hair scattered on the pillow, soft as the finest silk. He gazed at her sleeping face, his chest filled with an unprecedented, overflowing warmth. The starstone beneath his pajamas pulsed with a distinct, warm throb. As if also moved by this tranquil warmth, he turned off the bright desk lamp, leaving only a very faint nightlight by the bed. Then, he pulled a chair from his desk, sat by the bed, and picked up advanced algebra. He explained that Hermione had left open on the table that afternoon, quietly reading by the dim light. The only sounds in the room were the occasional soft rustle of turning pages and their intertwined, steady breaths. Outside the window, a brilliant full moon rose to its zenith, its silver radiance filtering through the sheer curtains, casting hazy light spots on the floor. The moonstone on Hermione's neck and the starstone on Lynn's chest, in the tranquil night, separated by mere inches, emitted a synchronized and warm glow, pulsating like breaths. The night was deep and peaceful. Until, thump, 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 a sudden, urgent, and loud knocking shattered the tranquility. The sound came from Lynn's window. Lynn instantly became alert, put down his book, and silently rose to the window. Hermione was also startled awake by the sound, groggily rubbing her eyes and sitting up. "What was that sound?" Lynn pulled back a corner of the curtain. Outside the window, a sturdy barn owl with sharp eyes was urgently tapping the glass with its beak, firmly grasping a thick, dark purple envelope with the Ministry of Magic's official emblem. The envelope was addressed in elegant, cold script, "For Mr. Lynn Evans, address, London, residence of Wendell and Monica Granger, delivered by Ministry of Magic Owl Special Express, Ministry of Magic." It finally came. Lynn's eyes instantly sharpened like blades, and a layer of frost settled on his calm face. The starstone in his chest seemed to sense the fluctuation of his emotions, suddenly emitting a cold, stinging sensation. Full of warning, he took a deep breath, and under Hermione's bewildered gaze, he abruptly pushed open the window. Chapter 39, The Barrier of Purple Envelope and Orange Cake. Lynn pushed open the window abruptly, and the cool night air, laden with moisture, poured into the room. The sturdy barn owl immediately dropped the deep purple envelope precisely at his feet, letting out a short, urgent hoot, then flapped its wings and vanished into the deep night, as if lingering for another second would cause it to be seized by some invisible terror. Hermione was now wide awake, all sleep gone. She jumped out of bed, her bare feet landing on the cool floor, and rushed to Lynn's side, her gaze fixed on the letter on the ground, as if it were a hot potato. The Ministry of Magic. Her voice held a barely perceptible tremor, and her brown eyes were filled with surprise and worry. "What do they want?" Lynn bent down and picked up the envelope. It felt heavy in his hand, with a cool, resilient texture unique to magical parchment. The seal was a complex, constantly twisting magical wax seal, emitting faint magic fluctuations. His usual calm expression was replaced by a layer of frost, his eyes sharp as blades, as he scanned the ornate yet chilling recipient address on the envelope, precise down to the Granger family home's house number. The Ministry of Magic not only knew he was here but was also openly displaying their attention. "Look at the contents." Hermione's voice was tight, and she instinctively moved closer to Lynn, as if this would draw some strength for resistance. Lynn's fingertip infused with an extremely faint, his only remaining, trace of star power, easily breaking through the wax seal. The Ministry of Magic seal seemed ineffective against star power. He pulled out the thick parchment letter inside and unfolded it. Hermione immediately leaned in, their heads almost touching, reading by the faint light of the bedside lamp. The letterhead bore the prominent Ministry of Magic emblem. The main text was written in an extremely official, cold, and unyielding tone. "Mr. Lynn Evans, you are hereby summoned to attend a formal inquiry and record-taking session concerning your role in the Philosopher's Stone protection incident at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the end of the 1991 to 1992 academic year. the source of the special powers you displayed, and the detailed circumstances of your encounter with the remnant soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle, alias Lord Voldemort. This session is scheduled for 10 a.m. on July 15, 1992, at hearing room number 7, Department of Mysteries, Ministry of Magic, London. This inquiry is personally authorized by the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and will be presided over by Ms. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You may bring a guardian or an adult wizard to accompany you. Please ensure your timely attendance. Absence will be deemed contempt of Ministry of Magic authority and may lead to subsequent mandatory summons and corresponding legal consequences. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Department of Mysteries, jointly issued, July 10, 1992. The air seemed to freeze. The cold words were like steel needles, piercing the cozy barrier of the Granger family home, casting the stark shadow of cold reality. Inquiry, source of special powers, Lord Voldemort's remnant soul. Every word carried heavy weight and dangerous implications. Personally authorized by Fudge, presided over by Bones. This was no ordinary questioning, but more like the prelude to trial. How can they do this? Hermione's voice rose with anger, trembling with disbelief. You were injured protecting the Philosopher's Stone. You almost died. Instead of investigating Lord Voldemort, they want to question you. Lynn remained silent, his knuckles white from gripping the letter tightly. The starstone in his chest continuously sent a cold, sharp pain, reminding him of his depleted power and his current helplessness. The Ministry of Magic's attention was faster, more direct, and more ill-intentioned than he had anticipated. Fudge's cowardice and his fear of Lord Voldemort's potential return had clearly twisted into an excessive vigilance against anomalies. A guardian or an adult wizard, Hermione's mind raced, seizing on a key point. Mum and Dad are muggles. They can't go. Principal Dumbledore. We can find Principal Dumbledore. He can definitely help you. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes, but Lynn slowly shook his head, his voice low and calm. Dumbledore is the principal of Hogwarts, and also a party involved in the incident. The Ministry of Magic's move may well be a probe and an attempt to divide. He folded the letter, putting it back into the envelope, his movements showing a suppressed restraint. And Fudge may not trust him now. The spark of hope was instantly extinguished. Hermione's heart sank, overwhelmed by a huge sense of powerlessness and anger. She looked at Lynn's pale, calm profile, at the faint outline of bandages beneath his skull robes, and a strong protective urge mixed with heartache instantly overcame her reason. I'll go with you. She suddenly stood tall, her voice resolute and unyielding, filled with an unquestionable determination. I'm an adult wizard. I can attend as your supporter. They won't get away with bullying you. For subsequent plot, Hermione's age is set as adult. Lynn looked up at her. The girl stood on the dim light, her figure slender, wearing only a cardigan haphazardly over her nightgown, barefoot, her hair still a bit messy, but her brown eyes burned with a fierce flame, bright, firm, and fearless. That courage to defy the entire Ministry of Magic's authority for him, like a strong light, instantly pierced the gloom that enveloped his heart. A strange, burning emotion surged in his quiet heart, almost bursting through his throat. Hermione, his voice was a little hoarse. It settled then. Hermione didn't allow him to object, her tone unusually firm. Tomorrow I'll write to Harry and Ron, and let them think of something too. Or find Mr. Weasley. He works at the Ministry of Magic. She began pacing anxiously around the room, like an enraged young lioness, considering all possible countermeasures. And that notebook. Professor Snape's notebook. It must contain records about starlight magic. Maybe it can serve as proof of your power source? Or, the notebook cannot be exposed. Lynn immediately interrupted her, his tone decisive. Its origin cannot be explained, Snape's attitude is unclear, and its contents, he thought of those dangerous deductions, are too sensitive. Hermione's footsteps halted. Looking at his grave expression, she understood the seriousness of the matter. Then we'll argue our case. She walked in front of Lynn, looking up at him, her eyes burning. Tell them the truth. Tell them how Quirrell was controlled by Lord Voldemort, how you only used the star power to protect everyone. Tell them what price you paid for it. Her voice choked slightly. The Ministry of Magic must be reasonable. Reasonable? Lynn looked at the pure belief in justice in Hermione's eyes, a hint of bitterness welling up in his heart. The Ministry of Magic under Fudge had long been corroded by fear and bureaucracy. But he didn't expose it. At this moment, The flame burning in her eyes and her unreserved support were the only warmth he could grasp. He finally just gave a low affirmative sound. This sound contained too many complex emotions, an implicit agreement to her accompaniment, and an acceptance of her profound sentiment. All right, Hermione took a deep breath, as if making up her mind, forcing down her unease and anger. She bent down and picked up the pillow that had fallen to the floor, patted off the dust, then walked to the desk and picked up the empty calming potion vial. Now, you need to rest. Her tone returned to its usual organized manner, but with an undeniable assertiveness. There are 5 days until the 15th. For these 5 days, your task is to rest well, drink my improved potion on time, and adjust your condition. Leave the rest to me. She pushed Lynn back to sit on the edge of the bed without question, her movements clumsy but gentle. Lie down. Close your eyes. Don't think about anything. She herself, hugging the pillow, sat back down on the chair by the bed, ready to stand guard. Lynn looked at her small face, feigning composure, but with residual shock, anger, and worry in her eyes. The cold stinging sensation in his chest seemed to be suppressed by another, more surging emotion. He lay down as instructed, closing his eyes. In the darkness, his senses became sharper. He could hear Hermione's deliberately slowed breathing, feel her gaze, filled with protectiveness, on him, and the faint, fresh scent of her, like sun-dried grass, in the air after a long time, so long that Lynn thought she had fallen asleep. A very soft, slightly uncertain voice sounded in the darkness. Lynn, back at Chestnut House, did you always face everything alone like this too? Chestnut House, cold fragments of memory instantly pierced his mind. Empty corridors, indifferent faces, nights shared by no one, corners where wounds were licked alone, those deliberately forgotten feelings of loneliness, like a cold tide, tried to engulf him again. Lynn's body tensed almost imperceptibly. And he didn't answer immediately. Hermione seemed to sense his stiffness, and her voice became even softer, with careful probing and deep concern. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I just feel, from now on, you won't be alone anymore. In the darkness, a slightly cool yet incredibly soft hand, with a hint of hesitation and immense courage, gently, tentatively covered the back of his hand resting outside the covers. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet were remarkably firm. That cold tide seemed to meet an indestructible dam, instantly stopping and receding. A huge warm current surged through their clasped hands, instantly overwhelming all the cold memories trying to resurface. The starstone in his chest pulsed with a clear and warm throb, stronger than ever before. Lynn turned his hand, no longer a slight response, but with an almost stubborn strength, gripping the hand that had covered his. Palms pressed together, fingers intertwined. Her fingertips were still slightly cool, yet they strangely soothed his cold skin, transmitting a reassuring, continuous warmth. He didn't speak, just held her hand tighter. As if it were the only anchor in a raging storm. Hermione's body stiffened slightly from his sudden forceful grip, then completely relaxed. She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she adjusted her posture to sit more comfortably, enveloping his hand more securely in her cool yet firm palm. In the darkness, only their intertwined and steady breathing remained, along with the silent warmth transmitted from where their palms were tightly connected. The moonlight outside the window quietly shifted, casting the shadow of their clasped hands onto the deep blue star and moon bed sheet, like some eternal covenant. After an unknown amount of time, Hermione leaned against the back of the chair, her breathing becoming even and long. She was asleep, but her hand, holding Lynn's, never let go. Lynn opened his eyes in the darkness. He didn't move, just quietly felt the real, warm touch in his palm, felt the subtle vibrations from the girl's steady breathing beside him. The starstone in his chest continuously emitted warmth, like a tiny ignited ember, dispelling the biting chill brought by the Ministry of Magic's letter. The cold memories of Chestnut House, the Ministry of Magic's aggressiveness, Lord Voldemort's lingering presence, all of it was still there. But at this moment, in this darkness enveloped by moonlight and the girl's presence, in this unreserved protection in his palm, Lynn felt clearly for the first time that some things had changed forever. He was no longer alone. He had something to protect, and someone who protected him. This profound connection, like the sweet scent of orange cake, seeped into the crevices of his soul, and beneath the cold star power, resilient roots quietly began to grow. Chapter 40, The Return of Spark and Orange Cake from the Ministry of Magic. On the morning of July 15th, London was shrouded in a grey, rainy mist, the air sticky and cold. In a secluded alley near King's Cross Station, rain tapped against the glass roof of an abandoned telephone booth. Lynn, dressed in a neatly ironed dark green robe, Aunt Monica had altered Uncle Wendell's old robe overnight, looked even paler in the gloomy weather. Hermione clung to him, holding a large umbrella, her other hand firmly gripping his wrist, as if fearing he would be taken away by Ministry of Magic officials at any moment. She wore her best brown skull robe, modified into a long dress, her hair meticulously combed, but her eyes were like taut bowstrings, full of vigilance. The time pointed to 9:50 a.m. Steady footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Dumbledore's tall figure appeared in the rain. His silver-white beard and hair were still striking against the dull sky, and his azure eyes behind his half-moon spectacles swept over the two children, who were standing ready, bringing a deep sense of reassurance. "Good morning, children," his voice was gentle, dispelling some of the gloom of the rainy day. "It seems we'll have to use the Ministry of Magic special entrance." He walked to the dilapidated red telephone booth, picked up the receiver, and clearly stated, "Ministry of Magic." A dull mechanical whirring sound came from inside the telephone booth, and it slowly began to descend. Hermione instinctively clutched Lynn's arm, while Lynn, in turn, covered her hand with his fingertips cold but possessing an undeniable steady strength. The sensation of descending lasted for several tens of seconds. When the shaking stopped, the telephone booth door automatically slid open, revealing an astonishing sight. A vast, dizzying underground atrium appeared before them. The peacock blue ceiling soared into the clouds, embedded with shimmering golden runes, like a real magical starry sky. The dark wooden walls were covered with constantly moving, whispering magical portraits. Wizards in various robes hurried about, traversing the polished, mirror-like black marble floor. Green flames occasionally erupted from fireplaces, spitting out one hurried figure after another. The air was filled with the scent of parchment, flue powder, and a cold, unique aroma of a place of power. "The Department of Mysteries is on the 9th floor," Dumbledore said calmly, as if merely giving them a tour of an ordinary museum. He led them through the crowded and noisy atrium, ignoring the curious, scrutinizing, or implicitly hostile glances cast their way, and walked towards a row of golden lifts. The lift interior was narrow, and the golden grill door made a crisp click as it closed. A cold female voice announced, "9th floor, Department of Mysteries. Authorized personnel only." The lift shot upwards abruptly, at an extremely fast speed, causing a brief sensation of weightlessness. Hermione felt Lynn's fingers on the back of her hand tighten slightly. The corridor on the 9th floor was starkly different from the clamor of the atrium below. The dark gray stone walls were cold and solemn, the light dim, with only a few faintly burning blue torches spaced far apart on the walls. The air was exceptionally quiet, with only the footsteps of the three of them echoing in the empty corridor, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. On both sides of the corridor were countless identical, unmarked black wooden doors, from whose cracks emanated an indescribable chill and a whispering energy fluctuation, as if the deepest secrets of the universe were hidden behind them. The door to hearing room number 7 slid open silently. The room was not large, circular, with walls of unfathomable black, as if they absorbed light. In the center, a cold metal table and 3 chairs of the same material stood isolated. At the other end of the table sat 3 people. In the middle was a serious-looking witch with a meticulously styled gray bun. She wore a deep purple robe with gold trim, her sharp gaze like a searchlight, instantly locking onto Lynn as he entered. Pinned to her chest was a badge symbolizing the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. To her left was a short, stout wizard with a small mustache and a falsely friendly smile, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. To Fudge's right was a pale-faced, shifty-eyed wizard, like a startled mouse, Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, wearing a pink bow and an uncomfortably sickly sweet smile. The air in the room seemed to solidify into ice. An invisible pressure, like a tangible wall, pressed in on them. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Bones's voice was like cold metal scraping, without any pleasantries, "please sit." "Is this Mr. Lynn Evans?" Her gaze fell sharply on Lynn, with undisguised scrutiny and assessment, and "Miss Granger." She looked at Hermione, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, clearly surprised by the presence of an underage witness. "Director Bones, Minister Fudge." Dumbledore nodded slightly, calmly taking a seat in the chair opposite Lynn, his posture as relaxed as if he were having afternoon tea. "Yes, this is Lynn Evans. As a direct participant and key witness to the incident, I believe Miss Granger's presence is crucial to clarifying the truth. Of course, I will act as Mr. Lynn's temporary guardian and oversee the questioning process." His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable weight, deftly addressing Hermione's age and emphasizing her criticality. Fudge's smile stiffened for a moment. He cleared his throat, trying to speak in a more diplomatic tone. Of course, of course. Welcome, children. Don't be nervous, we're just following procedure, gathering some information. His words were cut short by a cold glare from Bones. Mr. Evans, Bones ignored Fudge, her gaze firmly fixed on Lynn, getting straight to the point. Please describe in detail your encounter with Professor Quirrell and the remnant soul of Lord Voldemort, who was possessing him, during the final stages of the Philosopher's Stone protection incident at Hogwarts. Specifically, explain the special power you used, the power capable of resisting the killing curse, calming Cerberus, and even being labeled a child of the stars by Quirrell, its origin, nature, and your degree of control over it. The questions were like cold daggers, striking at the core. Fudge's and Umbridge's gazes also instantly focused on Lynn, one with probing greed, the other with deep apprehension hidden beneath false concern. Lynn met Bones's sharp gaze, his eyes calm and unwavering, neither dodging nor showing anger. His hand, placed under the table, was tightly clasped by Hermione's cold but exceptionally firm hand. Her fingertips gently traced his palm, conveying silent support. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Professor Quirrell was possessed by Lord Voldemort, Lynn began, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. Carrying a strange penetrating power that echoed in the cold room, he tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and I, entered the underground protective chambers to stop him. His narrative was extremely concise, like presenting a laboratory report, focusing only on key points: encountering Quirrell, Lord Voldemort, the killing curse attack, the passive activation of the Star Stone for defense, and the escape of Lord Voldemort's remnant soul. When he mentioned the Star Stone, he raised his hand and gently pulled open the collar of his robe, revealing the hideous, charred scar on his neck, as if torn by lightning, its edges still showing spiderweb-like dark red cracks. The wound was exposed to the cold air, silently narrating the brutal cost of that night. Bones's gaze lingered on the shocking scar for a few seconds. A faint ripple seemed to pass through the depths of her cold eyes. Fudge gasped, instinctively recoiling. Umbridge, meanwhile, rapidly scribbled on parchment with her quill, the sickly sweet smile on her face stiffening for a moment. The Starstone, Lynn said, lowering his collar to cover the scar, his voice still steady, is an item I stumbled upon while at Chestnut House. I don't know its exact origin, only that it can passively respond to my will, especially providing limited protection in moments of crisis. Its power requires the consumption of my life force as a price, and it's extremely unstable. After that time, he spread his hand, palm up, and his fingertips moved slightly, attempting to conjure the faintest glimmer. However, only an extremely weak, candle-like silver light flickered for a moment at his fingertips before instantly extinguishing, as if it had never existed. His face seemed a shade paler, and his breathing quickened slightly. As you can see, silence. I see silence. Bones's sharp gaze scrutinized Lynn, as if to pierce his skin and look directly into the essence of his soul. Lynn met her gaze calmly, his eyes as serene as an ancient well. Director Bones. Hermione could no longer hold back, her voice trembling slightly with excitement and anger, yet exceptionally clear. Lynn is telling the truth. Quirrell was a victim controlled by Lord Voldemort. Lynn only passively activated the power of the Starstone at a critical moment to protect all of us. For this, he almost paid with his life, and his magic was severely damaged. He is a hero. Is it fair for the Ministry of Magic not to pursue Lord Voldemort's whereabouts, but instead to question him here? Miss Granger, Bones's gaze turned to Hermione, with scrutiny. We will record your testimony. But the title of hero is not determined by personal emotion. What we need are verifiable facts and a clear definition of the nature of the power. Her tone remained cold, but seemed less aggressive. Regarding the Starstone, do you have any more information to add? Such as its magical fluctuation characteristics? Or the resonance you felt? Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Moonstone. She took out a warm white stone from around her neck. This is my moonstone. When I first met Lynn on the Hogwarts Express, they resonated. I can feel that the moonstone seems to soothe the Starstone's power fluctuations. During the protection incident, this resonance seemed to be amplified, especially when she paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her tone was firm, were close. But this is just my feeling, it cannot be quantified. Her action of displaying the moonstone and her description of resonance made Fudge and Umbridge exchange a glance. Bones, however, looked thoughtfully at the warm stone. Resonance? Soothe? Umbridge suddenly spoke in her sickly sweet, syrupy voice, a fake smile on her face. How interesting, dear. It sounds like some kind of unregistered magical connection? Perhaps even involving soul-level influence? Her words were like sugar-coated poison darts, full of malicious insinuation. Undersecretary Umbridge. Headmaster Dumbledore's voice for the first time carried a clear chill, like cracking ice. Baseless speculation and innuendo are not the purpose of an inquiry. Miss Granger is describing an objectively existing magical phenomenon, completely unrelated to soul magic. I suggest we focus on the facts themselves. Headmaster Dumbledore's aura instantly overwhelmed Umbridge. Her fake smile froze, and she sullenly closed her mouth. Bones was silent for a moment, tapping her fingertips lightly on the table, seemingly weighing her options. In the cold room, only the ticking sound of her fingertips remained, like a countdown. Finally, she looked up, her gaze falling on Lynn again. Mr. Evans, the Ministry of Magic will conduct a preliminary, non-contact magical fluctuation scan and record of your starstone, to be documented as a potentially anomalous magical item. At the same time, given your current physical condition and the instability of your power, as well as your status as an underage wizard, the Ministry of Magic requires you to submit a magical recovery status report quarterly to the Hogwarts Hospital Wing for the next year, signed by Madame Pomfrey. Until you have fully recovered, you are forbidden from attempting any magic beyond basic spell level outside Hogwarts, or without the supervision of an adult wizard. Do you understand and accept? This was not an acquittal, but rather a form of strict monitoring and restriction. But compared to worse outcomes, this was a significant concession. Fudge seemed about to say something, but was stopped by a look from Bones. Lynn was silent for a few seconds, meeting Bones's scrutinizing gaze, and clearly replied, I accept. Very well. Bones closed the parchment file in front of her, making a slight sound, signaling the end of the inquiry. You may leave. Stepping out of that cold, heavy black door and back onto the dimly lit, oppressive corridor of the 9th floor, Hermione let out a long, silent sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She then realized she was holding Lynn's hand, her palm slick with cold sweat. Lynn's fingers were still icy, but he gently squeezed her hands in return. Headmaster Dumbledore walked ahead, his pace unhurried. The golden grille door of the lift closed again, carrying them downwards. When the lift doors opened again, returning them to the bustling, lively atrium of the Ministry of Magic, Hermione felt a sense of having been in another world. The sound of the fireplace flames, the chatter of wizards, the hooting of owls, these noisy sounds now seemed incredibly comforting. The handling was restrained. Headmaster Dumbledore stopped by the fountain in the atrium, looking at Lynn, his sapphire blue eyes deep with meaning. Bones is a principled person, though her principles sometimes seem cold. Fudge, he shook his head slightly. Fear makes him short-sighted. You need to be cautious in the coming year. Lynn nodded. I understand. Thank you, Principal. As for you, Miss Granger, Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Hermione, his eyes filled with admiration. Your courage and clear logic are impressive. He winked mischievously, especially that line, he's a hero. It was very impactful. Hermione's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. All right, Headmaster Dumbledore smiled. I think you two need a little sunshine. I won't see you out. Remember, Hogwarts will always be your backing. He waved his hand and turned, disappearing into the green flames rising from a fireplace, leaving the cold Ministry of Magic, and standing once again under the grey, rainy London sky. Hermione felt as if the sun had pierced through the clouds and shone into her heart. She held Lynn's hand, not heading towards the subway station, but turning into the familiar bakery on the street corner, where the rich sweet scent wafted out. Boss. 2 chocolate croissants. With double chocolate sauce. Hermione's voice carried the lightness of someone who had survived a close call. The bakery owner, a kind, bald old man, smiled and put 2 golden brown, crispy croissants, drizzled with rich chocolate sauce, into a paper bag. Here you go, little Hermione. And your friend. Today's bread has a little extra sunshine magic, guaranteed to dispel all gloom. Hermione took the warm paper bag, eagerly broke off a piece of chocolate-covered croissant, stood on tiptoe, and offered it to Lynn's mouth, her eyes shining like stars. Quick, try it. To celebrate her triumph. Lynn lowered his head and, taking it from her hand, took a bite. The crispy crust shattered, and the warm, lava-like chocolate sauce flowed across his tongue, the rich sweetness instantly spreading. That subtle, almost imperceptible warmth from the euphoriant rose from his stomach again, dispelling the last trace of chill from the Ministry of Magic. He looked at Hermione's expectant eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards in an extremely subtle, yet undeniably real, clear arc. It's very sweet. The rain still fell, dampening pedestrians' umbrellas and the street. But under the warm eaves of the bakery, amidst the sweet aroma of chocolate croissants, in the girl's bright smile and the real warmth in his palm, the starstone in Lynn's chest, through his clothes, sent a clear and warm throb. That throb was no longer the cold sting of a warning, but like a tiny spark ignited, steady, warm, carrying a vitality he had never felt before. He turned his hand, gripping Hermione's hand tighter. The gloom would eventually dissipate, and some light, beneath the cold star scars, was quietly spreading like wildfire. Chapter 41, The Shadow of the House Elves and the Protection of the Orange Cake. Returning to the Granger family home, the warm light of the hallway and the aroma of roast chicken instantly enveloped them. Like an invisible healing barrier, Aunt Monica immediately came forward, her gaze eagerly sweeping over the faces of the two children. Only when she saw that they were tired but otherwise unharmed, especially Lynn's rare, not yet fully faded gentle smile, did she let out a long sigh of relief. "Everything's fine, Mom," Hermione answered first, her voice light with the relief of a narrow escape. "The Ministry of Magic, we cleared things up, it's fine." She deliberately omitted the cold surveillance terms and scrutinizing gazes. Wendell also put down his newspaper and came over to pat Lynn's shoulder firmly, still carefully avoiding his chest. "Good job, son. I knew they had no reason to cause trouble. Go wash your hands. Dinner's ready." Aunt Monica made your favorite meat lasagna. The atmosphere at dinner was more relaxed than in the past few days, Hermione vividly described, omitting the tense and dangerous parts. The grand atrium and elevators of the Ministry of Magic, eliciting continuous exclamations from Wendell and Aunt Monica. Lynn ate quietly, occasionally a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips at Wendell's jokes or Hermione's exaggerated gestures. The starstone under his clothes continued to emit a warm, steady pulsation, a little clearer than it had been at the Ministry of Magic after dinner. Hermione didn't immediately pull Lynn away to discuss potions or read books as usual. She mysteriously brought out a plate from the refrigerator, covered with a glass dome. It was Aunt Monica's signature orange cake. The cake was fluffy and golden, adorned with the glistening candied orange peel, emitting a fresh and enticing sweet aroma. "Strategic reserves," Hermione announced, her eyes sparkling. "To celebrate our victorious return, half for each of us." She carefully divided the cake in half, pushing the slightly larger piece in front of Lynn, while she took a small fork and, cherishing it, picked up a small piece and put it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Lynn looked at the cake in front of him, radiating sunshine like color and aroma, then at the girl's slightly puffed cheeks opposite him, a strange, comforting warmth slowly spreading through his heart. He picked up his fork and took a piece. The sweet orange fruitiness bloomed on his tongue, mixed with a soft cake and just the right amount of frosting, like concentrated summer sunshine, dispelling the last trace of lingering chill deep within his body. "Is it good?" Hermione asked indistinctly, her fork still in her mouth, her brown eyes looking at him expectantly. Lynn nodded, his gaze falling on the corner of her lips, which had a bit of frosting on them. "It's very sweet." The rain outside had stopped at some point, and the cool moonlight streamed through the window onto the dining table. Blending with the warm yellow lamplight, the two quietly shared the cake, the air filled with the sweet scent of oranges and an unspoken, quiet understanding. The peace and sweetness of this moment soothed tense nerves more than any potion. In the days that followed, the shadow of the Ministry of Magic seemed truly dispelled by the sweet aroma of orange cake and the warmth of the Granger family home. Lynn's body entered a stable period of recovery. The charred scar on his chest faded in color, and the spiderweb-like cracks also converged significantly, leaving only pale pink marks. The most gratifying change came from his depleted magic source. With Hermione's tireless mental guidance and the aid of improved potions, an extremely faint but real trickle finally began to emerge from the depths of that silent desert. At first, it was just a faint silver glow, the size of a grain of rice, occasionally condensing on his fingertips and then extinguishing. A few days later, he could make a quill move very slowly a few inches across the table. Each small improvement made Hermione as excited as if she had discovered a new continent, her eyes shining astonishingly. "Look! It moved another centimeter." She leaned over the desk, precisely measuring the distance. The quill moved with a Muggle ruler, neatly writing down the data in her notebook. "The combination of lavender and chamomile is indeed effective. The intensity of the mental guidance has also increased by 0.3 standard units. Her so-called standard units were vague indicators she set herself based on Lynn's description of concentration of intent. Lynn watched her serious profile, her fluffy curls falling down, swaying gently with her writing movements. He didn't expose the unscientific nature of her standard units, but merely cooperated by sensing the faint but steadily flowing magic within him. Like a clear spring seeping anew from beneath a drier riverbed, the starstone resonated with a steady warmth, as if also rejoicing in this slow recovery. "Try this." Hermione presented a small crystal bottle, wrapped in silver thread, as if offering a treasure inside. A pale golden liquid shimmered, refracting tiny halos in the sunlight. Formula 3. It contains a trace, legal, of diluted phoenix tears. Madame Pomfrey sent it by L. She said it might have a miraculous effect on deep magical trauma. Lynn took the bottle. The crystal bottle felt warm to the touch, and the liquid inside emitted a pure and warm aura. He uncorked the bottle and drank it. The liquid slid down his throat, without strong irritation, but brought an indescribable sense of comfort, as if immersed in warm sunshine. A warm and powerful force instantly permeated his limbs, gently flushing out the subtle blockages in his magical circuits. He clearly felt that the faint trickle of magic within him seemed to have been injected with vitality, its flow rate quickening slightly and becoming more condensed. "How is it?" Hermione anxiously observed his expression. Lynn closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them, looking at her expectant eyes, and clearly uttered 2 words: "It's effective." He even actively extended his finger, and with a slight movement of his will, a silver glow, brighter and more stable than before, instantly lit up at his fingertip, lasting a full 3 seconds before slowly extinguishing. "That's great." Hermione was so excited she almost jumped up, grabbing Lynn's wrist, feeling the faint magical fluctuations remaining on his fingertip, her face beaming with immense joy and accomplishment. "I knew it. Phoenix tears. Headmaster Dumbledore is truly great." Lynn's gaze fell on her hand gripping his wrist. Feeling the warmth from her fingertips and her pure joy, he didn't withdraw his hand, but quietly absorbed the genuine warmth and strength she brought. The afternoon sun filtered through the apple tree branches, casting dancing light patterns on the study's wooden floor. Hermione sat at her desk, concentrating on writing a reply to Harry and Ron. Recounting her summer routine, omitting the Ministry of Magic part, complaining about boring holiday homework, and asking about interesting things at the Weasleys. The quill scratched across the parchment, making a soft rustling sound. Lynn, meanwhile, sat on the armchair by the window, holding an old, heavily worn book he had brought from Chestnut House, Basic Star Atlas, a Muggle introductory astronomy book. His gaze appeared to be on the pages, but his mind was actually immersed within, carefully sensing the slightly more active flow of magic, catalyzed by Formula 3. It traversed the dried-up circuits with difficulty yet stubbornly, like a trickle carving through ice. Each cycle seemed to bring a faint but real sense of nourishment, and the warmth of the starstone resonated with it just then. An extremely faint but strongly distorted magical fluctuation, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, suddenly shattered the tranquility of the study. This fluctuation did not come from outside, it was more like appearing out of thin air inside the room, carrying an aura of panic and desperation. Lynn suddenly looked up. Hermione also stopped writing, frowning in confusion. What was that sound? Almost at the same moment the two noticed the anomaly. The air less than a foot above Lynn's desk was violently torn open as if by an invisible hand. A piercing rip sound, like fabric being forcibly torn, rang out. Space distorted and fluctuated violently. Immediately after, a small, slender figure, dressed in clothes like a ragged pillowcase, was violently thrown out as if by an invisible giant hand, accompanied by a shriek of terror that warped his voice, and crashed headfirst onto the desk in front of Lynn. Bang! Crash! The books, ink bottles, Hermione's carefully prepared potion test tubes, and the half-eaten orange cake on the desk, were instantly smashed into a mess. The ink bottle shattered, black ink spreading like venomous snakes. Glass test tubes broke, various potions mixed and flowed. The cake was utterly ruined. Golden cake and white cream mixed with ink and potions, smeared all over the desktop, and the suddenly appearing small creature, Dobby. A sharp, painful, and terrified cry erupted from the small creature lying in the wreckage. It was a house elf. He had large green eyes the size of tennis balls and large, bat-like ears, now covered in ink and cream, making him look comical and disheveled. His scrawny body trembled violently from extreme fear, struggling to get up, but slipped on the sticky cake and ink, becoming even more pathetic. Hermione was stunned by the sudden turn of events, letting out a short gasp, her quill falling to the floor. Lynn's reaction, however, was incredibly fast. In the instant Space Tower, in the flash of lightning between the house elf crashing into the desk, knocking over the ink bottle and sharp glass test tubes, he instinctively, desperately, mobilized the trace of magic that had just become active within him. Buzz, an extremely thin but instantly condensed silver glow, like the toughest protective film, suddenly unfolded less than half a foot in front of Hermione. Splat. Crash. Splashing ink and glass shards fiercely impacted the silver glow, all blocked. The black ink splattered on the surface of the glow, like ugly fireworks, but could not penetrate an inch. Finally sliding down powerlessly, Hermione was unharmed. She merely took a step back, covering her mouth. Startled by the sudden explosion of events before her and Lynn, the moment he forcibly activated that faint magic to form the protection, his face suddenly turned ashen white. A tearing pain shot through the freshly healed scar on his chest. It was as if a giant rock had been forcibly shoved into a river channel that had just been cleared a little. He let out a muffled groan, his body swayed, and he gripped the sofa armrest tightly with one hand to keep from collapsing. Fine cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead, his breathing becoming rapid and difficult. The star stone under his clothes pulsed violently, with a burning sensation. Like an overload warning, Lynn, Hermione's gasp immediately turned from shock to immense fear and concern. She ignored the messy desk and the strange house elf, immediately rushing to his side, supporting his swaying body. "Are you okay? Is it a magical backlash? Don't scare me," Lynn gasped rapidly, forcibly suppressing the surge of blood in his throat, and shook his head with difficulty, his gaze, however, cold and sharp, darting towards the terrified house elf, Dobby, by the desk, who was struggling to get up, covered in filth. Dobby finally managed to struggle out of the mixture of ink and cake and stand up, his huge green eyes filled with tears, fear, and a near desperate guilt. He looked at the messy desk, then at Lynn, pale-faced and clearly injured because of him, supported by Hermione, and then at the slowly dissipating silver glow barrier, still stained with ink, in front of Hermione. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" He suddenly let out a shrill cry and began to furiously bang his head against the edge of the still intact bookcase nearby. Dobby hurt the esteemed child of the stars. Dobby almost killed the great Harry Potter's friend. Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby must punish himself. The thudding sounds of his head hitting the bookcase echoed in the study, chilling to the heart. "Stop!" Hermione, both startled and angry, snapped. "Who are you? What do you want?" Dobby, startled by her sharp command, stopped his self-harm, shrinking into a ball, his huge green eyes looking at them in terror, tears mixing with ink and cream flowing down. "Dobby! Dobby is Harry Potter's friend. Dobby must come to warn Hogwarts. Hogwarts is in terrible danger this year. Harry Potter must not go back. You must not go back either." He spoke incoherently, his voice shrill and trembling. "There's a plot, ancient evil. People will die, many people will die. Danger? What danger? Explain yourself," Hermione pressed, while anxiously helping Lynn sit down, quickly checking the injury on his chest under the bandage. The pale pink scar seemed to faintly show an ominous dark red again. Dobby, however, shrank into an even more terrified ball, shaking his head frantically. "Dobby cannot say. Dobby is forbidden. Dobby can only warn. Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. You must also be careful." His huge green eyes looked out the window in terror, as if something dreadful was pursuing him. "Who forbade you? Who sent you?" Lynn's voice rang out, low and hoarse, with a coldness that suppressed pain. His gaze was like a tangible blade, fixed on Dobby. Dobby trembled all over, his gaze at Lynn filled with awe and deeper fear. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but then suddenly covered his mouth, making muffled sounds. He looked at Lynn in terror, then at Hermione, and suddenly seemed to make a decision. "Remember Dobby's warning. Danger. Hogwarts is dangerous." He let out a shrill shriek, suddenly jumped up, and snapped his filthy fingers loudly. Pop, a bang, as if the air had been squeezed. Dobby's small figure instantly distorted and vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the mess in the study, the pungent mixed smell, and that warning echoing like a curse. The study was utterly silent. Broken glass, flowing ink, ruined cake, overturned books, like a ruin after a storm. Hermione supported the pale Lynn, their gazes falling on the spot where Dobby disappeared, then slowly shifting to the clear sky outside the window. "Hogwarts in danger? Ancient evil." Dobby's terrified, distorted face and his shrill warning, like a cold viper, coiled around their hearts, which had just found a moment of peace. The sweet scent of orange cake also seemed to be completely covered by the pungent smell of ink and potions. The star stone in Lynn's chest pulsed with a cold and heavy throb, like an ominous premonition. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, The Glimmer of Light in Diagon Alley and the Shadow of the Chamber of Secrets. The mess created by Dobby tearing through space had been cleaned up, but his warning, "Hogwarts is dangerous," was like ink seeping into wood grain, leaving an indelible mark beneath the calm surface of the Granger family home. The star mark on Lynn's chest glowed a faint dark red after he forcefully activated his magic, and each breath brought a subtle sting. The warmth emanating from the starstone also felt sluggish. Hermione was almost inseparable from him. She adjusted the potion formula, doubling the soothing components of lavender and chamomile, and cautiously increasing the frequency of diluted phoenix tears every morning. She would appear at Lynn's door with the warm potion, watching him drink it, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the moonstone around her neck. As if this action could share his pain, Lynn cooperated silently, but his gaze always lingered on the faint dark circles under her eyes, marks left by late nights poring over cases of rare magical injuries and repeatedly calculating potion ratios. Feeling better? This became Hermione's most frequent question, her voice hiding a cautious hope. Yes, Lynn's answer was always concise, but he would actively show her the faint silver glow, more stable than yesterday, coalescing at his fingertips, or make the quill on the table move an extra half-inch. These small improvements were the light that instantly brightened Hermione's weary eyes. August slipped towards its end amidst the scent of medicine, rustling book pages, and silent companionship. Hogwarts letter arrived as expected. Besides the class schedule, the thick parchment envelope also contained a sternly worded notice. Due to special safety considerations, all second-year and above students were required to purchase basic defense against the dark arts protective gear before the start of term. The list included items never previously mandatory, such as dragon hide protective gloves and anti-hex heart shields. Look at this, Hermione pointed at the list, her brow furrowed. Protective gear. What is the Ministry of Magic worried about? Or is Hogwarts really? She didn't finish, her gaze turning to Lynn, filled with a seeking anxiety. Dobby's warning and this list fit together like two perfectly matched puzzle pieces. Lynn's fingertip traced the cold words heart shield, and the star mark on his chest seemed to be pricked by the word, throbbing faintly. He knew better than anyone the meaning behind this list. The Chamber of Secrets was about to open, and the basilisk's gaze was deadly, but at this moment, he could only lower his eyelashes, concealing the heaviness in his eyes. It's always good to be fully prepared. The day they returned to Diagon Alley, London was uncharacteristically clear. The sunlight dispelled days of gloom. But the bustling crowds and colorful shop windows couldn't completely ease the tension in Hermione's heart. She clung tightly to Lynn, as if the surging crowd could sweep him away at any moment. Wendell and Monica followed behind, pushing a shopping cart, their eyes occasionally sweeping worriedly over Lynn's still pale profile. The entrance to Flourish and Blots was packed, with a huge, garish banner hanging, Gilderoy Lockhart book signing. Lock up your heart. In the center of the crowd, the man in a forget-me-not blue robe, flashing a dazzling white smile, posed like a preening peacock, flashbulbs popping. Merlin's beard. It really is him, Hermione gasped, her voice a mix of disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible budding admiration. Her satchel still contained Lockhart's break with a banshee, its pages filled with notes marking key spells. Lynn watched Lockhart's flamboyant performance, his lips almost imperceptibly turning down. He knew the true nature of this defense against the dark arts master, a charlatan who built his reputation by stealing others' adventures and using memory charms. But his silence at this moment was misinterpreted by Hermione as discomfort. Is it too crowded? Are you uncomfortable? She immediately grasped Lynn's wrist nervously. The pulse beneath her fingertips slightly reassured her. Let's go around here and buy the protective gear first. Just as they turned to leave, a familiar, surprised voice cut through the clamor. Hermione. Lynn. Harry Potter squeezed through the crowd, his emerald eyes sparkling behind his round glasses, followed closely by the fiery-haired Ron, whose face glowed with the excitement of returning home. Are you two here to shop too? Ron grinned, his gaze sweeping over the protective gear list in Hermione's hand, and he made a face. Merlin, this list is scarier than the Christmas sweater list my mom makes. Fred and George say it's definitely Lockhart's doing, just to sell more of his books. He gestured with his chin towards Lockhart, who was being fawned over in the bookstore. Harry, however, keenly noticed Lynn's unusual complexion and Hermione's protective stance, clinging to him. His smile faded a bit, and he lowered his voice. Lynn, are you alright? He still vividly remembered the horrific scene in the underground chamber before the summer holidays. Recovering, Lynn said concisely, his gaze sweeping over the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead, hidden by his fringe. The eye of the storm was already drawing near. The Weasley family soon gathered around Molly, enthusiastically hugged Hermione and Lynn, with such force that Lynn grunted, and the star mark on his chest throbbed. She immediately released him, her freckled face full of concern. "Oh, dear. Arthur told me about those things at the Ministry of Magic. And your injury, let me see." Auntie Molly brought special Shkale Grow and calming potion. She began rummaging through her huge, seemingly bottomless handbag. The twins, Fred and George, peered out from behind their mother, grinning as they scrutinized Lynn. "Heard you took a killing curse from you-know-who. Held on." Fred whistled, his eyes filled with genuine awe. "Cool," George interjected, magically pulling 2 oddly wrapped candies from his pocket. "Try some? Courage Nougat Experimental Edition, guaranteed to make you feel like you can take on a dragon temporarily. Side effect might be green hair, minor issue." "Fred." "George." Molly snapped. Lynn looked at the candies offered to him, then at the twins' cunning but kind eyes, and actually reached out to take them as their fingertips touched. George almost imperceptibly pressed Lynn's hand, whispering, "Mom said your magic was badly hurt. These candies have a bit of Didini essence to replenish magic. We borrowed Madame Pomfrey's recipe. It was clumsy but sincere care, wrapped in a prankster's shell." Hermione's tense lips finally curved into a faint smile. Mr. Weasley, meanwhile, was excitedly pointing out the entrance to the leaky cauldron, magically hidden across the street, to Wendell, explaining in great detail the ingenious reactions of Muggle objects when enchanted. Wendell listened with keen interest. This brief, lively hustle and bustle, like a ray of warm sunshine, pierced through the clouds hanging over Lynn and Hermione's hearts. Hermione quietly relaxed the fingers that had been tightly gripping Lynn's wrist, instead gently hooking her pinky finger with his. Lynn did not pull away. He felt her cool touch and slight tremor through their linked fingers. The Moonstone and Starstone, beneath their clothes and separated by the crowd, transmitted a faint but synchronized warm pulsation. The final highlight of their shopping was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Dark velvet curtains muffled the external noise, and the air was filled with a faint scent of new fabric and insect-repelling herbs. Hermione was standing on a stool, allowing a floating magical pin to measure her for her new school robes. The thick, dark green woolen fabric made her skin appear even fairer, and her bushy brown curls glowed warmly in the soft light. Lynn sat quietly in an armchair in the corner, flipping through a copy of Common Dark Arts Creatures and Basic Protection, which Hermione insisted on buying, but his gaze would always unconsciously drift over the edge of the book. Landing on the figure on the stool, she tilted her head slightly, cooperating with the pin's movements, her profile focused and gentle, occasionally frowning slightly at the pin's tiny prick, then quickly relaxing. A strange, soft emotion, like honey dripping into clear water, slowly spread in his quiet heart. The Starstone seemed to sense this peaceful gaze, emitting a steady, warm ripple, and the faint pain in his chest also seemed to lessen a bit. "A perfect fit, dear," Madame Malkin said, directing the fabric with her wand for a final adjustment to Hermione's shoulder line. "The thickened material will withstand the cold winds of the Scottish Highlands, and the protective runes on the cuffs and collar are also woven in, capable of deflecting some basic hex splashes." She turned to Lynn. "Young man, it's your turn." Lynn put down his book and stood up when he stepped onto the stool, and the cold metal tape measure automatically wrapped around him to take measurements. Hermione, unlike her usual self, did not immediately go to look at her newly bought ear with the Tibetan Yeti. Instead, she stood to the side, clutching her book, her gaze intently following the tape measure's movements, as if the cold tool might hurt him. When the tape measure tightened around his chest, her breath visibly hitched for a moment, her fingers unconsciously clenching the book pages, until the tape measure loosened and she confirmed his expression was normal before quietly sighing in relief. These subtle worries and protections, like invisible threads, enveloped Lynn. He lowered his eyelids, feeling the warm, synchronized pulsation of the Starstone beneath his clothes with her Moonstone, a warm current called peace of mind quietly dispelling the chill brought by the shadow of the Chamber of Secrets. Walking out of the robe shop, the setting sun painted the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley a warm orange gold. The Weasley family was still in the Eolopsal Emporium next door, choosing a birthday present for Percy, their lively chatter faintly audible. Hermione, carrying the bag with her school robes, walked with a lighter step, turning to ask Lynn, "Do you want to go to Fortescue's ice cream parlor? I heard they have a new raspberry nut crunch flavor." Before she finished speaking, a small figure suddenly darted out like a phantom from a dark alley filled with discarded wooden crates nearby. It was Dobby, the house elf. His tennis ball-sized green eyes were bloodshot, filled with even more terror and despair than last time. His bony hands clutched desperately at his tattered pillowcase-like clothes, his voice shrill like sandpaper rubbing. With a desperate wail, Bad Dobby has come again. Bad Dobby must warn. Danger, ancient evil breathes within the walls of Hogwarts. It is waiting, listening. Do not go back. Harry Potter must not go back. The child of the stars must not either. Many will die, many will die. His huge ears twitched nervously, and he suddenly slammed his head against the hard brick wall nearby. Punish Bad Dobby. Punish Dobby for saying too much. Bang. Bang. The dull thuds were horrifying. Stop. Dobby, Hermione cried out in alarm, instinctively trying to rush over and stop him. Lynn, however, pulled her wrist, not with great force, but with an undeniable restraint. His icy gaze shot towards Dobby like a blade, piercing through the house elf's hysterical performance, straight to the root of his deep-seated fear. The House of Malfoy. He clearly saw the deeply etched M brand on Dobby's skin, revealed beneath his tattered sleeve as he hit the wall. Dobby's movements froze abruptly under Lynn's gaze, green blood seeped from his bruised forehead, and his huge green eyes stared at Lynn in terror. Like a frog caught by a snake, he understood the silent warning in Lynn's eyes. Your master, remember Dobby's words. Dobby let out a high-pitched, distorted whimper, and his green blood-stained fingers suddenly snapped. Snap. After the soft crackle in the air, Dobby's figure instantly twisted and vanished, leaving only dust lingering in the depths of the alley and that echoing, curse-like phrase, "The evil within the walls is breathing." The warmth of the setting sun seemed to be instantly drained, and a cold dread crept up Hermione's spine. Her hand trembled slightly, gripping Lynn's hand tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood. Lynn pulled her closer, shielding the dark alley with his body. He looked up towards the direction of the unseen ancient castle at the end of Diagon Alley. His gaze as heavy as iron. The starstone in his chest emitted a cold, heavy throb, like an omen of snake scales rubbing against stone walls from deep underground within the walls of Hogwarts. The door to the Chamber of Secrets was already loosening. Chapter 43, Star Marks Under the Robe in the Secret Chamber. The alley where Dobby vanished was left with only the pungent mixed scent of ink and cake, and the curse, "The evil within the walls is breathing," echoing in the chilly air. Hermione's hand trembled slightly in Lynn's, her fingertips cold. He suddenly pulled her closer, shielding the dark alley with his body, his gaze, like tempered steel, fixed towards the direction of the invisible castle at the end of Diagon Alley. The starstone in his chest gave a heavy, cold throb, like the omen of a basilisk's scales scraping against stone deep underground. What did he mean by that last sentence? Hermione's voice carried a suppressed fright, her fingers unconsciously tightening, almost digging into Lynn's arm. The evil within the walls. What could be inside Hogwarts's walls? The star mark on Lynn's chest throbbed faintly after forcefully channeling magic, and the starstone's feedback was cold and erratic. He withdrew his gaze, letting it fall on Hermione's pale face, not directly answering the dangerous truth. The basilisk, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, but only saying in a deep voice, "Danger does exist. Dobby's master does not want Harry to go back, and does not want us to interfere." He deliberately emphasized master, guiding her thoughts. Hermione's brown eyes sharply narrowed. Connecting this to the deeply etched M brand under Dobby's tattered sleeve, a cold name was on the tip of her tongue: Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy ordered him. Is he afraid, Harry, or afraid we'll find something out? The logical chain rapidly pieced together in her mind, temporarily suppressing her fear. Lynn tacitly acknowledged her inference. So, protective gear. He tapped the list in Hermione's hand that included dragonhide protective gloves and anti-jinx breastplate. Must be complete. He knew better than anyone what the basilisk's gaze meant. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and gripped Lynn's wrist tighter. Let's go to Madame Malkin's first. You need that robe with protective enchantments. Her tone regained its usual methodicalness, as if making a battle plan could dispel her inner unease. Inside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, it was warm and dry. Dark velvet curtains blocked out the outside noise, and the air carried a faint scent of new fabric and moth-repelling herbs. Lynn stood on a stool, and a cold metal tape measure automatically wrapped around him, taking his measurements. When the tape measure tightened over his chest, a subtle, sharp pain from the magic backlash made him imperceptibly frown. Hermione, who had been watching him closely, immediately caught this tiny change. Be careful, she instinctively gasped, taking half a step forward, her hand already raised, as if to ward off the invisible tape measure for him. Madame Malkin looked at her with some surprise, then gently explained, "Don't worry, dear, it's just measuring, it won't touch the wound." Hermione's face flushed, and she awkwardly lowered her hand, but her gaze remained fixed on Lynn, with unconcealed tension. Lynn lowered his eyes to meet her gaze, shaking his head almost imperceptibly, signaling that he was fine. The moonstone on her neck gave a warm, soothing throb, strangely calming her instantly heightened heart. Thick Scottish Highlands tweed, Madame Malkin directed a bolt of dark green, thick and tough fabric to float over with her wand. It can effectively resist the cold winds of the Scottish Highlands and the splash energy of low-level hexes. The cuffs and collar, her wand tip glowed faintly, tracing intricate and hidden silver runes along the fabric's edges, will be woven with stabilizing and deflecting protective enchantments, providing a slight resistance bonus against petrification magic. She specifically glanced at the faint outline of bandages under Lynn's skull robe on his chest. "Thank you, madam," Hermione said gratefully, carefully examining the subtly shimmering silver runes, as if they were another amulet for Lynn. When it was Hermione's turn to be measured, she stood on the stool. The dark green, thick tweed made her complexion appear even fairer. Lynn sat in an armchair in the corner, holding common dark arts creatures and basic protection, which Hermione had just bought, but his gaze drifted over the edge of the book, falling on her. She tilted her head slightly to cooperate with the tape measure, her profile lines focused and gentle, her fluffy brown curly hair glowing with a warm halo under the soft light. A strange, soft emotion, like honey dripping into clear water, slowly spread in his quiet heart. The starstone, as if sensing this peaceful gaze, sent a steady, warm ripple, and the faint pain in his chest seemed to lessen a bit just then. An extremely faint but strongly distorted dark fluctuation, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, suddenly penetrated the warm barrier of the robe shop and swept over Lynn. Lynn's body instantly tensed. The starstone under his clothes sent a sharp, cold, stinging warning. This fluctuation was chilling, slippery, and carried a seductive malice. It was Tom Riddle's diary. It was nearby, and it had been activated. He abruptly looked up, his sharp gaze like a physical probe, instantly piercing through the gaps in the curtains and locking onto a red-haired figure in the bustling crowd on the street outside, Ginny Weasley. She was tightly clutching a worn, black-covered diary, her face unusually pale, her eyes somewhat vacant, being pushed forward by the excited Weasley twins. The dark aura of the diary was subtly coiling around her. "What's wrong?" Hermione immediately noticed the change in his aura and followed his gaze, only seeing the boisterous backs of the Weasley family. "Is it Ron and M.M.?" Lynn forcibly suppressed the surging emotions and the urge to immediately destroy the diary, withdrawing his gaze. The timing was wrong, and the location was even more wrong. He looked at Hermione, his voice low. "Keep an eye on that red-haired girl, Ginny Weasley. She might be affected by something." He could only give the most cryptic warning. Hermione frowned in confusion, carefully looking in the direction where Ginny disappeared, and nodded solemnly. "I'll remember that." She had an almost instinctive trust in Lynn's judgment. Stepping out of the robe shop, the lingering sunset dyed the flagstone path a warm orange gold. Hermione carried the bag with her school robe in one hand, and with the other, she naturally hooked Lynn's pinky finger again, as if this was the safest way to connect. "Do you want to go to Fortescue's ice cream parlor?" she suggested, trying to dispel the gloom brought by Dobby. "They have a new raspberry nut crumble." "Hermione." "Lynn," Ron's loud voice interrupted her. He and Harry squeezed out of the crowd and ran over, both with excited flushes on their faces. Harry still clutching a stack of Gilderoy Lockhart's glittering books. "Did you see that oaf?" Ron gestured towards Flourish and Blots, which was still bustling with people. "He's been signing so much his hand's almost broken." And he insisted on dragging Harry for a photo, saying something about the boy who lived meets the greatest wizard of our age. PFFT, Harry awkwardly scratched his hair. "He even gave me a complete set of his works." His tone was full of helplessness. Hermione's gaze was immediately drawn to the stack of books, with a hint of subtle longing. "Gilderoy Lockhart? His break with a banshee has some very insightful theories on improving banishing charms." "Insightful," Ron squawked. "Come on, Hermione, he's just a fraud who steals other people's stories with memory charms. His books, besides the face on the cover, are all." Under Hermione's disapproving gaze, Ron's voice trailed off. Lynn did not participate in the critique of Lockhart. His gaze swept over Harry and Ron, finally landing on Lucius Malfoy, who was talking to Arthur Weasley a little further away. Lucius leaned on his snake-headed cane, his gray-blue eyes cold and arrogant, a hint of a fake, insincere smile playing on his lips. When his gaze seemingly casually swept over Lynn, there was unconcealed scrutiny and a very deep hint of apprehension in his eyes. Clearly, The results of the Ministry of Magic's inquiry and the rumors about the Child of the Stars had already reached the ears of this school governor. Just then, Lynn clearly saw Lucius, in a friendly handshake with Arthur Weasley, move his finger extremely subtly, and an inconspicuous black hardcover diary slipped into the pile of cauldrons and textbooks in Ginny's arms. The movement was as swift as a venomous snake's flicking tongue. Ginny seemed completely unaware, still looking down with a pale face. "Look," Lynn whispered in a breathy voice only Hermione could hear. Squeezing her pinky finger, Hermione's pupils suddenly constricted. She saw the black book slip into Ginny's arms. Connecting this to Lynn's warning earlier in the robe shop, she might be affected by something, a cold chill instantly crept up her spine. Dobby's warning, the evil within the walls, Lucius Malfoy's furtive action, fragments pieced together a horrifying picture. "It's Malfoy?" Hermione's voice trembled with anger. "He gave Ginny something." "That's very likely part of the source of danger," Lynn calmly finished, his gaze sharp as a knife. He knew that the gears of the Chamber of Secrets had been coldly engaged and activated by Lucius's hand, completely unbeknownst to Ginny. King's Cross Station on September 1st always hummed with a mix of farewells and lively energy. The Hogwarts Express, like a colossal red steel beast, puffed out plumes of white smoke, waiting to carry the young wizards to the mysterious North. Lynn and Hermione bid farewell to the Grangers. Aunt Monica hugged Lynn tightly, her eyes slightly red. "You must take your medicine on time, take care of yourself, and if you feel unwell at all, go to Madame Pomfrey immediately. Write to us." Uncle Wendell patted Lynn's shoulder firmly. "Everything unsaid." Hermione stood beside Lynn, looking at her parents' worried eyes, and actively took Lynn's hand, fingers intertwined, tilting her face up to give a brilliant smile. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll make sure he takes his medicine. And I'll take good care of myself too." The sunlight fell on her fluffy curly hair and Lynn's calm profile, gilding them with a warm golden edge, the scene as beautiful as an oil painting. The moonstone and starstone, between their tightly pressed palms, sent a clear and warm synchronized throb through their clothes. Monica watched this scene, her worry finally melting into a gentle smile in her eyes. They boarded the train and found an empty compartment. Just as they put away their luggage, Harry and Ron squeezed in, Ron still clutching his anxious, cage-biting rat, Scabbers, Merlin's stinky socks. Finally made it on, Ron slumped into a seat, placing the cage aside. "Scabbers has been acting weird lately, always trying to escape, like there's a ghost after him at Hogwarts." Lynn's gaze swept over the missing toad brat, a cold understanding flashing in his eyes. Peter Pettigrew, of course he was afraid. Lord Voldemort's shadow was recoalescing at Hogwarts. The train started, and the city scenery outside the window gradually gave way to lush fields and rolling hills. Hermione took out the lunch basket Aunt Monica had prepared, which contained cut sandwiches, fresh fruit, and Hermione's favorite orange cake, carefully packed in an insulated container. She divided the cake into 4 portions, naturally placing the largest piece in front of Lynn. "Here, for energy." Her tone carried a hint of commanding concern. Lynn picked up a fork and speared a piece. The sweet orange aroma melted on his tongue, like concentrated sunshine. He looked up and saw Hermione taking small bites of her own portion, a bit of white frosting clinging to the corner of her mouth. "Here." Lynn reached out a finger and very naturally brushed it across the corner of her lips, his fingertip grazing that soft warmth. The movement was as gentle as brushing dew from a flower petal. Hermione's movements instantly froze, her cheeks flushing visibly, like ripe apples. She stared wide-eyed at Lynn, her brown eyes shimmering with incredulous shyness and a hint of sweet fluster. The compartment instantly fell silent, with only the rhythmic clatter of the train. Harry pretended to be engrossed in the scenery outside the window, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Ron, meanwhile, gaped, a piece of cake caught in his throat, almost choking. Lynn acted as if he had just done the most ordinary thing, withdrawing his hand and continuing to quietly eat his cake. Only his slightly reddened ear tips and a somewhat hurried warm throb from the starstone betrayed the not-so-calm ripples in his heart. The atmosphere was subtle and sweet. Hermione lowered her head, eating the cake in small bites, no longer daring to look at Lynn, only lightly touching his shoe tip with her toe, as if a silent chiding in response. Just then, the compartment door was gently pulled open a crack. Ginny Weasley's pale little face peeked in. She seemed to be scorched by the warm, and to her, glaring, atmosphere in the compartment, her eyes darting, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Ron. Mom asked me to ask you, if you saw her." She was incoherent, her gaze wandering, finally landing on Ron's old suitcase next to his seat. A corner of the black hardcover diary was peeking out from the unclosed gap in the case. Ginny's face instantly became even paler, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying, her breathing quickening. No, nothing, she abruptly pulled her head back, slammed the door shut, and her footsteps scurried away in a panic. The warm atmosphere was broken. Ron was puzzled. What's wrong with Ginny? She's acting so strange. Harry also shook his head in confusion. Only Hermione and Lynn exchanged a grave look. Hermione's hand under the table again clasped Lynn's, her fingertips slightly cool. Lynn clasped it back, conveying silent strength. He looked out at the rapidly receding scenery outside the train window. The silhouette of the castle spires was already faintly visible on the horizon within the walls of Hogwarts. Ancient evil had awakened and was quietly clinging to an innocent girl. And the undercurrents of guardianship and confrontation, with the train's advance, were silently surging towards that ancient castle about to be shrouded in gloom. The starstone in his chest sent a heavy, firm warmth, like a guiding spark in the darkness. Chapter 44, The Glimmer of Light on the Train and the Whisper of the Sorting Hat, Part 1. Ginny's frantic footsteps faded down the corridor, and the brief warmth in the compartment was replaced by an invisible tension. Ron was still muttering about his sister's strange behavior, while Harry looked worriedly at the closed door. Hermione's hand moved slightly in Lynn's palm, her fingertips conveying a silent question. It's nothing, Lynn whispered back, his thumb gently caressing the back of her hand reassuringly, his gaze thoughtfully sweeping over Ron's old trunk, which revealed a corner of a black diary. That thing was like a cold, dark hole, and even through the leather trunk, the starstone in his chest continuously sent cold, sluggish warnings. Hermione took a deep breath, trying to dispel the unease in her heart, and pulled her attention back to reality. Ron, your trunk isn't closed properly, she reminded him in as normal a tone as possible, while subtly using her body to block Ron's view of Lynn as she stood up to tidy her bag on the luggage rack. Oh, that damned rat Scabbers. Ron fumbled to pull the zipper on his trunk, stuffing the restless rat cage further inside, complaining, it's always trying to get out lately, like it's possessed. He slammed the trunk shut, finally completely covering the ominous black diary. A cold glint flashed in Lynn's eyes. Peter Pettigrew was, of course, terrified. Lord Voldemort's aura was resurfacing, and the diary, containing a fragment of his youthful soul, was now mere feet away. Hermione sat back down and pushed the remaining orange cake further towards Lynn, with an undeniable implication, eat it all. The blush on her cheeks hadn't completely faded. The sensation of Lynn's fingertips brushing her lips earlier still lingered. Lynn obediently picked up his fork. The sweet aroma of the cake melted on his tongue, temporarily suppressing the cold discomfort brought by the starstone. He ate quietly, occasionally looking up to see Hermione intently reading a newly purchased intermediate transfiguration theory, but the tips of her ears were still a faint pink, and her long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyes, making her appear exceptionally quiet and well-behaved. Sunlight streamed through the train window onto her fluffy curly hair, dancing with warm specks of light. An indescribable sense of peace and contentment, like a warm stream, slowly flowed through Lynn's heart. And the starstone's pulsation also became peaceful and warm. Just then, an abrupt, ear-splitting screech, like fingernails scraping metal, suddenly pierced through the compartment door. Screech, immediately followed by Ron's terrified scream and the clatter of a cage overturning. Scabbers, come back. The cage door had somehow been knocked open, and Scabbers, the gray rat with a missing toe, shot out from under the door crack like a gray lightning bolt, with astonishing speed. Stop it! Ron lunged for the door, fumbling to grab the doorknob. Lynn's reaction was even faster. He shot up almost the instant the noise sounded, his left hand flashing out like lightning, not to grab the rat, but to press precisely on the metal door frame on the inside of the compartment door. Buzz! An invisible wave of magic suddenly spread out from his palm. It wasn't a powerful impact, but rather had a peculiar stickiness and sluggishness effect, as if instantly turning a small area of air at the compartment door into a semi-solid gel. Scabbers, who had just darted to the edge of the door crack, suddenly stiffened. It was as if it had fallen into an invisible quicksand, its four tiny legs paddling desperately, but only churning the air fruitlessly in place, its speed reduced by 90%. Its terrified little eyes were filled with human-like horror. Immobulus, Hermione's spell followed immediately. A blue light accurately struck the almost motionless Scabbers, completely freezing it in place, maintaining its comical posture of furiously charging forward. Harry also rushed over, picked up the immobilized rat, and stuffed it back into the still terrified Ron's hands. Thanks, Ron gasped for breath, clutching the still struggling rat tightly, still shaken. Oh my god, is it crazy? What was that sound just now? It scared me to death. It sounded like some kind of powerful magical creature emitting infrasound? Or some kind of resonance. Hermione frowned, looking warily out into the corridor. The source of the noise seemed to have vanished, and only confused murmurs from other compartments could be heard in the corridor. Lynn slowly withdrew his hand from the doorframe, a faint tremor of magic lingering on his fingertips. He knew better than anyone the source of that noise, the low-frequency hiss of the basilisk moving deep within Hogwarts' ancient pipes, imperceptible to ordinary people. Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, as Lord Voldemort's former servant, had an instinctive, deeply ingrained fear of this aura representing absolute terror and death. The activation of the diary and the awakening of the basilisk, the double stimulus, had completely shattered the rat's nerves. It might be aging train pipes making noise, or some kind of magical experiment gone wrong. Lynn calmly offered a vague explanation, sat back down, and took a sip of the pumpkin juice Hermione had poured for him earlier. He needed to maintain outward calm, but his inner self was like an undercurrent beneath an icy lake. The basilisk's activity was earlier and more frequent than he had anticipated. Danger was accelerating its approach. Hermione looked at his serene profile, then at his left hand, which he had just pressed against the doorframe. She keenly noticed that what Lynn had just performed was not any of the binding spells she knew. It was a more direct application, closer to the source of magic itself. Child of the Stars, she silently repeated the title in her heart, a mix of worry and deeper trust intertwined. She asked nothing, simply pouring some of the hot chocolate from her thermos into Lynn's cup. Drink something warm, to calm your nerves, she said softly, her tone conveying undeniable concern. Lynn looked at the rising steam from the dark brown liquid in the cup, then at his own reflection in Hermione's clear eyes, and a warm current dispelled the chill brought by the basilisk's hiss. He picked up the cup. The warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying the rich aroma peculiar to cocoa and a hint of sweetness unique to Hermione. He responded softly, his gaze meeting hers for a moment. No more words were needed. Worry and protection were all conveyed in this silent understanding. Hogwarts' Great Hall always shone with the brilliant starlight created by magic. Thousands of floating candles illuminated the vaulted ceiling as if it were daytime, and the 4 long tables were laden with the glittering golden plates and goblets. The air was filled with the smoky scent of roasted meat, the sweet richness of pumpkin pie, and the nervous excitement of the new students. Lynn, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat at the Gryffindor long table. Hermione sat upright, her gaze fixed intently forward, her fingers unconsciously twisting the cuff of her robe. Lynn could feel her taut nerves. The start of the new school year, the new defense against the dark arts professor, and the shadows brought by Diagon Alley and Ginny. I heard this year's defense against the dark arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart, an excited older Gryffindor student discussed. Merlin, is it true? I've collected all his signed cards, a girl next to her exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ron made a gagging motion, while Harry shrugged helplessly. Hermione's lips were a thin line, her eyes complex, clearly torn between Lockhart's performance in Diagon Alley and Ron's fraud theory. Lynn's gaze swept over the noisy crowd, landing precisely on the end seat of the faculty table. A crimson and gold robe, meticulously styled wavy golden hair, and a signature, blinding smile. Gilderoy Lockhart was waving to the surroundings with an exaggerated gesture, as if he were the center of the entire Great Hall. There was no ripple in Lynn's eyes, only a cold scrutiny and empty-headed fraud. Yet occupying this year's most crucial teaching position, he shifted his gaze, sweeping over the other professors. Professor McGonagall was as stern as ever. Professor Snape's gaze was as dark and cold as always, sweeping over Potter with undisguised distaste. When Snape's gaze fell on Lynn, those deep black eyes seemed to pause for a moment, carrying a hint of inquiry and assessment. Lynn met his gaze calmly, the starstone beneath his robes emitting a faint, wary coolness. The inside of this potion master was not to be underestimated. Finally, Lynn's gaze settled on the white-bearded old man at the high table. Albus Dumbledore was looking kindly at the noisy students through his half-moon spectacles, and deep within his azure eyes, a light of all-knowing wisdom sparkled. When his gaze briefly met Lynn's, Lynn felt a gentle yet profound resonance from the starstone in his chest, as if silently saluting the greatest wizard of his time. Dumbledore gave him a slight nod, a nearly imperceptible, meaningful curve playing on his lips. The sorting ceremony began. The tattered sorting hat was placed on a high stool by Professor McGonagall, and it twisted its cracked mouth, beginning to sing. 1,000 years of bricks and stones built this hall. 4 bloodlines flow within these walls. Lion-hearted courage fears no storm. Badger's loyalty keeps hearts warm. Eagle soars in truth's bright light. Serpent glides in shadow's night. Wear me now, do not delay. Listen to your heart's deep sway. No matter where you've come from far, Hogwarts will guide you, like a star. Find your home, begin your glory's call." As the song ended, the new students nervously lined up to step forward when the name Ginny Weasley was called. The entire Great Hall fell silent for a moment. The red-haired little girl was as pale as a ghost, walking forward with unsteady steps, her lips trembling slightly. Hermione's hand suddenly gripped Lynn's wrist under the table, her fingertips icy cold. "Lynn," she whispered, her voice filled with worry. Lynn turned his hand to hold hers, his dry, warm palm enveloping her cold one. "Look," he whispered back, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Ginny. The hat barely touched Ginny's fiery red hair before it shrieked, "Gryffindor." Chapter 45, The Glimmer of Light on the Train and the Whisper of the Sorting Hat, Part 2. The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause and the loud whistles of the Weasley brothers. Ginny, as if burned, quickly took off the sorting hat, stumbled towards the table, keeping her head down the entire time, not daring to look at anyone, and directly dove into the empty seat next to her brother Percy. Burying her head low, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but her brows were still tightly furrowed. "She looks terrible," she whispered close to Lynn's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. "Worse than she did in Diagon Alley." "The diary, it's eroding her." Lynn's voice was low and firm, carrying a chilling coldness. Silently, like a maggot clinging to bone, he watched Ginny's slender figure curled up beside Percy. As if he could see invisible black threads spreading from the diary in her arms, coiling around her soul. A heavy sense of urgency to protect weighed on his heart. The sorting ceremony continued, but Lynn and Hermione's thoughts were no longer on it. The feast began, and the tables were instantly piled high with lavish food. Hermione habitually placed a perfectly roasted lamb chop and several refreshing vegetable salads onto Lynn's plate. "Eat more, you need to recover." Her tone held a touch of stubbornness, as if she were completing an important task. Lynn looked at the perfectly piled food on his plate, then at Hermione's serious gaze, as if she wouldn't stop until he finished eating. The string in his heart, taut because of the basilisk and Ginny, was quietly soothed by this everyday concern. He picked up his knife and fork and began to eat quietly, his movements refined but not slow. Hermione then contentedly began to eat the food on her own plate, occasionally discussing with Lynn in low voices about a professor's new term requirements or a course schedule. She was interested in the two sat very close, their shoulders almost touching in the noisy dining environment around them. A quiet and tacit small space formed between them when Lynn casually handed Hermione a mint jelly she couldn't reach. She naturally took it, a shallow, sweet curve forming on her lips. Harry and Ron, sitting opposite, exchanged an "I knew it" look and buried their heads in the chicken legs on their plates. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore stood up to announce the new term's precautions when he said, "Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that no magic is to be used in the corridors between classes, and Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week." The Great Hall was filled with the usual groans and cheers. Then, he cleared his throat, a strange expression on his face, a mix of anticipation and helplessness. "Finally, I am delighted to introduce our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the coming school year, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." Lockhart immediately sprang up as if on a spring, flashing a brilliant smile, bowing gracefully in all directions, his crimson robes shimmering in the candlelight. The applause was sparse, especially cold from the Gryffindor side, and Ron even let out a loud boo, earning him a stern glare from Percy. Lockhart was not at all bothered. He straightened his back and began his speech in his magnetic voice. "Content avoids the original, my dear students. It is my immense honor to embark on a new magical journey with you here at Hogwarts, this hallowed hall that has nurtured countless legends. Here, we shall explore the exquisite art of defensive magic together, from how to elegantly dispose of troublesome Cornish pixies," he winked towards the Gryffindor table, "to how to calmly face, well, some more challenging magical predicaments. I shall impart all my personal experience to help you become wizards as brilliant as the heroes in books. Remember, a smile, confidence, and a perfect hairstyle can sometimes resolve a crisis better than a spell." He smoothed his meticulously styled golden hair. This exaggerated and empty speech caused many students, especially the older ones, to show expressions of disappointment or amusement. Hermione's brow furrowed even more deeply. She looked at Lynn and whispered, Can he really teach us anything useful?" To face the evil in the walls, Lynn looked at the man on the teacher's table, who was like a peacock displaying its feathers, a faint, cold curve on his lips. "Rely on him." His voice was so soft that only Hermione could hear it, carrying a sense of knowing everything. "You might as well hope Peeves suddenly develops a love for studying." The Star Stone transmitted a calm, warm sensation, as if confirming his judgment. This show-off was not worth mentioning. The real danger and protection always concerned them themselves. Hermione looked at Lynn's calm and resolute profile, and her doubts and anxieties miraculously subsided as long as he was by her side, no matter how unreliable Lockhart was, no matter how terrifying the evil in the walls. She felt she had the courage to face everything. She quietly hooked her pinky finger with Lynn's under the table. Lynn didn't move, letting the soft fingertip entwine with his. A silent warmth flowed between their clasped fingers, dispelling the gloom brought by Ginny in the corner of the great hall and the exaggerated foam created by Lockhart. A common room fireplace crackled, dispelling the slight chill of the September night. The red drapes and padded sofas exuded a warm, comfortable atmosphere. The first years were led to their dormitories by Prefect Percy. Older students gathered in twos and threes, excitedly discussing their summer experiences and new term plans. Hermione and Lynn occupied a relatively quiet two-seater sofa by the fireplace. Hermione spread open her potions textbook, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly reviewing tomorrow's lesson with Snape, but her gaze occasionally drifted to Lynn, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her. Lynn appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was sorting through his chaotic thoughts. The diary was in Ginny's hands. The basilisk was already active. Lockhart, this ticking time bomb, was in place. Every step was like treading on thin ice. The starstone radiated a steady warmth from his chest, like a lighthouse in the dark, reminding him of the responsibility he bore and the person he had to protect. Lynn, Hermione's voice interrupted his contemplation, with a hint of hesitation. On the train, that magic you used, to slow Scabbers down, it wasn't impedimenta, was it? Lynn opened his eyes, meeting her gaze full of curiosity and concern. He wasn't surprised by her perceptiveness, he responded, not denying it, but also not explaining in detail. A child of the star's abilities were too unique. Exposing them too early would not be wise. Hermione didn't press further, she just moved a little closer, her shoulder gently touching his arm, bringing a reassuring warmth. That diary, what should we do? Seeing Ginny. Her voice held a mix of unbearable pain and anxiety. We can't be forceful. Lynn's voice was low and clear. The diary has a deep mental connection with its holder. Forcibly separating or destroying it could directly harm Ginny's soul. He recalled how Harry destroyed the diary in the original story, with a basilisk's poisonous fang. It requires a specific power that can destroy its essential vessel, and it requires timing. He had to wait for the basilisk to appear, wait for the opportunity to obtain the poisonous fang. This was passive, but for Ginny's safety, it was a necessary endurance. Hermione's breath hitched slightly, clearly startled by the possibility of harming the soul. She instinctively grabbed Lynn's arm. Then, what can we do? We can't just watch Herbie buy that thing. Protect, Lynn said succinctly. He turned his head, looking at Hermione's brown eyes, which appeared exceptionally bright in the firelight. Pay attention to her abnormalities, protect her from physical harm, and most importantly, he paused, his tone becoming serious, prevent her from being completely controlled by the diary to write dangerous things when she's alone. That was the key to triggering a series of attacks. Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. I understand. I'll pay attention. In the library, in the common room. I'll try my best to keep her from being alone. She instantly found a goal for her actions, watching the renewed fighting spirit and sense of responsibility in her eyes. A softness welled up in Lynn's heart. He raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally gently brushed away a strand of hair by her cheek that had curled slightly from the fireplace's warmth. His fingertip brushed her warm earlobe inadvertently. Hermione's body visibly stiffened, and two crimson blushes instantly bloomed on her cheeks, more vivid than the flames in the fireplace. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to focus intently on the textbook on her lap. But her slightly trembling eyelashes and accelerated heartbeat betrayed her fluster. Lynn clearly felt a slightly hurried, warm throb from the starstone, like his own unsettled heartbeat at that moment. A delicate silence fell between them, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace and the distant chatter of their classmates. The air was filled with a sweet, heart-accelerating warmth. Hermione's toes unconsciously drew circles on the carpet, and after a long while, she mumbled in an almost inaudible voice, "That orange cake, Mom also made two for you and put them in my trunk. I'll give them to you for breakfast tomorrow." Lynn responded softly, looking at the girl's flushed ear-tips. A warm current slowly rippled through his quiet heart, temporarily suppressing the cold heaviness brought by the shadow of the Chamber of Secrets. He turned his gaze back to the dancing flames, silently clenching his fist. The journey of protection had begun. The path ahead was fraught with thorns, but the warmth by his side was his never-extinguishing light source. Within Hogwarts' ancient stone walls, a silent war quietly began, amidst the warm glow of the fireplace and the girl's shy blush. Chapter 46, The Caged Bird and the Deviation of Star Tracks. Hogwarts this morning was swept by Lockhart's golden storm. Every inch of the corridor walls was plastered with giant posters of him winking, and Filch, the caretaker, was angrily tearing down a poster that covered the instructions for the moving staircase. Forbidden. This is vandalism, he shrieked, only to be interrupted by Lockhart's dazzling entrance. My dear Mr. Filch. Lockhart flashed his signature smile, his gold-trimmed cloak swirling with his movement. These posters are visual teaching aids for defense against the dark arts. Look at this pose. He turned sideways, bent his knee, and pointed his wand at the sky, a perfect starting move to ward off a curse. Filch's face turned purple with rage, but Lockhart had already turned to the lower-year students crowding him. Children, remember, an elegant posture is the first element of defense. Hermione clutched her textbook, Travels with Ghouls, her eyes wavering between fanaticism and doubt. Lynn suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer, Lockhart's waving wand narrowly missing the top of her head. The first element of defense, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing her earlobe, is to stay away from moving sources of danger. Hermione giggled, and when Lockhart's displeased gaze swept over, she quickly buried her face in Lynn's shoulder to hide her laughter, her shoulders trembling like a fluttering butterfly. The defense against the dark arts classroom had become a disaster zone. 30 violet-colored pixies, a variation of the Cornish pixies from the original work, shrieked and crashed in their cage, their wings beating up whirlwinds. Lockhart, however, opened his arms ecstatically. These lovely little fellows? Regular guests in Merlin-level exams. Today we will practice elegant taming. The moment the cage door opened, shrieks tore through the air. The pixies exploded like magical fireworks, grabbing Neville's ear and hoisting him onto the chandelier, tearing Seamus's homework into snowflakes, and two of them even fought over Lockhart's golden wig, flying all over the room. Come, watch me demonstrate. Lockhart frantically waved his wand. Pesca pixie pestronomy. The spell hit the chandelier chain, and Neville shrieked as he plummeted towards the corner piled with cauldrons. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione's levitation charm was quicker, supporting Neville at the same time. Lynn pressed one hand onto the podium. Buzz! An invisible force field rippled out from him, and the air instantly solidified like jelly. All the flying pixies were like mosquitoes caught in a spiderweb, their wings buzzing in vain but unable to move an inch. Seizing this opportunity, Hermione's freezing charm fired precisely. A mobulous, icy blue light burst forth one after another, and the pixies transformed into comical ice sculptures, clattering to the floor. The classroom was silent. Lockhart crawled out from under the podium, his wig askew on his forehead. Brilliant teamwork, he forced a smile, dusting off his robes. As described in Chapter 3 of Dancing with Banshees, the synergy of companions is the strongest shield. He deliberately ignored Lynn's cold gaze. Turning to the still shaken students, homework, read Chapter 3 and write an essay about my taming methods. 12 inches. As they left, Hermione whispered close to Lynn, that wasn't a standard spell. Did you use the same power as on the train? Her warm brown eyes shone astonishingly bright. The excitement of discovering new magic overriding her doubts. Magical resonance field, Lynn explained briefly, his gaze, however, fixed on the back row of the classroom. Ginny was clutching that black diary tightly, her nails digging into the leather cover. Spiderweb like black mist seeped from the edges of the diary, and a chilling aura, only perceptible by the starstone, spread out. At dinner, Hermione slipped a note into Lynn's palm under the long table. Midnight, Astronomy Tower observing the transit of Venus, best view. A small orange cake was drawn next to the ink. The castle sank into sleep, and Lynn, wearing his invisibility cloak, ascended the Astronomy Tower. Hermione, wrapped in a thick fleece blanket, sat by the telescope. A steaming cocoa pot and heart-shaped orange cake in a wicker basket at her feet. The transit of Venus is fake, she said with a cunning smile, pressing the hot cocoa into his hand, but the surveillance plan for Lockhart's office is real. Look. The telescope was aimed at the window of the defense against the dark arts office downstairs. Lockhart was practicing his autograph in front of a mirror when he suddenly grabbed a stack of reader letters in horror. Merlin. The Hungarian Hortail Breeders Association is suing for false details in Traveling with Dragons. He frantically fumbled through the bookshelf, pulling out a copy of Essential Memory Modification Spells. Every Wednesday at midnight he burns complaint letters. Hermione's breath condensed into white mist in the cold air. The danger Dobby the house elf warned about, perhaps it's hidden in those erased truths. She shivered slightly from the cold, and Lynn unfolded the fleece blanket, wrapping her into his embrace. The rough feel of the wool transmitted body heat through her pajamas. Hermione froze for a moment, then relaxed and leaned against his shoulder. The star Filled sky rotated above their heads as Hermione turned the telescope to track Sirius's path. Her hair brushed Lynn's neck, and a fresh scent of citrus mixed with parchment enveloped him. He pointed to a flickering red star in the southeast. Mars's trajectory has shifted. Professor Pythia's divination class said this is an ominous sign. Hermione's voice trailed off. Lynn felt her fingers unconsciously intertwine with his sleeve, a habit of hers when she was nervous. The trajectories of the stars have not changed for thousands of years. He held her slightly cool hand, guiding it towards the end of Cygnus. So-called omens are merely illusions projected by humans in their fear. The moment their fingertips touched the starstone and moonstone pulsed simultaneously, a warm, electric current coursing through their clasped palms. Hermione looked up at him, the starlight from the Astronomy Tower falling into her eyes, shattering into a flowing galaxy. The change occurred 3 days later in potion class. Snape's black robes billowed like a storm cloud as he coldly mocked Neville's dried-up doxy moths. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps you should donate your cauldron to troll for a baby bottle. A harsh scraping sound suddenly erupted from the back of the classroom. Ginny had accidentally knocked over a copper scale, and dark beetle eyes rolled all over the floor. Her face was ghostly pale, and her fingers nervously clawed at the edge of the cauldron, where remnants of dark red writing, written in potion, were fading. Kill, must, Miss Weasley. Snape swooped to her desk like a bat, his bony fingers pinching her wrist. Disrupting class, Gryffindor will lose. She has a fever. Professor. Hermione suddenly stood up, her words coming out as fast as a series of spells. Madame Pomfrey said this morning she needed observation. I was just about to take her to the hospital wing. Without waiting for Snape's response, she already had Ginny's trembling body supported and was walking out. Lynn followed suit. I'm responsible for moving the ingredients, Professor. He deliberately knocked over a jar of armadillo bile, and the viscous liquid splashed onto Snape's robe hem around the corridor corner. Ginny suddenly erupted with terrifying strength, pushing Hermione away. Don't touch me, she shrieked, curling up in the shadow of a gargoyle, her nails scratching bloody marks on her arm. It's laughing. Something in the walls is laughing. The diary slipped from her embrace, and tar-like black mist seeped from its cover, condensing into the phantom of a young Lord Voldemort, visible only to Lynn. Loomis. The intense light from Lynn's wand pierced the black mist. The moment the phantom shrieked and dissipated, Ginny collapsed. Unconscious, Hermione knelt, holding her in her arms, her lips trembling as she looked up. That black mist, was it the diary? Lynn picked up the diary. The leather cover pulsed violently in his palm like a living thing. The starstone sent a knife-like chill. The basilisk had fully awakened, and Ginny's soul was being rapidly eroded. The plan is ahead of schedule. He crushed the poisonous fang leaf juice clinging to his robe hem, and the emerald green pulp seeped into the stone cracks. We need a lure to draw the snake out of its nest. That night, by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione handed Lynn the modified surveillance plan. The parchment edges were densely marked with Ginny's abnormal timetable, but a symbol of intertwined stars and moon was drawn at the bottom of the page. Lynn's fingertip traced it, and he looked up to meet Hermione's eyes, full of worry. If the lure plan requires someone to be in danger, her voice choked. It won't be you. Lynn pulled away the quill she was clutching tightly. The pen still carried the dampness of her palm. The basilisk's target is always the impure. He dipped a new quill in ink, and on the back of the plan, he drew a diagram of the magic nodes of 3 corridors. Filch's cat. Madame Norris. It always lingers near blood purists. Hermione suddenly grabbed his drawing hand. Then you have to promise me. The firelight danced on her eyelashes, casting flickering golden shadows. No matter how urgent, don't use that life-draining magical resonance again. Her fingertips pressed against his chest, touching the location of the starstone through his clothes. On the train and in the classroom, your body temperature drops sharply after each use. Lynn covered her hand with his own, pressing her slightly cool hand firmly over his heartbeat. The crackling of the fire, Ron's snores in the distance, the rustling of parchment all faded away, leaving only the young, steady pulse beneath his palm, transmitted through bone. Beat after beat. Okay, he promised in a low, husky voice. Hermione suddenly leaned in, a kiss as light as falling snow imprinted on the corner of his lips, carrying the sweet freshness of orange cake and the scent of fresh ink. The moonstone around her neck suddenly grew hot, its light diffusing through her sweater to form a small patch of warm white, illuminating the inches of breadth between them. Outside the window, Hogwarts Castle was submerged in the inky blue night, and somewhere within its walls, snake scales scraped against ancient stone bricks. But in the warm glow of the common room, in the clasped hands of the boy and girl, the brilliance of starstone and moonstone silently merged, weaving the first line of defense against the dark arts. Chapter 47. Ice Mark and Warm Hearth. The lingering warmth of the first kiss on the Astronomy Tower had not yet faded from their lips when the icy reality crashed in like a tide. Ginny lay unconscious in the hospital wing, diagnosed by Madame Pomfrey with nervous hyperthermia caused by magic exhaustion. Hermione clutched Lynn's sleeve, standing by the bedside, watching Ginny's unnaturally flushed, pale face, her nails almost digging into her palms. The diary. Her voice was tight, her gaze fixed on the black diary, which Lynn had bound with multiple isolation spells and locked in the iron cabinet by the bed. Through the cabinet door's crack, a subtle, viscous black aura, imperceptible to the naked eye, stubbornly seeped out. Struggling as if alive, its activity is increasing. Lynn's voice was low and steady like a rock. The starstone pressed against his chest, continuously sending cold, needle-like stings, sharper than ever before. The basilisk's movements in the pipes were becoming frequent and agitated, and the diary's connection to its host was being forcibly deepened by some power. We can't wait for the basilisk to appear on its own anymore. The bait plan. Hermione looked up sharply, her brown eyes burning with resolve. Tonight. Lynn nodded, his gaze sweeping over the deepening twilight outside the hospital wing window. The moon phase is waning, which is when serpentine magic is relatively dormant. He pulled out a blank potion-class parchment, dipped his wand tip into the calming potion residue in Ginny's bowl, and quickly sketched out the key corridors. Madame Norris's patrol route is fixed. She loves to linger near the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. It's full of pipes. The lavatory, Hermione immediately understood, Moaning Myrtle's territory. The pipe intersection. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes, quickly followed by worry. But how can you be sure it will attack Madame Norris? What if Filch, the fanatical pureblood? Lynn tapped heavily on the location of Filch's office on the parchment, and his inseparable cat in the air's eyes. They themselves are a defilement of purity. His tone was calm, yet it carried the coldness of one who understood darkness with a plan set. The heavy air was almost suffocating. Hermione looked at Lynn's calm profile, then suddenly reached out to touch his forehead. The icy touch of his fingertips made her heart clench. Your body temperature, it's even lower than before. Her voice held an almost imperceptible tremor. Is it because you're suppressing the diary? Lynn took her slightly cold wrist and pulled it down. The consumption is controllable. He avoided a direct answer. The backlash from overusing the starstone, like bone-chilling cold, was slowly eroding his body temperature, but he couldn't stop. Liar, Hermione mumbled softly, then tightly clasped his hand, trying to transfer the warmth from her palm to him. The moonstone around her neck glowed faintly, and a gentle warmth flowed through their clasped hands, seeping into Lynn. The stinging sensation from the starstone seemed to be neutralized by this warmth, subsiding slightly. Hogwarts Castle in the dead of night was like a slumbering giant. Lynn, cloaked in the invisibility cloak, moved silently through the moonless shadows. A shadow merged with the walls. Hermione, wearing thick wool socks and carrying several large books as a disguise, followed a few steps behind him, her heart pounding like a drum according to the plan. She was responsible for listening for movement at the corners with her extendable ears and being ready to set off Lynn's specially made bright fireworks as a signal. The abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor was filled with a smell of damp mold and a faint aura of sadness. Moaning Myrtle was intermittently sobbing in one of the stalls. Lynn carefully dabbed a small bottle of concentrated potion, emitting a pungent fishy smell, taken from the internal organs of spiny fish from the Black Lake depths, into the cracks of the floor tiles at the lavatory entrance. This was a highly attractive bait for snakes. After setting the bait, he quickly retreated to the corridor corner to meet Hermione in the darkness. They pressed against the cold stone wall, their breathing barely audible. Hermione could clearly feel the chill emanating from Lynn, even under the invisibility cloak. That low temperature worried her deeply. She couldn't help but quietly reach out, and through the fabric of the invisibility cloak, gently covered the back of his hand, which was tightly gripping his wand. Time ticked by in the deadly silence. Just as Hermione almost thought the plan had failed, Filch's hoarse grumbling and Madame Norris's familiar, complaining meow came from a distance. They're here. Lynn's body instantly tensed like a bowstring. Hermione also held her breath, pressing the horn of the extendable ear tightly against her ear. Footsteps and meows stopped at the lavatory door. All was running off here, you disobedient little thing. Filch's voice held a doting scolding. Then came the sound of Madame Norris sniffing the ground, followed by a contented purr, attracted by the fishy smell. Suddenly, a grating, teeth-on-edge noise, like countless giant ice plates scraping against each other, erupted from beneath the floor. From deep within the walls, the sound carried a soul-piercing, icy malice, clearer and more terrifying than the hiss on the train. Meow-ow! Madame Norris's agonizing, distorted shriek tore through the night. Norris, Filch's terrified roar sounded almost simultaneously. Now, Lynn dramatically threw off the invisibility cloak, his wand pointing like a drawn sword directly at the lavatory door. Hermione lit the fireworks in her hand almost in the same second. Fulmin or Lucem, Lynn's spell was not an ordinary Loomis, but a super burst infused with the power of the Starstone. A blinding, scorching white light, like a miniature sun, exploded from his wand tip, instantly illuminating the entire corridor as bright as day. The light pierced through the open lavatory door, revealing a horrifying scene inside. Madame Norris was suspended upside down by an invisible, immense force. Flung towards the dusty chandelier, her body was rigid, her soft fur covered in a thick layer of ice crystals that shimmered with an eerie, ghostly blue light, like an exquisite ice sculpture specimen. Filch lay sprawled on the ground, pointing at the floor in terror, his lips trembling, unable to speak, and on the damp wall, illuminated by the beam of light, a line of huge letters, formed from twisted ice shards, emanated a chilling coldness. The unclean defilers have been purged. The Chamber of Secrets shall finally open. Below the icy inscription, two deep indentations, as if plowed by the belly of a giant snake, stretched from the wall to the sewage-stained stone floor, with tiny, shimmering, ghostly blue ice fragments remaining along the edges of the indentations. The intense light lasted only 3 short seconds before suddenly extinguishing. Lynn groaned as the light died. His body swayed, his face deathly pale in the darkness, his wand-holding hand trembling uncontrollably, over activating the Starstone's power to resist the biting cold and the basilisk's hiss. The backlash was like an ice pick stabbing into his bones. Lynn, Hermione, ignoring the scene, lunged towards him the moment darkness fell, catching his swaying body. His arm skin, where she touched, was terrifyingly cold, as if just pulled from an ice cellar. "I'm fine." Lynn's voice was a suppressed gasp. He forced himself to stand steady. Just then, students, alarmed by the bright light and screams, rushed in from all directions, wands in hand and wearing pajamas. Footsteps, gasps, and questions mingled in a chaotic din. What happened? Who was screaming? Oh my goodness! What was that light? Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape also arrived almost simultaneously. Dumbledore's keen blue eyes, sharp as a hawk's, instantly swept over the frozen Madame Norris, the icy inscription on the wall, and finally landed on Lynn, who was tightly supported by Hermione and looked unusually pale, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Mr. Filch, Dumbledore's voice was steady and powerful, instantly quelling the noise. Please explain. Filch scrambled to Dumbledore's feet, tears streaming down his face, pointing at the frozen cat and the writing on the wall. Principal. It's a monster. The monster in the walls. It attacked my Norris. And there's writing. It left writing. He was incoherent, fear almost breaking him. Professor McGonagall gasped, carefully examining Madame Norris with her wand. Rapid, deep full body freezing, not any known freezing spell, more like the contact effect of some powerful cold-blooded magical creature. She looked at the ice shard inscription on the wall, her face extremely grim. Snape's sinister gaze, like a cold snake's tongue, slowly swept over every student present, lingering longer on Lynn in the depths of his black eyes. Scrutiny and a hint of deep suspicion swirled. All students, return to your respective common rooms immediately. Dumbledore's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Prefects are responsible for counting heads. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, please assist Mr. Filch in transferring Madame Norris to a safe place until this matter is thoroughly investigated. No discussion is permitted tonight. The crowd dispersed uneasily at the prefect's urging, whispers spreading like a plague. A cloud of fear, for the first time, hung so heavily over Hogwarts' ancient castle. Hermione, half supporting, half hugging Lynn, struggled against the flow of students towards Gryffindor Tower. She could feel Lynn's weight increasingly leaning on her, his body temperature frighteningly low, his steps becoming unsteady. Hold on, we're almost there. Hermione's voice was tearful. She used all her strength to support him, her other hand tightly gripping his cold hand, futilely trying to warm it. Finally, they reached the empty common room. The fireplace had long since died out, leaving only cold embers. Hermione carefully settled Lynn on the sofa closest to the fireplace, fumbling to relight the fire, but her trembling fingers couldn't strike a match. Don't bother with the fire. Lynn's voice was weak and low. He leaned back in the sofa, his thick eyelashes casting faint shadows on his pale face, his breathing shallow and rapid. The Starstone pulsed faintly beneath his robes, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Hermione's tears finally fell. She knelt before the sofa, unhesitatingly unbuttoning her thick wool cardigan, then tremblingly took Lynn's cold, stiff hand and directly tucked it under her warm sweater. pressing it against her warm abdominal skin. Lynn let out a muffled groan, his body trembling from the sudden, scorching heat. "Don't speak," Hermione commanded tearfully, her hands pressing tightly over her sweater on his hand against her lower abdomen, using her body's warmth to warm his eyes. Cold palm the girl's soft, warm skin pressed against the boy's cold hand, the extreme temperature difference bringing a shiver, yet strangely conveying a life-giving warmth. Hermione's other hand trembled as she caressed Lynn's cold cheek, trying to warm him. The moonstone, pressed against her collarbone, emitted an unprecedented, steady warm white glow, like a small sun, diligently dispelling the chill that permeated Lynn's body. "Idiot, big idiot," she sobbed softly, her forehead resting against his cold forehead, warm tears dripping onto his pale skin. "Don't do this again, don't deplete yourself again." Her breath, a mix of the sweet freshness of orange cake and the saltiness of tears, lingered at Lynn's nostrils. Lynn struggled to open his eyes, his vision somewhat blurry, seeing only Hermione's tear-streaked face so close, and those brown eyes filled with fear, heartache, and determination. The stiff hand she had forcibly pressed against her warm abdomen greedily absorbed the continuous warmth, imbued with the girl's fragrance and unprecedented warmth, mixed with the warm pulsation of the starstone, which had restabilized under the influence of the moonstone's power. Slowly and with difficulty flowed through his cold limbs and bones. He very faintly moved the fingers of the hand Hermione was pressing against her abdomen, gently hooking the edge of her sweater, like a weak response outside. Hogwarts Castle plunged into deadly silence and darkness inside the walls. The icy trails of the basilisk gleamed with a ghostly blue light under the moon, and in Gryffindor's cold common room, the girl, with her scorching body temperature and tears, ignited the first faint glimmer against the cold night for the star she protected. Chapter 48, Hearth Agreement and Undercurrent. The common room's icy air was rekindled by the fireplace, the crackling wood dispelling the shadows in the corners, but not the lingering fear in Hermione's eyes. Lynn leaned back in her plush armchair, which Hermione had moved from her own bed, wrapped in 3 Gryffindor scarves, with her thickest wool blanket over his knees. His face was still pale, but his tightly pursed lips finally regained a hint of color, and the starstone emitted a faint but steady warmth through layers of fabric. "Open your mouth." Hermione's tone was an undeniable command as she spooned a steaming scoop of turmeric potion to his lips. A strong, spicy aroma permeated the air. It was Madame Pomfrey's special cold-dispelling concoction. Lynn frowned. The taste was comparable to Snape's failed potions, but under Hermione's burning gaze, as if she would personally force it down him if he didn't drink. He could only obediently swallow. The hot liquid slid down his throat, making his Adam's apple bob, and a warmth rose in his stomach, but it also brought a wave of nausea. "Very good, another spoonful." Hermione watched him swallow with satisfaction, like a head nurse caring for a seriously ill patient. Madame Pomfrey said you must finish it. Once every hour, she shook the potion bottle, which was the size of a thermos. Lynn, he felt his stomach protesting, and this, Hermione conjured a thick roll of parchment from her bag, unfurling it with a rustle. The title read, "Agreement on Limiting the Use of High-Consumption Primal Magic, Draft," followed by densely packed clauses. Article 1. The use of magic resonance field and similar primal magic is prohibited except in life-threatening situations. Article 2. After each use, body temperature and magic fluctuation data must be immediately reported to the supervisor, Hermione Granger. Article 3. The supervisor has the final say on mandatory potion administration and physical warmth, including but not limited to warming hands and abdomen. Signature, Lynn A. Stone. Lynn looked at the line physical warmth, recalling the scorching skin pressed against his abdomen last night, and his ear tips involuntarily flushed. He looked up at Hermione. She was trying hard to keep a straight face, maintaining the serious image of a supervisor, but her slightly reddened earlobes and flickering eyes betrayed her shyness. "Will you sign?" She pushed a quill into his still somewhat cold hand, wrapped in the blanket. Her fingertips accidentally brushing his palm. Lynn silently gripped the pen and signed his name at the bottom of the parchment. His handwriting was a little messier than usual. Hermione quickly snatched back the agreement, tucking it into the innermost part of her bag as if hiding a treasure. A small, uncontrollable upward curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She naturally reached out to feel Lynn's forehead, her movements much more practiced than last night. His temperature is up a bit," she sighed in relief, then picked up a slice of special cake, studded with orange peel, sent by Aunt Monica, replenished his energy. The atmosphere of the castle was like Madame Norris frozen in ice. Heavy and stagnant, the shadow of the attack incident hung over everyone. Whispers filled the corridors. Students hurried along, their eyes scanning the walls and corners with anxious suspicion. "Did you hear? Filch's cat turned into an ice sculpture," There were words on the wall too, saying the Chamber of Secrets is opening. The heir of Slytherin has returned. Who will be next? Muggle-borns. Panic was spreading like an invisible plague. Several younger Muggle-born students huddled together, their faces filled with apprehension when Harry and Ron found Lynn and Hermione. The two were sitting in a sunlit corner of the library by the window. Hermione believed the abundant sunlight would aid Lynn's recovery. "Were you two at the scene last night?" Harry whispered, his green eyes full of worry. "What exactly happened? Was it really the monster from the Chamber of Secrets?" Ron's face was pale. "Ginny woke up this morning, but her eyes were glazed over, and she didn't know anything when we asked her, just clutching that tattered diary." Mom sent a howler, scolding Fred and George for showing her dark arts objects. He irritably ran a hand through his red hair. Hermione gave Lynn a worried glance, then told Harry and Ron, "We only saw Madame Norris frozen in ice, and words made of ice on the wall." Filch was terrified. She concealed Lynn's intervention and his exhaustion. Lynn's gaze swept over the courtyard outside the window, where two figures in dark purple uniforms with gold trim, looking serious and rigid, were crossing the grass. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall, the woman leading them had her hair pulled back in a tight bun, a hooked nose, and her lips pressed into a stern, straight line. "Ministry of Magic people," Lynn said in a low voice. The plot had accelerated, due to the change in the method of attack, freezing instead of petrification. The Ministry of Magic's involvement was earlier and more direct than in the original story. Sure enough, that afternoon's charms class was temporarily cancelled. All students were required to remain in their common rooms, supervised by prefects. The Ministry of Magic investigators, Senior Undersecretary Assistant Aurora Hopkins and her aide, accompanied by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, began a swift, and extremely unfriendly interrogation. Madam Hopkins's questioning was like a cold scalpel. She focused her inquiries on all students who had been near the second floor during the attack, her questions sharp and suggestive. "Mr. Longbottom, you seem to have a particular knack for freezing magic. I hear you often cause frost-related incidents in potion class. Mr. Weasley, you two seem to have a long-standing grudge against Mr. Filch and his cat. Mr. Potter, the boy who lived. Are you particularly interested in the castle's special legends?" When her gaze fell on Lynn, her gray eyes were as sharp as searchlights. Mr. Stone, according to Filch's vague testimony, when the attack occurred, a blindingly bright, unknown source of strong light appeared, and you were, seemingly nearby at the time, and some have noticed your body temperature has been unusually low recently. She leaned forward, with an air of oppression. "Can you explain that? Some kind of special magic talent? Or a side effect?" The common room instantly fell silent, all eyes focusing on Lynn. Harry and Ron watched him nervously, Hermione's hands on her lap clenched tightly, her fingernails digging into her palms. Lynn leaned back in his chair, wrapped in his scarf, his face still sickly pale, but his eyes were calm and unwavering, like a deep pool. "Strong light? Perhaps an accidental trigger of some defensive magic. As for my body temperature," he cast a faint glance at Hermione, whose face was taut beside him, "I merely inadvertently contracted some rare frost grass pollen from Professor Sprout's greenhouse, and Madame Pomfrey is treating it. If Madame Hopkins requires medical records, I can request them." His tone was steady, casually deflecting the problem to an accident, and Madame Pomfrey. Hopkins stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly evaluating the truthfulness of his words. Finally, she snorted, scribbled something on her parchment, and turned to the next person. "Miss Granger, Muggle-born. According to the Chamber of Secrets legend, you seem to be a high-risk target. Where were you last night?" Hermione straightened her back, her voice clear. "I was in the library researching. Madame Pants can testify I only came out when I heard the commotion." She deliberately emphasized Madame Pants, a witness known for her rigor and memory. The interrogation lasted a full 2 hours, the atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. When the investigators finally left, a collective sigh of relief erupted in the common room, followed by even greater unease. "They didn't find anything," Ron said indignantly. "They don't care about the truth. They just want a scapegoat." Harry's face was grim. "They're afraid," Hermione whispered, looking at the closed door, "afraid of the Chamber of Secrets, afraid of power they can't control." Night fell. Lynn was ordered by Hermione to rest early. He leaned back on the soft cushions of his four-poster bed, reading an ancient text on protective magic runes borrowed from the restricted section. Hermione had helped him borrow it under the guise of research for a paper. Illuminated by the faint moonlight outside the window, the starstone in his chest emitted a regular warmth, his strength slowly recovering, but a persistent chill lingered deep in his limbs. The door was gently pushed open a crack, and Hermione, in her pajamas, slipped in hugging a bulging ball of yarn. Quickly closing the door behind her, she padded barefoot across the soft carpet, like a light-footed cat, to Lynn's bedside. "Supervisor Rounds," she whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed in the dim light. She habitually reached out to feel Lynn's forehead, then took his hand to check his temperature. Much better," she sighed in relief, then handed him the ball of yarn. Lynn looked down, seeing clearly in the moonlight. It was a scarf that had just been started, made with a Gryffinder's gold and scarlet yarn, the stitches uneven, clearly a beginner's work. A note was pinned to the top: Hearth Agreement Supplementary Clause. Supervisor's Handmade Warmth Trial Kit. "It might not look very good," Hermione's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her pajamas, "but it's very thick." And, she suddenly leaned closer, a sweet citrus scent mixed with the warmth of cashmere wafting over. She took Lynn's slightly cool hand and placed his palm on the small, fluffy, soft section of the scarf she had just knitted. "Can you feel it? It's very warm." The warmth of the girl's palm transmitted through the fluffy yarn, carrying her unique scent and clumsy sincerity. Lynn's fingertips unconsciously caressed the crooked stitches, and a warm current spread from his fingertips, dispelling the last trace of cold from his bones more soothingly than potion. The starstone pulsed steadily in his chest, emitting a nearly contented, warm resonance. He responded softly, carefully placing the ball of yarn by his pillow, and then, with his free hand, he clasped Hermione's hand, which was still resting on the scarf this time. It was no longer a cold drawing, but a warm clasp. Outside the window, Hogwarts' night sky was heavily clouded, with no stars or moon visible deep within the castle. The frozen traces had not yet melted, and the shadow of the Ministry of Magic still lingered. But in the small world of the boys' dormitory, a crooked scarf and clasped hands were silently weaving warmth against the cold night. Hermione did not pull her hand away, letting him hold it, sitting quietly on the carpet by the bed, her head gently resting on his blanket. Covered knee. The moonlight finally struggled through the clouds, casting a room of tranquil silver light, gently elongating their intertwined shadows. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Starry Sky Revival and Dark Room Conspiracy. Hermione's knitting needles clicked softly by the hearth late into the night. Lynn's fingertips brushed over the crooked star stitches on the crimson scarf. The lingering warmth of the moonstone seeped into his bones, soothing even the sluggish throb of the starstone a little. Outside, snowflakes beat against the window pane, and only the crackling of embers remained in the common room. "Your temperature is normal now," Hermione said, putting away her yarn. Her fingertips naturally brushed his forehead. "But the third clause of the Hearth Agreement is still in effect." She shook the parchment of the Hearth Agreement. "No night patrols until your star essence source magic is fully recovered." Before Lynn could respond, the starstone in his chest gave a sudden jolt. It wasn't a sting, but a long-lost, full, burning sensation, like a springtide surging beneath a frozen river. He clutched his chest, his knuckles white from the force. "What's wrong?" Hermione tensed instantly. "It's throbbing." Lynn's voice was hoarse with disbelief. It wasn't the passive warmth of defense, but the vibrant, burgeoning, primal pulse of the star essence source. The power that had been dormant since being severely wounded by the killing curse was awakening. Hermione's brown eyes brightened. She grabbed his hand and pressed it to the location of the starstone. A strong, rhythmic throb came from beneath her palm, as if a sleeping galaxy had begun to flow again. She suddenly jumped up and rushed to the window, throwing open the heavy casement. A biting cold wind, laden with snowflakes, poured in, but it carried with it a wondrous sight. Countless faint silver-white threads of light descended from the dark night sky, as if pulled by an invisible force, converging thread by thread towards Lynn's heart. The frost on the window frame silently melted as the light threads swept past. "Merlin," Hermione murmured. This was the first time she had witnessed a spectacle of star power resonating with the heavens. Lynn closed his eyes, feeling the torrent flush through his limbs and bones. His blocked magical meridians were forcefully cleared, and the dark crack in the depths of his soul, torn by the killing curse, was rapidly mended by the starlight star radiance. When he opened his eyes again, a glimmer of golden light flickered in their depths. "You've recovered." Hermione's voice trembled. "Yes," Lynn said, opening his palm. A wisp of solidified silver-white star flame burned silently in his palm, with arcane runes swirling in its core. It was no longer a resonance field that consumed life, but a fully controlled star essence source power. Hermione suddenly threw herself into his arms, her ball of yarn rolling to the floor. There were no words, only the slight tremor of her shoulders and the warm dampness in the crook of his neck. Lynn froze for a moment, then slowly wrapped his arms around her, the star flame in his palm extinguishing and transforming into a warm current that enveloped her trembling body. The scent of tangerine from his scarf, mixed with the saltiness of her tears, became the first taste he perceived after his recovery. The defense against the dark arts classroom had become Lockhart's new theater. He waved his gold-rimmed wand, dyeing a troll specimen a garish pink and purple. Remember, to deal with dark creatures, you must first undermine their morale visually. Like this troll, who would refuse a dreamy bubblegum troll, amidst the laughter from below. Hermione clutched Lynn's sleeve and whispered, "Ginny knocked over her cauldron 3 times in potion class this morning. The dark aura from the diary is so thick that Ron complained it was eerie cold." Her fingertip traced a crude pipe diagram on the parchment. The drain in Myrtle's bathroom had a layer of eerie blue ice crystals on it last night. Lynn's gaze swept over the front row. Ginny was huddled in her seat, the tattered diary pressed tightly against her chest, and spiderweb-like dark blue veins appeared on her pale wrist beneath her cuff. The starstone sent a sharp warning. The basilisk's agitation had reached a critical point. "We must get the diary." Poisonous Fangtusk. Lynn traced a serpentine rune on Hermione's palm. "Tonight, I'll distract Myrtle." Hermione understood instantly. "But your power has just recovered." "It's enough." Lynn cut her off. His palm deftly produced an orange cake and popped it into her slightly agape lips, which were parted in worry. The sweet tangerine scent exploded on her tongue, and Hermione's face instantly flushed red. The midday silence of the library was broken by a sudden shattering sound. Madame Pants shrieked and rushed towards the restricted section. 3 entire rows of bookshelves had been overturned as if by an invisible giant hand, rare ancient books raining down. "It's Malfoy," Ron hissed, pointing at a fleeting blonde figure behind a pillar. Harry started to give chase but was stopped by Lynn, who pressed a hand on his shoulder. A diversion. Lynn's gaze locked on the library's side door. Ginny was quietly slipping towards the abandoned archive room, clutching the diary. Spiderweb-like black mist seeped from the diary's cover, dragging a viscous shadow behind her. The trio followed her in. The archive room reeked of stale parchment, and towering archive shelves cast eerie dark shadows. Ginny knelt in a corner, frantically drawing on the floor tiles with an unknown dark red liquid. At the center of the twisted serpentine symbols was Hermione's name, Petrificus Totalis. Harry's spell shot directly at Ginny's back. At the critical moment, the diary exploded with a thick black mist. A translucent, pale arm reached out from the mist and slapped away the spell's light arc. Ginny turned her head mechanically, her pupils completely black, a non-human grin on her lips. Annoying. The floor collapsed with a roar. A fishy wind, carrying the screeching sound of scales scraping against stone, erupted from underground. The archive shelves toppled like dominoes, and 2 points of eerie blue cold light appeared in the collapse amidst the dust. Though the basilisk hadn't appeared, its icy gaze had penetrated the earth. "Close your eyes," Lynn roared, spinning to press Hermione tightly into his arms. Star power erupted with unprecedented force, a silver-white cascade of light rising from around him, instantly forming a hemispherical starlight barrier. The basilisk's icy gaze struck the light barrier, shattering into spiderweb-like eerie blue cracks, as extreme cold and star flame fiercely contended on the barrier's surface. "It's in the tunnel," Hermione muffled from Lynn's embrace. "Use sound to locate it." Ron's mechanical mouse whistle, Fred's prank gift, was snatched by Harry and blown. A sharp, high-pitched sound wave pierced the crypt, and immediately, furious hisses and heavy thuds came from the darkness. The basilisk was struggling in pain, the barrier's cracks spread, and a trickle of blood seeped from Lynn's lips. Hermione suddenly broke free from his embrace, plunging her wand into a crack in the ground. Terra Sonitus, her self-created vibration spell. Amidst the violent tremors, the tunnel collapsed with a roar, completely burying the basilisk's roars. The black mist shrieked, retracting into the diary. Ginny slumped to the ground, the dark blue of her wrist veins temporarily fading. At the Astronomy Tower at midnight, the galaxy poured down like a waterfall. Hermione, wrapped in Lynn's velvet cloak, gently tapped his chest. "Does it still hurt?" The backlash from the shattered starlight barrier had made him cough for half the night. Lynn shook his head, his palm deftly turning. A cluster of orange blossoms, condensed from starlight, bloomed in his palm, their sweet fragrance indistinguishable from real ones. "To make up for your cake," Her snacks had been flattened into a pancake during the chaos in the library earlier that day. Hermione took the bouquet, the starlight illuminating the moisture in her eyes, when the barrier shattered. I thought the killing curse wound had relapsed. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed his cool lips, with a trembling desperation. The starlight blossoms scattered glittering points between their touching fingers. Lynn froze, the starstone throbbing with a molten gold heat between their closely pressed chests. He awkwardly returned the kiss, his palm cupping the back of her neck, and starlight flowed down from his hair, enveloping them in a cocoon-like aura. In the distance, the mournful cry of Thestrals came from the forbidden forest, while above the tower, the starry sky was gentle and silent when they broke apart. Hermione buried her flushed face in his shoulder. The symbols Ginny drew, the basilisk's next target is me. It won't get the chance. Lynn tightened his arms, his chin resting on her fluffy curls. In the moonlight, the golden glints deep in his pupils solidified into substance. In the shadows of the dungeon, Lucius Malfoy's snakehead staff tapped on the cold stone bricks. The diary's accelerating its consumption of that girl, he said, coldly watching the magical image appearing on the wall. It was the scene of Ginny drawing blood runes in the archive room. But the child of the stars' power has recovered. Snape looked up from the potion steam, his black robes billowing like a bat's wings. Dumbledore has strengthened the warding spells on all pipe passages. The basilisk's next attack will inevitably expose the pipe entrance, then let the air's fury burn even brighter. Lucius's lips curved into a viper-like smile, and a brooch inlaid with a black gemstone slid into his palm. Put this gift into Granger's Transfiguration class homework. When the basilisk bursts through the classroom floor, let's see if the starlight barrier can withstand a face-to-face gaze. Deep within the black gemstone on the brooch, a wisp of viscous black mist, originating from the same source as the diary, swirled like a living thing. Outside, snowflakes covered the newly formed eerie blue ice marks on the castle's exterior walls, but they couldn't conceal the hissing conspiracy within the moonstone around Hermione's neck. Suddenly flashed a cold warning light. Lynn abruptly looked up, star power piercing through layers of brick and stone, locking onto that nauseating dark resonance in the dungeon. The chessboard had reached its mid-game, and the line between hunter and hunted was subtly shifting with the reviving light of the starry sky. Chapter 50 Black Diamond Trap and Starlight Bracelet. The starlight of the Astronomy Tower seemed to still linger on her lips, and Hermione unconsciously rubbed her lower lip, the hate in her earlobes not fading even as she walked into the potion classroom. Lynn walked beside her, his expression normal, only the starstone beneath his clothes pulsed with a more stable and warm rhythm than usual, silently indicating the return of his primordial power. The chilly dungeon classroom was filled with a bitter scent of herbs. Professor Snape, his black robes billowing like a bat, was using his characteristic, venomous voice to critique Mr. Longbottom's cauldron of scabies potion, which was emitting an eerie green smoke. Mr. Longbottom, congratulations on successfully brewing a new type of cleaner potent enough to corrode a cauldron. Hermione habitually pushed the prepared poisonous fang plant stems to Lynn's side, focusing herself on cutting the meditating caterpillars. This was the step she disliked the most. Lynn took the stems, his fingertips moving slightly, and the silver-white starlight, like the most precise carving knife, instantly decomposed them into uniformly sized thin slices, without losing any medicinal efficacy. His movements were natural, as if he were merely brushing away dust. Before class ends, Professor Snape's icy voice interrupted their work. Place your shrinking potion samples and theoretical analysis parchment on the silver-plated tray to the left of the podium. The students began to tidy up their assignments. Hermione carefully poured the pearlescent blue potion into a small crystal bottle and rolled up her parchment just as she stood up to walk towards the podium. A short boy in Slytherin robes, Crabbe, rushed past her, head down, and accidentally bumped into her shoulder. Hermione's hand trembled, and the crystal bottle flew out of her grasp. A bony hand, quick as lightning, steadily intercepted the falling crystal bottle in mid-air. Lynn had appeared beside her at some point, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Crabbe's stumbling retreat. Are you alright? Lynn handed the bottle back to her. I'm fine. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, taking the bottle. But her fingertips touched a strange stickiness at the bottom. She looked closer. A black diamond brooch, only the size of a button but emitting an ominous glow, was firmly attached to the bottom of the crystal bottle. Inside the diamond, a wisp of viscous black gas slowly moved like a living thing. Hermione's pupils contracted. The dark resonance Lynn's star power had locked onto last night on the Astronomy Tower was exactly the same as this black diamond. Don't touch it. Lynn's voice carried a rare urgency. His fingertips instantly condensed a point of refined starlight, precisely striking the black diamond. Buzz! The black diamond suddenly erupted with an invisible wave of mental shock. Cold, slimy, seductive whispers instantly flooded Hermione's mind. Come inside the walls, only there's safe. They are looking for you, run away quickly. Hermione's eyes instantly became vacant, her body stiff, and the hand holding the crystal bottle uncontrollably lifted. The mouth of the bottle aimed at her lips. It contained concentrated shrinking potion. Once ingested, the consequences would be unimaginable. Imperio! Harry in the front row gasped, recognizing the characteristics of this evil spell. Hermione, Ron was also stunned in a flash. Lynn's left hand had clamped Hermione's wrist like an iron vice, preventing her from drinking the poison at the same time. The starlight from his right hand, which was striking the black diamond, did not retract. Instead, its light surged, transforming into a condensed silver-white chain that instantly wrapped around the agitated black diamond. Sizzle! A harsh corrosive sound rang out. The starlight chain and the viscous black gas emanating from the black diamond clashed fiercely, like ice water poured onto boiling oil. The black gas twisted and struggled wildly, emitting resentful shrieks that could only be perceived on a mental level. Hermione's body trembled violently, and her vacant eyes struggled with pain and confusion. Look at me, Hermione. Lynn's voice was deep and powerful, carrying the unique resonance of star power, directly penetrating the evil whispers and crashing into the depths of Hermione's muddled consciousness. Starlight never dies. This familiar call was like a lighthouse. Hermione's scattered pupils suddenly focused, reflecting Lynn's close-up face. Filled with worry and determination, she gasped for air, cold sweat soaking her temples, and the crystal bottle in her hand fell to the ground with a snap, shattering into pieces, the blue potion splashing everywhere. The black diamond, tightly bound by the starlight chain, also rolled to the ground, its eerie glow dimming, and the black gas inside ceasing to move. As if temporarily sealed, the entire classroom was dead silent. Professor Snape had appeared by the podium at some point, his dark eyes fixed on the black diamond on the floor and Hermione's wrist, which was entwined by the starlight chain, his face so grim it could drip water. Professor Snape, Harry reacted, pointing at the black diamond and the still shaken Hermione. Someone used Imperio on Hermione. With this black diamond, Professor Snape ignored Harry, waved his wand, and a transparent magic shield instantly covered the black diamond on the floor along with the starlight chain. His sharp gaze, like a surgical knife, swept over Lynn's hand holding Hermione's and the lingering starlight chain, finally resting on Lynn's face, his voice cold and slimy. Exquisite. Methods of resistance. Mr. Stone, it seems you have quite a talent for resisting the dark arts. The word talent was bitten off with extreme emphasis. Full of scrutiny, Lynn calmly met his gaze, the starlight chain slowly dissipating. Instinctive reaction. Professor. He still held Hermione's cold, trembling wrist, not letting go. Professor Snape snorted, not pressing further, and carefully used magic to levitate and collect the shielded black diamond. Miss Granger, go to the hospital wing after class. Everyone else. His cold gaze swept over the cowering students. Continue to complete your potions. The antiseptic smell of the hospital wing couldn't dispel the chill in Hermione's heart after an examination. Madame Pomfrey confirmed that she had only suffered a fright and a minor mental shock, and prescribed a bottle of calming, bubblegum-flavored potion. It's Lucius Malfoy? It must be. Hermione sat on the hospital bed wrapped in a blanket, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes had regained their sharpness. That black diamond, and the diary's aura are from the same source. He wants to control me, to lead me to the basilisk. She recalled the cold, seductive whispers, and her body involuntarily shivered. Lynn sat by the bed, silently placing a cup of hot cocoa in her hand. The warm ceramic cup dispelled the chill from her fingertips. It won't happen again. His voice was not loud, but it carried the weight of a bedrock. He spread his palm, and a flowing wisp of silver-white starlight floated above it. The starlight twined and shaped itself around his fingertips, finally condensing into a delicate and exquisite bracelet. The chain itself was woven from fine starlight, with a small, constantly emanating soft warmth star core crystal in the center. Give me your hand, Lynn said. Hermione numbly extended her left hand. Lynn lowered his gaze, gently fastening the starlight bracelet onto her slender wrist. The moment the star core crystal touched her skin, a gentle yet firm warm current instantly surged through her limbs, dispelling the last trace of coldness that had lingered in her heart. The moonstone at her neck resonated with it, emitting a soft, harmonious glow. It will guard your consciousness. Lynn's fingertips brushed the warm star core, then gently tapped her still somewhat pale lips. More effective than potion. Hermione lowered her head, looking at the starlight flowing bracelet on her wrist, then at Lynn's focused profile so close to her, and a warm current mixed with an indescribable flutter rushed to her eyes. She suddenly leaned in, quickly pressing a cocoa-sweet kiss, light as a butterfly's wing, on the corner of his lips. More effective than starlight, she whispered. Blushing, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. The warmth of the star core bracelet enveloped her wrist, like his silent promise. Deep in the dungeon, Professor Snape's private storage room, the black diamond, sealed by a magic shield, floated above a boiling cauldron. Professor Snape stared at the dormant black gas inside the diamond, fine silver-blue memory threads seeping from the tip of his wand, attempting to penetrate and analyze it. Suddenly, the black gas violently erupted. It condensed into a blurred and twisted juvenile face, letting out a silent shriek at Professor Snape. A powerful backlash of mental shock slammed into Professor Snape's consciousness. Professor Snape grunted, retreating 2 steps. The light at the tip of his wand instantly dimming. A trace of pain and profound horror flashed across his pale face. He stared intently at the now silent black diamond, complex undercurrents swirling in his eyes, surprise, apprehension, and a hint of imperceptible tremor. The Gryffindor common room's fireplace cast a warm golden-red glow. Hermione curled up on the sofa, her injured left wrist resting on the armrest, the star core bracelet glowing with a tranquil light. Her right hand held a pen, and in the blank space of the hearth agreement parchment, she seriously added a new rule, Supplementary Clause 4. The supervisor has the right to request the supervisee to create starlight accessories as protective equipment. Lynn sat on the carpet beside her, leaning against the sofa, a copy of Hogwarts, a history spread on his lap. Hermione insisted he needed relaxing reading. His gaze, however, did not linger on the book, but fell on the mantelpiece. There, a tiny starlight guardian lion, no bigger than a fingernail, condensed from starlight he controlled, was majestically pacing, warding off the cold air attempting to spread from the shadows of the fireplace. Hermione finished writing the clause, set down her pen with satisfaction. And her gaze was also drawn to the lively little lion. She extended her finger, and the little lion immediately jumped onto her fingertip, nuzzling affectionately and leaving a touch of warm starlight. It says, Hermione laughed, showing the little lion on her fingertip to Lynn. That clause 4 of the agreement was executed perfectly. Lynn looked at her warm, smiling face, illuminated by the fireplace, and then at the guardian starlight on her wrist, the starstone in his chest resonating steadily and warmly. He extended his finger, and the little lion lightly leaped back into his palm, transforming into a wisp of starlight and merging into his body. Outside the window, snowflakes fell silently, covering the eerie blue ice marks on the castle walls. But in the warm common room, starlight flowed on her wrist, and the guardian pact was silently strengthened. The shadow of the black diamond temporarily retreated, but on the chessboard, both sides had revealed their deadly fangs. Hermione's fingertips unconsciously traced the word starlight accessories on the parchment, her gaze sweeping over Lynn's calm profile, and the warmth in her heart dispelled all chill. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.